wait, 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 wait.
Wait for HasanAbi.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day, ladies and gentlemen. Very special day, very special way. You already know what it is. Let me tell you real quick, folks. You might be wondering, Hassan, is it a special day because you had 130,000 people watching last night? We're so back. No, that's not the reason. You might be saying, Hassan, is it a very special day because it's 74 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California? No, that's not the reason either, honestly. I mean, good try. Very special day because it's always the same special day every day of the week, every time.
It's Friday then.
It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right.
It's Friday then.
It's Friday. It's the freaking weekend. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. That's it, baby. It's freaking Friday. It's Felony Friday. That's right. We're doing felonies. It is Fucked Up Friday. The one day of the goddamn week. Or the 3 days. Or the 2 days of the week that are coming now, that gives you a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life that our forefathers fought long and hard for in the labor movement. So you better appreciate it. It's the summer anyway, which means when it's the summer and it's Friday, nobody fucking works. I don't even know why we still have a 5-day work week, but honestly, it's Friday, baby. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Service workers Friday is Monday. Be patient. Yeah, well, you know, we're talking for the wage cucks, the regular old white collar wage cucks out here, and it's actually a very special Friday, more special than most other Fridays. Let me tell you why. It's because it's also fucking up the wallet Friday. For those of you who do not know, for those of you who are wondering what is going on, it's merch day. That's right. It's ideology merch drop day. I dropped that shit on you like nobody's business. Out of nowhere, it came. And it will. It came. I haven't even Insta posted it yet. Like, you already know. It's probably starting right this moment. Okay? Which, absolute... Wait, hold on. New collection dropped today, which wasn't personally time around the absolute worst debate clown show of a debate. But you can get it at ideology.shop before it sells out. All right, I'm posting it on my IG right now. Do hats. No, bro, these pics, dude, you look incredible, my man. No glizzy. Thank you for the no glizzy, but yes, glizzy. My entire wardrobe is merch, and I get compliments on my merch all the time. Believe me, folks, I believe you. I'm honest. I honestly, no memes, think I have the hardest merch in the game. Like, straight up. I honestly think I have the hardest motherfucking merch in the game. Like, it's not even a competition. Who out here is doing it? Who out here is doing it like me? Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened. As you guys know, I did 11 hours yesterday, basically a fucking half-day stream, literal half-day. What am I doing? I'm basically retired at this point. 11 hours? Psh, get the fuck out of here, right? Hardest job, hardest merch. Thank you. Anyway, and after that half day, right, 11 hours, I of course went to sleep. I played a little bit of Elden Ring and then went to sleep because I was just like really trying to play some Elden Ring. Anyway, I woke up early as hell. Why? Because Piers Morgan was like, Hassan, we would like to have you on. And I was like, who's on the panel? And they said Jank. And I was like, sign me up. I'm in. because I was excited to a, you know, uncle nephew style situation, right? Uncle nephew style circumstances are my favorite circumstances. The uncle nephew bond is impenetrable, you know? So, anyway, that's what I did. Oh, wait, it's up already?
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up
I'm a big
respectfully.
fan of you. And,
Okay, but hold on.
I'm a
hold
big
on.
fan
Don't
of you,
talk
so I don't want you
bro,
to die. I feel like
you
your
say
heart pressure is
9/11,
going up. You're turning.
You say,
You're turning red, Vinny.
somebody like
Yeah, I lying? I said this on Discord. But I was like, I think I almost killed this guy. Like, I think I almost killed him by just being there. Like, he lost his mind, dude. He was so mad, which I was not really expecting him to be that mad, but it was really funny. Look at Pierce's face. He's such a little shit. Look at his face.
you.
Look at his little face. He looks like an otter there. He looks kind of cute there. Anyway, it's like, dude, you are such a fucking clown. Here's the thing. I popped off on Piers Morgan last time, and I think he knew that. That's why he was trying to pop off on me, right? But respectfully, who is Vinny? You guys don't know. You guys are not invested in the Patrick Bet David lore and the Patrick Bet David universe, which is kind of annoying. How do you guys not know my man? My mans. Anyway, listen. Hold on. We're going to get to that. Dude, there's too much going on in the world, okay? I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know what to fucking say. So yeah, I woke up at like 6. I woke up at like 5:30 so I can get ready and not look super fucking disheveled and like I just rolled out of bed. But yeah, I still failed on that task. I look like shit here. I don't really like the way I look on this broadcast. But anyway, I wake up, I do this thing. This motherfucker Piers is literally like 25 minutes late, 30 minutes late to his own fucking show because he was just sitting there getting interviewed by some guy, and we had to sit there and listen to him get interviewed by some dude. I was like losing my mind. Anyway, oh my God. Yes, approved 100%. But what was I saying? So I did that. I worked out. There's like a state of panic over here at the HasanAbi headquarters. Okay. You know, my mom is calling me, my fucking manager is calling, all this shit's happening. Right. And I'm trying to like, wait, it's not working. I don't know why the emotes are not, why don't I see it? Chat hallucinating the emote. Oh, okay. It hasn't happened yet. Stop sending. Okay. In any case, I did that. I took a quick shower, you know, shaved up a little bit, fixed my shit up. I saw the Nick Merckx news. I'll be talking about that as well. Nick Merckx got fucking banned from Twitch because of course he did, because he was being transphobic. A thing that I've been trying to explain to him, or tried to explain to him a while ago. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Anyway, regardless, yeah, lot of stuff happening in the universe right now. I went on Piers Morgan. I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I wanted to like be live at a reasonable time because I'm going to do another like 12-hour day today, most likely. And there will be some freaking Elden Ring later. Hopefully, Jesus Christ. But yeah, there's so much to talk about. I don't even know where to begin. We obviously have the ideology merch. I'll just give you guys a little fucking peek ski here. If you go to ideology.shop, the Unraveled Republican collection is out. You can shop it. You got the Warlord tee. Okay. You got the old Skull Tour tee that everybody loved. You got the Liberty World Tour tee that we turned into a t-shirt because every single person was like, oh, we love these. Like the ones that you guys loved a lot, we just like re-upped or turned into a t-shirt. You have the Turmoil Distribution tee, which I was actually wearing on the Piers Morgan appearance. You have the Capitalism and Decay crew neck. Turn that t-shirt into a crew neck. You have the Borders Abolish All Borders. Borders Are Changed t-shirt, which I'm currently wearing right now. And then the Works of the World Unite hoodie, which is pretty sick, I think. So yeah. And then there's like vaulted stuff if you haven't gotten your shit before. So yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Ideology.shop. Get it before. I still haven't gotten the second part of my order. 2 months, dog. What's happening? I spent over 300 quid for your Orber mansion. See, this is what I mean. This is what's going to happen. Bro, listen. There's a group there's a group called Warren James that I work with. Okay, I work with them specifically so they deal with this shit. Okay, annoy them and they will deal with it. I promise you. This is not going to be a customer service stream. As you guys know, new merch day. Obviously, new merch day, not customer service stream. Yeah, Warren James is really good at email. Just email them and they'll do it. What else was I going to say? Tell Chatter to reach out to the customer service team. I did that and got my back order in days. Nice. Yes. We'll do SCOTUS killing Chevron, Deference, and Loper Bright Enterprise v. Raymondo. I know it's a very big day. Shut up, nerd. We'll get to that, okay? Goddamn. Hey, boss, what is this? I'm a freak, Hasan. Want to find out? Is that from last night? Or is Russell in here right now saying that shit? Is Russell gripping? Is he gripping his shit right now? Does he got oil on his shit? Is he gripping his shit right now to the broadcast? Boom. Russell's about to be like, boom. I'm gripping my shit. I'm gripping it. I'm gripping it hard. I'm hard, brother. I'm gripping. Boom. Firm handshakes. How's the quality regarding the print on these? What a question. Yeah, it's shit, bro. What do you mean? What do you think I'm going to say? Like, that's so funny. Yeah, it sucks, dude. Don't buy it. Anyway, what size hoodie are you wearing in the photo shoot? Unfortunately, in the photo shoot, I'm wearing an XL. Okay? I'm wearing an XL. I've lost a little too much weight. And the merch guys were like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let's do the XL. You didn't finish the parasocial update? There is no update. That's it. Like, life is fucking chaotic right now. It's chaos. Okay? It's we got the debate disaster. Obviously, be more parasocial. Your Haas Anger Jumper was the first S-size item I wore since I was a kid. Dog, let's go. Congratulations. That's sick. But yeah, are you zinning too? Ray on her Mao
Every
arc?
time we've lived in a house in LA, it has been, dude, the real estate world in LA is so dog shit. Every landlord is so corrupt and evil. We just are, I'm gonna try apartment life again. Yeah,
Bro,
that's the
what?
plan. That's the plan. But I'm excited.
She said,
I was
bro,
thinking
I cannot
about buying
believe
a
it. Wait, let's run it back. What did she say?
We just are, I'm, gonna, and it's quite overwhelming. I feel like I just need to, like, really sit myself down and focus on real life. Do life, I am.
She said, abolish landlords. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Isn't this culturally insensitive? Wait, what? Me trying to fucking say, me singing Red Sun in the Sky in perfect Mandarin? Excuse me. It is not culturally insensitive. It is culturally sensitive. It is peak. Okay. White boy sings Red Sun in the Sky in perfect Mandarin. Mao comes back to life. Embalmed Mao alive again. Ready to conquer the Western world. Permanent first world genocide, JD Pons style. That's what the people are saying. You won't believe it. Yeah, Chinese netizens are stunned at first, only to turn around and become the loyal soldiers in the peasants' revolution. Okay? Chinese netizens remind America that the villages surround the urban landscape. The villages surround the cities. What will you respond to the allegation that LeBron James is sleeping with one of his teammates' mother? He is, and it's awesome. Okay? That's right. That's why he's the GOAT. Who could do that? Who could do it like that? He's so the GOAT. Michael Jordan could never. See, Michael Jordan's sons, they sucked at ball. Anyway, Delonte Westgate. Okay, shh. Don't. No, why did I read that? Some things you are not supposed to read. Okay? Some things you are not supposed to read. Okay. Anyway, yeah, debate disaster, Dems in disarray. Will Brandon drop? I went on Piers Morgan again with Unk. Dude, the Piers Morgan thing was like bedlam because he just kept bringing new guests on randomly, and I was like, the fuck's going on? Anyway, but we'll talk about that later. Debate disaster, Dems in disarray. Will Brandon drop? Went on Piers Morgan again with Unk. What else was I gonna say? Oh, new merch drop day today. Get in now. Okay. It's kind of wild that the merge drop actually timed so perfectly with the fucking first debate, which is pretty crazy because like obviously that shit is way in advance, you know, like months in advance, like planned out for a long ass time, and then it just like corresponded perfectly to that. Debate ratings are out. Was I right? I was wrong. It was actually more than that. It was 48 million people who watched it. I said 25. I was off. I was half. First debate last time though, 70 million. Told you that wasn't gonna happen. But anyway, debate disaster, Dems in disarray. Will Brandon drop? Went on Piers Morgan again with Unk. New merch drop day to day. Get it now. Let me fucking post the merch drop photo. Wait, did I not get that? Hold on. 48 million people saw that. Yeah, it's so Jover. It's so fucking Jover, boys. It has never been more Jover than it is today. Okay, today's the day where it is so super Jover. I was on a flight to LA. So many people were watching it live. Yeah, you should have fucking told everybody to tune into the broadcast, though. You know what I'm saying? You should have been like, hey guys, everybody buy Wi-Fi right now and tune into the HasanAbi broadcast. This is the kind of energy that I demand from the HasanAbi heads out there. Okay, we need to proselytize further. Sick and tired of this. Whenever I see someone watching the debates and I'm not in the fucking bottom right corner, I'm like, what are we doing here? What's going on? Are we be for fucking real right now? You know what I'm saying? Be real. Let me blast off with this tweet though, really quickly, and then we can get to. Wait, where is it? Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I already have that. Where the hell is my? Where did I download that fucking photo to? Oh, it's on downloads. Okay. Well, why is it not showing up then? Yeah. So new merch, like I said, Piers Morgan, yeah, horse folder. You listen, guys. Listen, you wish. Okay, you wish. Good morning, big legend. Do you have ADHD too? What do you think? Yes, of course. Of course I do. Don't you? You can't tell? I can't even fucking I can't string 3 sentences together without being sidetracked. All right, here you go. Debate disaster, Dems in disarray. Will Brandon drop? I went on Piers Morgan again with Unk. New merch drop day today. Get in now. Okay. The boy is a little bit of a model. Okay. The boy is modeling a little bit. Also, yeah, I forgot, but Nick Merckx banned on Twitch as well. Nick Merckx banned on Twitch for transphobia. You're sounding like Biden right now. Listen. Nick Merckx, more like new merch. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brandon came out and said, folks, I might not walk as easily or talk as smoothly as I used to. I might not debate as well as I used to. But what I do know is how to tell the truth. Bro, that's so bad. Bro, that's so bad. That's so bad. That's so bad. Oh, they're definitely 100% going with this. Okay? They're going with this. But yeah, listen. Yesterday was a big day. Today's a big day. A lot of fucking movement, a lot of action, a lot of momentum occurring in the world right now. Okay? And you know, we're back is what I would say. A lot of people are interested and invested in politics, so that's good. And also this has been like one of the most sequential vindication weeks of all time. You know, people who are right-wing charlatans who have positioned themselves on the fuck HasanAbi train, outwardly defending pedophilia, coming out as pedophiles, or you know, just getting like genuine comeuppances, and then beyond that, like the Democratic Party basically, like I never thought, okay, after last night's performance, and by the way, we blasted off, so let the people know, I never thought after last night's Democratic Party performance, like before, leading up to the debate, I never thought that there would be 11 op-eds on the New York Times that basically would be repeating the things I've been saying for 2 years now, okay? Like, it is actually unimaginable to me. Just like I never would have thought that, like, so many Americans would basically adopt the positions that I've had on Israel, Palestine over the course of the past 9 months. This is literally unheard of, okay? This is unheard of. Blast off, by the way, this is one of the photos. Terminal distribution is one of the shirts. Always right, just too early. Ezra Klein is a HasanAbi head. Speaking of Ezra Klein, I will actually be on Ezra's podcast soon, in like a couple weeks. Anyway, but yeah, Dr. Kid Inspect got demonetized on YouTube. This is a moment of vindication on many fronts, many different fronts, both cultural and social, but also more importantly, like obviously political. Even though this doesn't necessarily mean that the Democratic Party is going to actually do something that they normally don't do and behave in a better way, in a way that is like interested in survival, interested in the continuation of like American democracy. You know what I mean? So make no mistake, like Dems will most likely do the same fucking bullshit that they've been doing. Okay? They've been doing. Like, you need to understand something. This is typical Dem territory. We did this with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We did this with Dianne Feinstein. And we're doing it again, baby. We're doing it with motherfucking Joseph Robinette Brandon once again. Also, the video is out. The editors actually went crazy on this, went nutty mode on this. Fucking worst debate I've ever seen video out. 8 hours, 220K views. We're so back on that front too. If you want to go watch it, you can watch the recap in real time. Okay. 38 minutes of just wall-to-wall coverage on that good shit. Pod Johns are turning on the fucking Brandon camp. I mean, they're not even turning on the Brandon camp, by the way. They're just recognizing reality. That's what's going on. What is happening currently is just something that every single person in this community has acknowledged. There were liberal holdouts in this community like Minddrive, Megaphonics, Fango Lives. There are many people who are firmly committed to the Democratic Party in this community that genuinely early on were like, oh, well, Trump has actually lost a step too. You have to recognize that. You have to acknowledge that. Every single one of them months ago came to this fucking reality that perhaps I am not, bro. I'm in DSA. Okay, but like, you know, you guys were legitimately trying to do the whole like, well, Trump is bad mentally as well. And like, maybe Brandon is personally not that bad. You know, you guys were on the copium like months ago. This is, your position has changed on this. I'm saying even Minddrive, who is LibDrive, who is like literally the biggest liberal in the community, okay, months ago recognized the writing on the wall. Many people have been at this stage, okay, I stand by my position. Trump is unintelligible but idiotic. Biden is unintelligible but smarter than Trump. Both are bad. So here's the thing, okay? We have been here for a moment. We have been here for quite some time. We've been here for fucking years at this point. We've been here for a while. Now the Democratic Party is coming to terms with that. The donors are coming to terms with that, and that's a big fucking deal. And we're going to be talking about all of that, okay? The Pod Johns came out, had a brutally honest recap of the fucking debate, okay? They're popping off. They lost the Pod Johns. Like, Brandon never had me, but they lost the fucking Pod Johns. I'm gonna post a sequential thing here. I'm just gonna post a fucking 2-image post here, because the Brandon camp has already made their position known. They're not dropping out. That's crazy. Why would they do that? That's literally what they're saying. That's what they're saying. That's what they're popping off with, which is not good. It's not good at all, folks. Not even a little good. Very bad, as a matter of fact. Okay. And I'll tell you exactly why in a second. Wait, why can't I? Oh, God, Reddit. Come on. No WebP files, man. Come on, Reddit. Give me the fucking. Hold on. I got that screenshot. I just got to post something real quick. That's why I'm running around. I'm gonna post 2 photos next to this for no particular reason. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Another WebP file. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Everything is WebP. I hate the formatting on this shit. Okay, we got Got it. Okay. Got to post. Got to do a Twitter post on this, you know? Screenshots. You can just change the file extension to PNG instead and it'll work. The 3-peat. Okay, there it is. I did it. I posted it. Don't say boomer. That was pretty fast. Democrats going for the 3-peat, baby. Let's go. Oh, Obama coming in to defend Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Obama did lose his first debate, okay? He did. Except against Mitt Romney. Except you guys are delusional, okay? You're like the 10th person to make this joke. Shut up. Don't come at me like that. The problem is Barack Obama wasn't 800 years old and actually came back and pounced on the other debates. Joe Brandon does not have the capacity to pounce on other debates because guess what? Time is against him, okay? When you're Obama's age, time is good. You can take the time, you can study, you can get better at debating. Time for Biden is running out. And I don't mean literally like running out as in like, oh, the election is coming up. I mean like literally his father time is coming for him. He is going to die. He's old. He's going to die soon. He might die next week. I don't know. Okay? The clock is ticking, so it's actually working against him in this circumstance. Whereas like Barack Obama can use that experience and get better in the upcoming debate. Joe Brandon is only getting older. Okay? Only getting older. So obviously this is it's idiotic. He needs to drop out. But no, every 4 years, every 4 fucking years, we got to play the same song and dance over and over again where you got a situation every 4 years. You got a situation where everybody's like, hey, man, this guy sucks. This guy absolutely sucks. We can't let this guy run. And then the Democratic Party's like, no, you don't understand. He is running. Shut the fuck up and vote for him. And it's like, hey, dude, hey, I'm being honest with you. I'm being real with you. This person kind of sucks. I don't think she's going to win. Okay? I don't think she's going to win. They're like, nah, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Nope, she'll win if you vote for her. She'll win if you vote for her. What is this? Yesterday, XQC and Cuxtony had a 2-hour debate on age of consent. I'd rather fucking laser my brain so that I could just, wipe out the remaining wrinkles up there than watch a fraction of this. Is 12-year-old Natalie Portman unironically hot? 51% said yes. 48% said no. Good stuff, man. That's great stuff going on in the fucking mind hive over there. All right. Even a fucking screenshot of this and even imagining something happening like that has permanently damaged my brain. This is bait. That's not what happened. Why do you know what even happened? Fake. Yeah, no, they're talking about 12-year-old Natalie Portman and I assume Leon the professional, right? Okay, so how did things get so bad with general election candidates? I mean, it was bad already. It was bad last time. It's gonna be bad again because it's the Democrats, baby. That's how they work. That's how they operate. Anyway, stop distracting me. Let's get to like I said, ideology.shop. You got the fucking merch. Go buy it before it gets sold out. I don't want to hear any complaints. We brought back some of the stuff because you guys were complaining about the sold out merch. So some of the top billing ones we brought back. Okay, sometimes in different colors, sometimes it's a t-shirt. If it wasn't a t-shirt before, you can go check that shit out. Anyway, let's get into it. I went on Piers Morgan. We're not going to do that yet. Where is the they tried to assassinate the world uniter. Oh, I show speed. Can you talk about how the free shirt thing works? After spending $100, I don't know. Don't ask me any questions ever about merch. Don't do it. I will not be able to give you a good answer. Okay.
Race for president. That's exactly.
All right. Let's take a look. Now, last night, this is not the customer support line. Okay. Don't come to me with that shit. Okay. Ask Warren James. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Okay. We're diving head first. We're diving head first into this shit. We're diving head first into this, into what happened last night. Absolute bedlam, absolute chaos. To co-sign your dementia thing. Yeah, relax. It's June. If there's one thing that helps with dementia, it's more time. Yeah. So, there were so many moments from this debate, but it was an absolute disaster. An absolute fucking disaster. An unmitigated disaster of epic proportions. The Democratic Party thought that, the expectations are low for Joseph Robinette Brandon. The Democratic Party thought, oh, we'll just put him out there. We'll just put him out there and he'll go out and he'll perform and he won't die on stage. We'll give him the right kinds of drugs or whatever. And he'll be able to, he'll be able to perform. And everyone will look at that and juxtapose him as a candidate who is not dead. We promise you he's not dead, with Donald Trump, a candidate who is alive, but people wish he was dead. You know what I mean? Like, they'll see Trump being chaotic, they'll see Trump being insane, and they'll see Joseph Robinette Brandon be normal and certainly not dead. We promise you he is not dead. He's very much alive, right? That was the goal. That's why they did it so early. They did it so early to show America, because this is an unceremoniously early debate, okay? So this was like what the Democratic Party thought was going to be a banger. And it was, of course, in the most, classic Democratic Party move, an absolute fucking disaster, because Joe Brandon did not perform. He could not prove to the world that he is alive, okay? He could not prove to the world that he was live, nor was he alive, okay? He proved to the world that he was, as a matter of fact, not doing great, okay? So much so that Donald Trump did do classic Donald Trump shit throughout the entire 90 minutes of this debate, and absolutely zero people care about it. People are not even talking about it. People are barely even registering anything that Donald Trump said, even though he said the same things over and over again. He literally was like, I stubbed my toe. That's immigrants, undocumented migrants. They're changing the furniture in your homes and you're stubbing your toes. They're doing rapes. They're doing rapes all the time. They're doing Olympic level raping. Okay, which is extra ironic because Donald Trump is literally like a court approved rapist. But like, having said all of that, people didn't even fucking look at that. Like, people didn't even factor that into the conversation because of how unimaginably awful the Biden performance was, right? So let's take a look at what the media is saying, because in the immediate aftermath, there was a state of sheer panic. Not even in the immediate aftermath, as a matter of fact, 10 minutes into the debate, when Joe Biden first had that fuck moment, everybody started going, oh fuck, oh my God, he's not going to do it. And he did have a slow start. He tried to recover later on. I don't know why. Normally you're supposed to be, more with it in the beginning of the debate. And then the second half, you get crazy. That's usually his performance. Judging his old performances, you look at him in the first half, he's like kind of fine. And then in the second half, his brain starts pooping, but people don't care about it. Biden dropped the ball 10 minutes in. And then immediately after that, you had people going, oh no, we are so fucked. Okay? Yeah, it was 9:11 p.m. Eastern when he broke down, literally 10 minutes into the debate. By far the most frustrating thing about Biden's performance last night is that for the extremely politically plugged in folks like ourselves, if we use 100% of our brain power, we could sort of understand what he was trying to get at, but that's not how it's supposed to work. Exactly. Like, and even on that front, there are many problems, right? Like, if Biden came out there and just like demonstrated that he's competent, most of mainstream media would say, see, he's very much alive. Fuck you guys. You guys are faking it. You guys are doing AI clips of Biden, making it seem like he's not with it. But I would still be very critical, because there were a lot of moments on the policy front where he absolutely missed key details that he could point to about the accomplishments of his administration, about what it will look like if you reelect him, how he will expand on certain things that he's done, whether it be the IRA. Like, there were so many opportunities that he missed. There was a major flub early on with the abortion conversation. That was a layup. He fucking took the layup and launched it into space. No, actually, I take it back. He took the wide open layup that was given to him in the abortion conversation and scored an own goal. He took it back to the other side. He took it back down to the court and dunked it on himself. We're going to cover all of that in a second, though. Let's start.
What the first ever debate between a president and a former president turned out to be. From the start, Joe Biden struggled to answer questions, reinforcing questions about his age. Trump launched a series of lies and misleading attacks, but he faced scant fact-checking, and he did it in a forceful manner. By the time the 90 minutes were up, the drumbeat about Biden's age from Democrats had key figures from across the party talking about...
Yeah, it's like now they're trying to do pickup. They're trying to do like a little bit of spin after everybody saw what everybody saw to be like, oh, Trump lied a lot. It's like, yes, dude, we know he was the fucking president. Like, what are we talking about? We know he lies. We know he lies all the time, dude. What do you mean? Like, yeah, oh my God, I can't believe he lied. Like, Joe Biden personally was like, oh, you can't debate a liar. It's like, yes, dude, you can. And if you can't, then you don't fucking do it, right? You debated this guy and you won before. What are we talking about? You are literally the most experienced person in terms of directly dealing with Donald Trump because you debated him and you won that election. So it's not like a new thing. Trump didn't come in with some new shit, right? It's not like Trump's narrative hasn't even changed since like 2015, 2016. His narrative is still the same. He's saying the same shit. He just elevated it. Now he's adding new stuff onto the, now he's expanding on the old talking points. Like now he's saying black jobs. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure we'll find out. But hey, you know what would have been great? If Joe Brandon was equipped mentally to turn around and be like, what do you mean by black jobs? Can you tell me what you mean by black jobs? Like, what are we talking about? That sounds kind of weird. You know, what's that about? And it is very frustrating that he is not equipped to be able to do that because he's not even equipped to fucking walk on that stage, brother. I'm sorry. And it's like such a laughably obvious thing that anyone who has eyes can see, and yet manufactured consent is so motherfucking powerful that like the media apparatus, at least seemingly, made the rest of the people in the media, like in the New York Times op-ed piece writers, and also the entirety of the Democratic donor base, perfectly blind to this massive inadequacy of Joe Biden. And I only say this because I'm taking them at their word. I'm taking the Democratic Party's chirpers now at their word when they go, oh my God, this is shockingly bad. How could this have happened? Okay, I'm taking you at your word. If you're genuinely shocked right now, you're fucking stupid. You have not paid attention at all, dude. You were on maximum amounts of motherfucking copium leading up to this debate. Think about that. Think about how crazy it is. It's like, dude, this is the number one meta. In 2022, CNN released a poll saying 75% of Americans think Biden is too old to be president. 75%, 2022. It's not like this shit was a secret. Brandon wasn't like a dynamo on paper or in public regularly. It was just like a shit ton of people running on copium. And it's crazy. It's like you should be embarrassed to be like, oh, who could have foreseen this? You should be laughed out of every room. To me, testing Biden's dementia, okay, and claiming that like you were shocked by it is akin to the same hallucinations that Republicans engage in when they say Trump is sexy, okay? Like no, he's not. We can see with our fucking eyes. Like he's not hot at all. He looks like a fucking creature. Like, what do you mean? It's like those Republican moms that go to the rallies that are like, that's right, Trump can grab my pussy. It's like, oh my God, Deborah, you are too horny, okay? What the fuck's going on? Shut up. That motherfucker is melting on stage, you know? Like you're on a level of hallucination, hopped up on pure fucking love for this person that you've deified, Donald Trump, that you think he's like sexy. To me, it is akin to the Democratic inability, the Democratic base of support's inability, the donors' inability to see how fucked up Brandon's brain is. Okay?
About replacing Biden on the ticket. Rachel Scott starts us off from Atlanta. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. This was the biggest political stage yet of the 2024 campaign. And Democrats were really looking to President Biden to put to rest those questions and concerns about his age. But this morning, his performance is only fueling more and sending his party scrambling.
This morning, panic and concern within the Democratic Party after this debate performance from President Biden.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
From the start of the debate, the president speaking with a raspy voice, at times stumbling and trailing off, unable to finish his thought, even on the issues at the heart of his campaign, like abortion rights.
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the
Bro, this is literally Sun Tzu, okay? Don't interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake shit right here. Like, the first 25 minutes was a clinic for Trump. He shut the fuck up. He didn't go crazy. He had a couple jabs in there, but just, like, very sneaky. And he didn't do, the second half shit that he was doing. He just waited and just looked over and was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, which was the best thing he could have done, okay? And then, of course, he unfolded and went nutty mode in the second half. But by that point, it's over because everyone is like, what the fuck is this cadaver doing on the stage? The dynamic changed dramatically. Well, not dramatically, but the dynamic certainly changed. But that's all Trump had to do was just sit back and be like, look at this. Look at this. You want this again? And yeah, that's where we're at. We beat Medicare. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Holy moly. I mean, his flub on abortion is so bad. His flub on abortion was so bad. And the people crying to the referees about the moderation not being there because, like, they weren't fact-checking Trump are also, in my honest assessment, crying because they wanted the hand-holding that Brandon needed. Okay? That's why they're crying.
The woman in the state.
The Biden campaign telling reporters the president, who is 81 years old, had a cold, something they did not mention until an hour into the debate. Trump questioning Biden's mental fitness.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
It was the first time the two candidates have come face to face in 4 years.
He's, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country.
You're the sucker. You're the loser.
So, also CNN fucked up by trying to make this shit more civil. If they weren't muting and cutting them off, we wouldn't have noticed how bad they both are. No, honestly, they tried to save Biden multiple times by being like, you're out of time. You realize that, right? There was a couple exit ramps that they gave to Biden with the mute where they were like, you're out of time, President, Mr. President. And he would go, oh, they tried to save his ass. So ultimately, did you see his rally today? He was more animated. Yes, brother, it doesn't matter. Okay. 50 fucking million people watched this debate. You can't overcome that by being like, but he's fine here. Anyone that has old relatives, anyone that has old fucking relatives knows exactly what's going on. And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because so many people just don't recognize it. Yes, dude, this shit comes and goes, okay? It comes and goes. Sometimes he doesn't have that pep in his step. Other times he does. If you have a grandparent that has early stage Alzheimer's or dementia, okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes you have a conversation with them and they're just on the ball. They will recall things with incredible accuracy. And you're like, what the fuck? Is this the same guy? What's happening? And then other times, not so much. Okay? That's exactly what is happening here. Ultimately, though, the moments, the sundowning moments overcome the lucid moments. That's it. That's how it works. Sometimes you're there. Other times you're not. Like, When I watched Joe Biden last night, okay? When I watched Joe Biden last night, I felt like I was watching him just like holding on for dear fucking life. Do you know what I mean? I felt like he was just sitting there inside of his mind, trapped in his own fucking brain prison, going, please just say the words right. Please just say the words right. While every other part of his body was just failing. Okay? And that is not a good fucking look. That is not a convincing re-election. That is not a convincing re-election candidate. That's not a convincing incumbent that is going to have a major advantage. Okay? It just feels like he's like desperately trying to just say the right things while simultaneously failing to do so. And then that recognition kicks in and then it snowballs into like more and more flubs. And you have to recognize something. And I said this before the debate. I said this before the debate started. Everybody brought up the State of the Union and said, well, everybody thought State of the Union he was going to fuck up, and he was actually fine. He wasn't fine on the State of the Union. There were moments in the State of the Union where he went off script, where he was having a contentious conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that's where he had that famous illegals moment, where he was like, them illegals, which means he is not equipped to be in a contested conversation, okay? He's just not, like, when he's on script, when he's doing crowd work, right? When it's just like people who adore him or whatever in a rally, that's fine. He's still with it. He can, especially if it's like a good moment, especially early in the day, right? On the State of the Union, he did a decent job, except for moments where he didn't, right? And that is what matters, because this conversation, I mean, this back and forth, like him using all of his brain power, trying to fucking, get the talking points out, while also simultaneously standing next to Donald Trump. Like, it was a terrible, terrible performance. And I'm not alone on this, okay? I never thought I would say this, but the damn near entirety of the New York Times op-ed team is in agreement with me, which is crazy. Once again, being a leftist means you're right, just too early, right? I've been saying this for 2 years at this point. I've been saying this is the midterms. People were like, oh, midterms are good. Midterms were great for the Democratic Party. It's because of Biden. It was like, no, that's not because of Biden. It's because the Republicans were throwing, okay? Roe v. Wade, and also how gross and stinky the normal Republican has become, the normal Republican candidate has become, was genuinely off-putting for people that would fucking go out and vote in the midterms, for the Republican midterms. Yeah, Claire McCaskill agrees with me. I hate that potato woman, okay? I despise her. I think that if she just never had airtime ever again for the rest of my life, that would be great, okay? Major dub for me. I despise her. I think she is basically all of the worst instincts of the Democratic Party combined. She's a fucking loser. And of course, classically, as a loser, she is a perma-hosting spot on MSNBC. Massively right-wing Democrat. And yet, she basically was almost completely in agreement with myself. Okay? It's really fucking bad. It's really, 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 really bad. And yet, the expectation from everyone after this awful performance, which I will get into in a second, was that he would drop out potentially, or they would go back and they would, try to come up with a graceful exit for Biden. The Democratic donors were in a state of panic. And yet, there's only two people that maybe could make a difference here, is Jill Biden and Barack Obama. And it turns out Barack Obama came out and said, fuck no, I'm still riding with Biden. So they are locked in, it seems. His campaign came out earlier this morning and said, of course we're not dropping out. What are you talking about? Just something to consider.
Almost immediately, the attacks turning personal.
The only person at this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
When he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon.
That clearly didn't sit well with Biden, delivering his most direct attack yet on some of the allegations surrounding Trump.
The crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
And Biden going after Trump for his actions on January 6th and his promise to pardon the rioters who stormed the Capitol.
He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are...
Bro, this was the method, okay? This was the method. Like, he needed to goad him from the jump. He needed to go at him from the jump. He needed to come in there and be like, why am I having a conversation with a convicted felon right now? What is the state of American democracy? This motherfucker is crazy. And then you just let him unwind. And yet, he only baited him in the second half. And he also personally couldn't even fucking hold it together in the first half where it mattered. Massive alley-oops were lost. Just so fucking bad, dude. It just doesn't make any sense. Because the goal here is to show that Trump is incompetent, Trump is dangerous, Trump is chaotic, and Trump is like a racist madman who wants to be a dictator, right? And while all of those things might be true, okay, and I certainly believe those things to be true, by the way. Okay, make no mistake. If you fail to demonstrate those things when it matters, then you are not capable of being the guy, the only guy who can beat Trump. Because remember, that's how we rolled out Biden. This is the only guy who can beat Trump at a time when there were plenty of people who could beat Trump, right? And now he's lost it completely. Oh.
They're so innocent. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
But when pressed on his actions, Trump deflected. And he would not say whether he would accept the results of the November election.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous.
Trump pushed several false claims, from insisting there was no terror during his administration to claiming that...
Yes, every minute that Biden threw a barb at Trump and made Trump scramble to defend himself, for like a whole minute, he was winning. Exactly. And he should have fucking stayed with that energy from the start. He should have immediately hit him on the felony stuff to like unwind him. That was the number one thing. That was the number one thing that fucking pissed him off right off the jump. They talked about fucking generals for like literally half the debate. It's so stupid. But like for the purposes of like ostensibly showing, because like the Democratic Party's goal there is to show the world how incompetent and how dangerous Trump is. Their goal also is to simultaneously prove that Brandon isn't a fucking cadaver that is rotting in front of our eyes, right? They failed on both counts. They failed on both counts. And they failed so spectacularly that became the thing to talk about. And then that also created a separate news cycle about the Democratic panic happening. Okay? Massive, massive L. Unimaginable L's.
Every legal scholar in the world supported overturning Roe versus Wade.
CNN did a terrible job calling out Trump's lies. CNN is a right-wing institution. CNN has openly stated their desires in pivoting to the right. I'm sorry, this was a mutually agreed on, negotiated process. So much so that they didn't even use the Presidential Election Committee in order to host this debate. You cannot fucking cry to the refs after the fact. You put those refs there. Okay? You know Trump lies. You know he's a serial liar. You are running the argument after the fact and going, why didn't they call out the lies? It's like, when have they, bro? They have never done that. You know what he does. You're supposed to be there and go, the fuck do you mean? That's it. I thought you said CNN hates Trump. I don't know. No, CNN loves the ratings that they get from Trump. CNN also is looking at the ratings that are abysmal across the board for all media because nobody fucking gives a shit about politics, and remembering how good things were all the way up to 2020 when they would do round-the-clock anti-Trump coverage. They want Trump to win so they can do that again. Anyway, that's besides the point, though. That like it's so ridiculous. Like the notion of, like CNN didn't do a good job fact-checking. Like, where was this energy during the debate? It's like, come on, dude. Come on, then don't have the fucking debate, okay? Then don't do it. Where is Biden? Where is Biden to address a single part of the fucking, lies that Trump is serially repeating? Is Biden actually capable of doing such things? I don't think so. And I think that's precisely why people were like, why won't CNN hold his hand the entire process? That's it.
Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
At one point, the two oldest candidates in history bickering over...
Like, that's the funniest lie across the board. It's like one of the most consequential ones. The notion that like every single legal scholar and every single Democrat wanted Roe v. Wade overturned is basically akin to going up on that stage and being like, the earth is flat. Okay. And I believe it. And you do too. Everyone believes the world is flat. And the easiest retort to that is, what are you talking about? Name a single legal scholar, and not Mark Levin. Name a single legal scholar, not a Fox News commentator. Okay? You are so insane. If that was the case, then your Supreme Court appointees would not have lied in their appointment hearings about how Roe v. Wade is a super precedent. Okay? They fucking lied. Your people literally lied. You can't say that? You can't even bring that up? California attorney who was on Law Review here. Many legal scholars thought Roe v. Wade was the shit. Yeah, it's just so It's so unimaginably stupid that he's like, no, you don't understand. The most consequential chickens come home to roost project that was going on for 35 years in the Republican Party through the Federalist Society is actually super awesome. It's super awesome. Everybody loves it. Everybody's thanking me all day about abortion being left up to the states.
For their golf game.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
How is it?
Yeah, that's also fucking so dumb. It made both of them look like goddamn dinguses. You're supposed to jab at him, not get down to his level to that degree, man. What are you talking about? Absolutely nobody gives a fuck. I guess voters care. I guess voters care about the golf shit, right? Like, I assume, like, the people who actually go out and vote overwhelmingly care about the golf stuff, right? Like, this is the last audience that will look at the golf shit and go, like, yeah, no, that was actually a great conversation or whatever. Because Piers Morgan literally spent time on it, on our conversation that we had. Like, he was like, I don't believe he's actually a 6 handicap. I would give him $100,000. Like, it's like, dude, I don't care. I literally don't care. He's pooping in his diapers, okay? He can't even fucking walk normal. I don't give a shit about golf at all. And yes, I don't think that Biden has a 6 handicap, but who gives a fuck? Like, who actually gives a fuck about that? No one. No one gives a fuck about that. Please shut the fuck up about golf. Holy shit. People care more about the top of the hour ad break than the golf conversation, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and the chatters in here who are not subscribed are going to see a 3-minute ad break. But if you want to avoid seeing those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, like I said, for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. I'm 15 minutes late. I know. Okay. I was on a tear here. ACAP for Cutie. Thank you for the 10 community gift subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Twitch Prime is free, folks. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, I think people don't care about the golf thing, and it just showed how out of touch in country club their old asses are. I think so. But, like, maybe white dudes in the suburbs who both of these guys are desperately trying to win over, they might care. I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the calculation isn't about, like, the broadest parts of the electorate. It's like these guys are completely fucking lasered on, like, one group of people, which is white men and white women in the suburbs, okay? In key states, in swing states, and in swing districts. That is who they're going after. They want the Westchester voters to make a decision on the matter. They don't give a fuck about what's going on in the Bronx. So maybe it's it's still a flub for Biden, because absolutely no one believes he has a 6 handicap. But, like, maybe people don't care about maybe people do care about the golf thing. I don't fucking know. I don't. I think it's so stupid. It made me so upset.
8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
Rory Mage, thank you for the 5
I've
gifted.
seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay,
let's not act like children.
And while Biden tried to address his age head on,
This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around there.
the most consequential night of the campaign ended with only more questions. Even his own vice
The
president
suburbs surround the cities, my lord. Yeah.
acknowledging he had a rough go.
Listen, he did not get off to a strong start in that debate, but he had a strong finish.
Donald Trump did make several false and misleading claims, many of which went unchecked or challenged on that debate stage, even by President Biden. This morning, many Democrats calling that a missed opportunity. The president did make a late-night stop at a Waffle House. He was asked directly about his debate performance. He said he had no concerns, but that is not what we are hearing from Democrats this morning.
Yeah, of course he has no concerns. He doesn't know where the fuck he is, bro. I don't know. Immigrants are raping. We need abortions. What? What'd you say? I'm getting waffles. Getting waffles, Jack. Look alive. I love that he went to fucking Waffle House after. That's so perfectly American. Dude, that is literally... I feel like that is something I would do to eat my feelings away after, like, a phenomenally bad, exceptionally bad performance. You know what I mean? Like, that's some shit I would do. Just to be like, yeah, I sucked dog shit here, and now I'm going to eat my feelings. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah, it puts me in a fucking coma. Anyway.
Now, please.
So, if you lost to Lud, yeah, to be totally honest, your Biden isn't very good, but it fucking cracks me up every time, so I don't really care. Yeah, it's hard to do a Biden. So yeah, the first flub of the day was here. I'm gonna go through my tweets that like are somewhat of an accurate immediate recap of the timeline of the debate real quick. Hold up, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can just scroll down far enough. Let's take a look here. So yeah, Biden comes out swinging. He's trying to cram as many words. He's trying to fucking hit the max word count. Okay. But his voice is absolute dog shit. He sounds like he sounded like RFK Jr. up in this bitch. Okay, voice is off. He's doing like this whisper thing, 1 HP voice. Okay, but he also sounds kind of cracked out. So it's like an L on both counts. Okay, he's trying to like say as many things as possible, but he's not doing a good job saying it. Then, 10 minutes in to the convo, he cuts himself off. 10, like on the 11th minute mark of the debate, once they started talking, once the timer was in, he cut himself off mid-combo. That was really bad. Like that was the holy shit we're fucked moment for many Democrats, I think, because once again, this was supposed to be Brandon showing the world that he's not dead. Yeah, he said, and by the way, and then he stopped. Okay, let me see if I can find that. Do we have that clip? Anyway, and then, wasn't he muted there? No, dude. No, he said, by the way, and then they ended the conversation. Okay. He just stopped talking. You saw it. Chatters are going maximum copium mode. You're going to need Narcan pronto if you cope this hard. Okay. If the copium levels are through the roof right now, for many of you, you're going to need Narcan eventually. You're overdosing. Okay. It would have been fire if he died then. Let's be real. Yeah. I mean, it'd be crazy. Yeah, you need Narcope. Congrats on 100K viewers last night. Yeah, we're back, baby. We're back. People care about politics again for like a little bit. Make no mistake. They're not going to care. They're not going to care about it consistently. Here.
I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way.
So every day.
Yeah, they didn't mute his mic. He said, by the way, there you go. Okay. You can hear CNN say thank you. I know. I understand that. I know his time was up. Look,
and by the way.
So every day.
What are we doing here? I feel like this is the best proof that Americans need health care. Anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Moving on. Okay. And that was a save for him, for the record. Okay. That was a save for him. Okay. That was a save for him. This is another one of those instances where like the CNN crew was trying to fucking save him. Anyway, that's the one. That's one of the moments. That is the first moment. Okay.
Excuse me.
The abortion one was really, really bad.
Excuse me, with dealing with.
Oh, and then he had
history.
this.
There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
Child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look.
Oh no.
No, not the side eye.
Oh no.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
He said, look. Oh, they cut him off.
This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho.
Here's a layup,
despite that
right?
state's
Here's a
restricted
layup.
ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Come on, good. Bring it
However,
back. This is a good one. This is a good one for the Democrats. Come on, Joe. Don't f this up, Joe.
Stop the fact.
To abortion
Believe.
pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it.
The vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous.
So I'm gonna cut him off here and explain what he's trying to say. Okay, he's trying to say trying to turn back Roe v. Wade, overturn Roe v. Wade, and bring the decision back to the states is basically like the same argument that, you know, slavers made during the Civil War, right? He's trying to say that. He's trying to be like, oh, this is like, there's no states' rights on this issue. Like, you're ridiculous. It's settled law, right?
And this is a guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help.
He said him as a doctor. He's not woke.
Do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have.
Yeah, see, it's like looking at settled law, like civil rights, and saying we're going to return it back to the state. Which, by the way, we did do that. The Supreme Court did do that technically, not for the civil rights, but not for civil rights across the board, but for voting rights, they did do that. So, you know, that is kind of a pivotal part of the Democratic Party's platform on voting rights, restoring voting rights. Anyway. Oh no, what is this? Meth. This is such a dumb emo. Look alive!
A different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in.
You're talking about abortion, man.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws.
Short-circuiting.
By their spouses. Brothers and sisters.
So the argument he's trying to make is that Republicans try to claim here, the argument he's trying to make here, which is so stupid. Like, let me explain something to you. I cannot begin to make an analogy on how dumb this was. He took the only issue that he is leading on by like 20 points, abortion, and recentered the conversation on an issue where he's losing by 20 points, if not more. Okay? What he was trying to say there was, oh, Republicans love to care about Americans getting killed by immigrants, and you put out the woman, you talk about the girl that was killed by an undocumented immigrant as though you care for women, okay? Meanwhile, there are women all around the country that are dying as a consequence of not being able to get this medical procedure due to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. So you don't care about women. That's the point that he was trying to make. It was the worst point that he could have made, okay? Because why in the ever-loving fuck would you try to recenter the conversation on abortion to immigration? He was trying to say, y'all don't give a fuck about women. You only talk about women when they're being murdered by an undocumented immigrant to make an anti-immigrant argument. Because if you cared about women, think about all the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of women, if not millions of women that have had their access to medical care shut off as a consequence of this fucking decision. Those women get raped by their family members sometimes, and they can't go out and get this fucking medical procedure due to your restrictions. That's what he's trying to say, which is really fucking bad anyway. Why would you bring that up? That's the dumbest way to make this argument. You do not have to say undocumented migrants doing murder and bring up, what's her name, Lainey Riley or whatever. Like, even if he was 100% coherent in that situation and thought that he was cooking there, that's still a bad point. Do you guys understand what I mean by this? Like, him being old and him not being able to complete that talking point in a way that, like, people can understand. Lincoln Riley, even in that circumstance, even if he actually was yapping, like a grade A yapper, okay, and he perfectly delivered that line, it's still bad. It is still it's an own goal. It's a self goal. It's so fucking stupid. Like, if he phrased it like you did, that would not have bombed. It doesn't matter, though. It still would have been an idiotic way to address the situation, because at that point, you're in your fucking wheelhouse. You're in the pocket. You don't have to remind people about how much immigrants are doing crime, which is already built on top of a faulty premise anyway.
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people.
And then he immediately gets up. I mean, he immediately fucking pops off. He's like, thank you. Thank you for giving me this fucking incredible moment where we can eliminate the conversation on abortion and start talking about my favorite issue, immigrants doing crime. Of course he's going to fucking run with it. He literally had a wide open layup, got blocked by the rim, took the rebound, drove it back to his own fucking basket, and yammed it in his own basket, and then handed the ball to fucking Donald Trump to yam it again.
He allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world.
He said immigrant rapists, victims need abortions. Dem source, we are doomed. Yeah, it's so cooked. So it's just like, it's true. I mean, the Democratic Party is cooked. So fucking cooked. Reading the transcript shows how bad this answer is. Yeah, I don't even want to go through it again. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who was just murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, and they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers, and sisters. Like, what do you mean sisters? It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And then they tried to arrest them when they crossed state lines. That is not somebody fucking flubbing a good point, okay? That is brain rot. That is his brain leaking out of his fucking ears, dude. Yeah, nothing explains why when handed a perfect abortion question on a silk pillow, Biden started talking about how a woman raped and killed by an illegal immigrant. That's not over-preparing. That's something else. Thank you, David Weigel. Okay? Dave Weigel is absolutely right. They're trying to fucking say that, oh, Biden was over-prepared for the convo. He prepared too hard. Okay? His bitch too bad. His smoke too loud. Okay? They'll kill him. Anyway, so that was like, I cannot explain to you the severity of that flub. Okay? I can't, there's no amount of overstating this. Okay? It's just, it is so unimaginably bad. So bad. And there's no salvaging that. Because even if he was coherent in that moment and delivered that line, it still would have been so fucking stupid because of what Donald Trump did immediately after. Because this is a back and forth conversation. When you change the dynamic of the conversation voluntarily to abortion, from abortion, which is an issue that you're strong on, to immigration, which is an issue that Donald Trump loves talking about. He did not shut the fuck up about immigrants the entire night. Oh, it's over. Just a horribly bad moment. Okay? And then there was a litany of other idiotic moments from the debate, obviously. And we'll get through them as well. Here, let's take a look at this.
The 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th president of the United States, Donald.
Also, they did not fucking prep him on where the camera was. He was fucking, they did not tell him. These are important things, okay? This is a very important part of debate prep. Like, when you are preparing for a televised debate as the motherfucking president, okay? Like, you have to look a certain way at all times because your reactions in real time are going to be captured and 50 million people are going to see it. I'll give you an example. There was a really funny moment where Joe Biden, here, there was a really funny moment where Joe Biden was talking about Melania being impregnated by Donald Trump, okay? And here's how he responded with his face. Trump being like, damn, yeah, Melania was pregnant. Here, this is a really, really funny moment, but here.
For doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what would he?
He was like, yeah. Look at his face. He's like, no, didn't have sex with a porn star. Yeah, I fucked the shit out of her.
On the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what would?
Yo, she was pregnant as shit. Hey, yo, I did that shit, dude. I fucking laid that seed in her, big dog. I impregnated the fuck out of her.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's so good. I'm gonna come. But anyway, listen. The reason why I showed you this is because like every moment is going to be overlooked, looked at again and again and again, and relitigated with a fucking fine-tooth comb. And Brandon, for like the damn near overwhelming majority of the debate, was literally dozing off. Like he looked crazy. He looked old as fuck. And that's honestly something you can't really save in this situation. Like he can't change his face. He's got old man face. It's just time. It's father time, right? Like there's really not anything you can do in that situation. But he's constantly like, what the dude? Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Okay, look at the fucking camera. Stop looking at like random shit. You look crazy. You look old. Holy shit. It's so funny in retrospect. They try to think about the buzz they created nonstop around this debate. He's been prepping at Camp David nonstop. Yeah, I know. Anyway, they, of course, Dick rode Israel into oblivion, which is expected.
Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consider.
Situation.
Okay, well, we're going to skip this. This is like piece by piece, right? Piece by piece, piece by piece. They go, I think these are just like the CNN clips from the debate, right? But what is more interesting, Trump calling Biden a weak Palestinian. Yeah, that was an insane fucking moment too. People at assisted living facilities feel bad for him. It pains me how Biden's devastating debate went over an assisted living facility. The reaction was grim. Oh no, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Politico is just coming out with absolute heaters, dude. That's when you know shit is absolutely fucked up. Oh, it's so fucked up. Anyway, we'll do Morning Joe. We'll do like the reactions, but like in the immediate aftermath of the debate, and there's a couple other like high notes that I want to get to, but like you could see when Biden woke the fuck up in the second half, which was surprising because I thought it was going to be worse. The shit that he cares about were so stupid. The shit that he actually like popped off on were so incredibly insignificant. Like, oh, presidential scholars hate you. It's like, bro, nobody gives a fuck about presidential scholars. I am a fucking politics nerd. I do this shit for a living. I cover this shit literally 10 hours a fucking day, 365 days of the goddamn year. And I have never heard or have ever even remotely cared about presidential scholars saying like, oh yeah, Donald Trump sucks. Like, that's insane. That's insane, brother. That is so crazy. Like, that is, what are you saying? And he was so invested in that meta. He was so invested in the 4-star general said you called the veterans gay and weak. and that those were where he like popped off. I feel like he was trying to provoke a reaction. I know, but it's like, do it on stuff that people care about. Okay, do it on stuff that people care about, because that's not a good way to bring that up. January 6th is a decent way to try and bring that up. Okay, to be like you're a loser and you're a sore loser, which is the worst kind of loser, and you're willing to throw American democracy aside specifically for your narcissistic desires. Like, anyway, Harry Sisson was low-key funny in the Pierce show. Yeah, I love that he attended that. I wish I could talk to him more on there too. He said Hasan is a big fan of mine. No, so I suspect he's seen my criticisms of him, but he popped off on fucking the Patrick Bet David guy. Anyway, let's look through the Biden and Trump debate border and immigration policy, which was again a own goal.
Immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real...
Like, this is, I'm putting my wonk hat on, okay? Imagine I'm a Democratic Party loyalist who's a wonk. I'm working with the fucking Brandon administration. They're like, Hasan, what do we do? A lot of people are going crazy over this immigration hysteria. This is not right now, but like, let's say 8 months ago, 9 months ago, right? 10 months ago, okay? And they're like, yo, what's happening? Like, fucking Greg Abbott is like shipping migrants. I've talked about this before. I immediately come out and showcase all of the, data-backed talking points. Immigrant crime is not a real thing. It is a manifestation of Republican hallucinations, okay? It's hysteria. It is no different than the crime panic that went around all the way from local TV all the way up to fucking network television that the Democrats flubbed on as well, right? Migrant crime is not a real phenomena in the data sense of the word. It's not like immigrants, undocumented immigrants, are responsible for less crime per capita than documented U.S. citizens are. Okay, that's just facts. As far as drugs coming over the border, immigrants are bringing drugs over the border. Also bullshit. The Department of Homeland Security's own data shows that drugs are coming over the border from regular ports of entry. Oftentimes, in the majority of cases, in the regular border apprehensions, right, it's actually being trafficked by American citizens inside of their own vehicles. It's not the abuelas that are fucking, shoving fentanyl in their pockets and running over the border. We're talking about, millions of fucking pounds of drugs being shipped into the United States of America. So all of this is based on a falsehood. And Republicans are lying again. So that's what I would roll with. That's what I would roll out with and say, Donald Trump is fucking racist. He hates Mexicans. He hates Guatemalans. He hates Hondurans. This is the backbone of this country. We're a nation of immigrants. We would not be what we are if we didn't have all of these, if we did not have a steady flow of immigration into this country, which is true. Okay, that's a fact. But the Democrats didn't do that, right? They, on the policy and politics front, went with complete capitulation to the right-wing framing on the issue. Immigration in previous years had been perceived as an economic problem, which in some respects it is, right? But now Republicans have leveled it up. Now they say it's a national security problem because immigrants aren't just stealing your jobs. They're also stealing your money from your pocket and, raping your wives and sisters and whatnot. That's unimaginably racist. And it's also, just like the immigrants are stealing your jobs, a complete falsehood. Okay? Complete falsehood. So the fact that there's any sort of capitulation to that right-wing framing is an immediate L. Right? I gave you guys the example. I gave you guys the analogy of Medicare for All with Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump. Obviously, if Donald Trump turned around and was like, I love Medicare for All, absolutely zero people would go, yeah, that guy's being honest about Medicare for All. I'm going to vote for him because he's the Medicare for All candidate. No, everyone would go, see, even Donald Trump agrees with Bernie Sanders. We love Bernie Sanders. That's what people would say. And yet, the Democrats fucked up on that front. And every step of the way, Biden has leaned further and further into the right-wing framing on immigration being a problem of national security. Immigrants are coming in to do terror. Immigrants are coming in to do rapes. Immigrants are coming in to do crimes specifically. These are military-aged men coming over the border, not to work, not to create a better future for themselves, not because they're escaping violence or dire economic circumstances or political violence, but instead coming over to the United States of America with one purpose, and that is to do crime. That is ridiculous. It is ridiculously racist, right? And it's also untrue. Not only is it racist, as many racist things are, it's also untrue, as all racist things are. So Biden is already coming into this conversation with an absolute loser position, right? Because he's already ceded ground to Donald Trump on the immigration front. And beyond that, he still tries to run this narrative like, oh, the Border Patrol liked the bill. Yeah, they did. They liked the bill that Biden put forward because it was the Trump bill, right? Until Donald Trump said, fuck this bill, because I want to use immigration as a talking point in the re-election. And Biden and the Democratic Party thought that hypocrisy will work. Of course it doesn't work. You're fucking stupid. Democrats try to do this all the time. And if you bring up the Border Patrol Union, thinking that they're going to say, yeah, we did originally sign off on this fucking bill, you're an absolute idiot, because they immediately came out and tweeted, we have never endorsed Biden and we will never endorse Biden. Trump was able to say on that stage, oh, you mean the Border Patrol Union that endorsed me for re-election? Just an absolute whopper, just an unimaginable L. So even in his coherent moments, he's still fucking failing.
Real safety and security concerns.
Here it is.
Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked
423,000
very hard
likes.
to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where,
Like, that's your big W, that you try to do a bipartisan agreement. It's so stupid.
you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country.
That was so fucking good. I mean, this was in the early stages too of the conversation, so he just like hit him with that. It was great. Light clap back, move on, address the talking point.
The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming.
Like, look at his face, bro. Look at his face. Look at his fucking face. Look at his fucking face. Are you joking? What are you doing? Fix your face, man. Blood realized he's not built for this. No, dude. Blood doesn't realize anything right now. Bro is not realizing anything. Bro is on to nothing right now. There is absolutely nothing going on in there.
Into our country right now, all terrorists all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world. They're pouring in, and this guy just left it open, and he didn't need legislation.
And then they try to talk about like how, no, actually, like you're letting in terrorists. When you were president, you let in terrorists into the country from the border. What are you doing? Not a single person believes that, okay? Even if it was completely factually accurate, which it isn't, okay? No one is like, yeah, that's right. Actually, Trump is the fucking non-border security candidate. Come on, dude. Like, that's this whole thing. Build the wall. Remember that? What the fuck are you doing?
Because I didn't have legislation. I said close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But
Brandon,
look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 Americans.
Sick, man. No, definitely. Yeah, Trump is weak on the border, actually. And also, yeah, no, Al-Qaeda members are coming over the border. It's totally valid. This is a real national security concern. Because Al-Qaeda members are jumping the border. They're border hoppers. Every person that's like literally crossing the border are not asylum seekers. They're Al-Qaeda. That's great. It's a great take, man. Thank you. Big own. Democrats are so fucking stupid with this like hypocrisy baiting shit. Hypocrisy baiting is actually definitely good, right? In terms of like making dumb guys listen to your position. All right. But you can't hypocrisy bait on issues as a politician when those issues are pivotal issues that you're supposed to be on the other side of, okay? It's so stupid. It's like literally being like, oh, yeah, you said you were going to cut Social Security and you never did, Jack. I'm going to cut Social Security. Would you ever say that? Would you ever hear a Democrat say that? You would. Barack Obama did try to do that, by the way. But like, you know, like it's akin to that. You said you were going to cut Social Security and you didn't, Jack. I'm going to be the one who cuts Social Security. I'm going to cut it so hard, I'm going to kill all the fucking elderly. It's good stuff, man. Assume his position And then what? Hypocrisy fish on the other side of the fucking argument?
American soldiers, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, it's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying.
Look, this is a point where he's not even supposed to bring up the Al Qaeda shit. He's supposed to go, "You are wrong. You are lying. This is complete panic. Okay, this is complete hysteria." All available data shows consistently that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita. Here, per capita. That means they are doing less crime. If the entire country was undocumented immigrants, the crime rate would be lower, okay? Less crime per capita than documented U.S. citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens. This is a lie, okay? You are lying.
Lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America?
Another dub for Brandon here, by the way. This is a W for Brandon. This is an issue that is gaining momentum, but it is unimaginably cruel if people investigate how this would be conducted. If I'm a Democrat, I'm literally constantly hammering that point. You want to deport these people that have lived here for 10 plus fucking years? You want to rip them away from their families? You want to set up concentration camps? And you want to fucking drive them into concentration camps? That is the Holocaust, son. That is what you are trying to fucking do. Okay? That is literally what he's trying to do, by the way. It's not even a joke. If followed through on the policy proposal, this is Nazi fucking Germany, okay? Straight up. Like you are trying to put every undocumented migrant that has lived here for, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, into concentration camps and deport them somewhere. I don't even know how. I don't even know where. That would require an unimaginable amount of resources. That would require having a permanent police state, which we already do, but like beefed up, okay? People with guns knocking on doors and going into people's houses and violently apprehending tens of millions of people that are currently contributing to the economy, that have children that are American citizens, that don't speak any other language, that don't know any other culture. They're just Americans. Okay? You are acting as a GOP talking head right now. You are literally, oh God, no, you're not serving the top of the hour ad break with this bullshit, okay? 21-month subscriber. This is just such a bad, ad break bait, hee. Good job, dude. Good job. Good try, okay? But you flubbed it. You flubbed it harder than Brandon. You flubbed it harder than mother freaking Brandon, okay? Joe Brandon style flub right there. Ridiculous. Trump is live for the first time since the debate.
Last night,
oh God, he's gonna be flexing, dude. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
That was a big one. But as you saw on television last night, we had a big victory against a man that really is looking to destroy our country. He's the worst. He's the most corrupt, the most incompetent president in the history of our country. And we have to take it back from that party. That's an evil party, despite the fact that crooked Joe Biden spent the entire week at Camp David resting, working, studying. He studied very hard. He studied so hard that he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He got the debate rules that he wanted. He got the date that he wanted. He got the network that he wanted. With the moderates he wanted. No amount of rest or rigging could help him defend his atrocious record. It's not defensible. I don't care who you were. You could be the late, great Clarence Darrow. Has anyone ever heard of Clarence Darrow? He was known as quite a good debater. Not as good as your governor, but that's okay. Hello, Governor. I can't miss this guy in the crowd, but his son's much better looking than him. Joe Biden's problem is not his age. It's not his anything, really. It's got no problem other than it's his competence. He's grossly incompetent. You know, they keep saying old. I know people that are much older than him that are doing unbelievable things, making a fortune. I knew a man that at 79, he was never a success, and he made $1.5 billion from 79 to 92. And that's what it is. It's not his age, it's his competence. He's not respected anywhere in the world. Our country is being laughed at all over the world. Biden is using the weaponization of his Justice Department, the FBI, local district attorneys and attorneys general to try and win an election against his political opponent. That happens to be me. Do you know who I am? Something that actually was unthinkable in our nation.
Pee. I'll be back.
But which is very common in third world countries or in banana republics. That's what he's doing. He's using law enforcement to try and hurt his political opponent. Every one of those things last night, you saw that, was all started by this guy, this crooked guy. And not only crooked, I mean, just so bad in so many ways. He's killing our country. He's incapable of winning based on his far-left policies of open borders, massive tax increases, the Green New Scam. That's a windmill on every corner, most of which don't work. And things like putting men in women's sports, really not a great idea. As every American saw firsthand last night, this election is a choice between strength and weakness, competence and incompetence, peace and prosperity, or war or no war. They like a war. They love wars. You know, they love killing people. It's so wonderful. You know, I'm the only president in many, many decades that didn't start a war. I finished one. I beat ISIS in record time. As soon as I left, we had the situation where Russia went into Ukraine. They would have never done that. And where Israel's attacked. And then we had inflation. And then we had that horrible, horrible event that took place in Afghanistan, the worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And it's a choice, though, between a president who puts America first or a train wreck who puts America last. They put America last. Actually, the Democrats put America last. You take a look at that. Look at a guy like Senator Schumer. I've always known him. I've known him a long time. I come from New York. I knew Schumer. He's become a Palestinian. He's a Palestinian now. Congratulations. He was very loyal to Israel and to Jewish people. He's Jewish, but he's become a Palestinian because they have a couple of...
This is like kind of crazy. He's just using Palestinian as a pejorative over and over again. Like he says it like it's a slur, and it's very weird.
For our country, a vote for your all-time favorite president, President Donald J. Trump. Is a vote for stopping Joe Biden's inflation, stopping the border invasion, and very simply making America great again. It will make America great again. You see these beautiful women. I'm not allowed to use the term beautiful as a politician. In fact, it could be the end of my career. If Glenn ever ran against me, he'd say he called women beautiful, and that could be the end of my career. But they're beautiful. What am I going to do? I can't lie. But you see these beautiful women up here? They come from a place called North Carolina. We all love North Carolina. And this is their 127th rally. And it's hard to believe. I seldom see their husbands, but they're happily married. I said, are you all happily married? They love their husbands. You love your husbands? They put up with a lot, huh? No, they're very happily married women, but it's 127. But I'll tell you, Front Row Joes even have that. They're about 200 and something, right? They must have made a lot of money somewhere along the line. Do my people treat you good? Huh? They better treat you good. Front Row Joes, they become very famous. The question every voter should be asking themselves today is not whether Joe Biden can survive a 90-minute debate performance, but whether America can survive 4 more years of crooked Joe Biden in the White House. In fact, I don't know if we can really survive 5 more months. This is the most dangerous time in the history of our country, in my opinion, and we have a transition period because hopefully there has to be a transition. We've never been so close to World War III before, and if it happens, it will be a war like no other. This because of the threat of certain types of weapons. We don't even want to mention the word, but because of the type of weapons that you're talking about today, and I know them better than anybody. You know, I built our military. I totally rebuilt our military. I know more about weapons than just about anybody. And when you look at the incredible destructive power of these weapons, this will be a war like no other. This will not be 2 army tanks running against each other and shooting. This is going to be something the likes of which we've never seen. And we have a man who's grossly incompetent, heading up our nation, and he's competing against Putin and President Xi of China and Kim Jong-un of North Korea. He's competing against people that are at the top of their game, and he was never really at the top of his game. He was never very good, but now he's really not good. Last night was a defeat not only for Biden, but for the entire radical left Democrat Party and the fake news media, who have been lying to the American people as our country was being destroyed. The fake news media, look at all of them back there. Look at all of them. That's a lot of cameras. That's a lot of
Dude,
cameras.
we're so back. It's so 2016 right now. It's not even 2020. It's 2016 now.
The Joe Biden...
Which is somehow even worse because at least in 2020, Biden won. 2016, Democrats lost.
Rampant crime, 2 new wars, a disastrous Afghanistan embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and the international humiliation. Think of it, one after another, international humiliation, one after another. Nobody respects him. Foreign leaders don't respect him. You know, we put up $124 billion more given to Ukraine than Europe. Now, Europe is a lot closer. We have a thing called an ocean in between us, right? So no matter how you cut it, it's got to be more important. Why is it that we're not equalized? Why is it that they put up $124 billion, our people, these people in Washington that don't know what the hell they're doing? You know, I stopped it with NATO. We were spending almost 100% of the money for NATO. And I went in my first meeting, I realized, I said, you know, they're not paying their bills. They're delinquent. My second meeting, I said, you got to pay. And they said, well, what would happen if we don't? Then we won't defend you against Russia. And the next day, money came in by the billions. You never saw money come in so fast, Len. The money was pouring in. And I took a lot of heat, Michael. Oh, there's Mike Waltz. He knows better than anybody on this subject. He's the all-time. He's the all-time. But am I right? The money came in like at a level that was never seen. Hundreds of billions of dollars poured in. And then I took heat from the press because they said, no, I will not defend you if you're not current. And they said, well, that's not very nice. I said, it's not nice. Now, if I said I will, they wouldn't have paid, right? I suspect. But I took a lot of heat. But the fact is, the Secretary General called it the greatest. He's never seen anything like it, because Bush would come in, make a speech and leave. Obama would come in, make a speech and leave. And then I came in and I didn't make a speech. I just said, these guys aren't paying their bills. They're not paying their
I know that
bills.
Trump really isn't going to convince pro-Palestinian Gen Zers to vote for him, but you really think his continued use of Palestinians as a pejorative might cause younger voters to think this is a reflection of his foreign policy and engage in a slight uptick for Biden turnout? No. Until there is a clear-cut difference, an identifiable difference between Joseph Robinette Biden's policies on Israel and Donald Trump's policies on Israel, absolutely zero people are going to be engaging in defensive voting. If a ceasefire occurred, maybe he would be able to claw back some of those voters. Okay? Potentially. I was 10 during the 2016 election and now 18 for 2024. This cycle is so crazy to witness. It's the second election cycle that I've really been politically present for. I was watching every debate in 2022. Nice. It's crazy to think that there were people who were 10 years old when 2016 was happening, when that's like, you know, I was already doing my media career at that point. That's wild. I'm so old. Glizzy Gobbler says, I was 12 in 2016. Oh, that's insane. You guys were little babies, like playing Roblox with a binky while I was fucking doing political commentary. I am so goddamn old. Holy shit. This is officially my third big election cycle at this point. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about it any further. Okay, everybody stop talking about how fucking young you are. Okay, it's hurting my feelings. Anyway, this is regular old Trump bullshit. We're gonna move on from this for now. Here is the Joe Biden Democratic Party. Here's how the Joe Biden Democratic Party is trying to fucking manage the massive defeat that they withstood last night. Donald Trump is a convicted felon with the morals of an alley cat. I don't know what you did last night, but I spent 90 minutes debating a guy with the morals of an alley cat. It's like, what is happening, dude? What is going on? Like, call him a felon, dude. I don't know. Just like anything else. What is this alley cat shit? Ay, ay, ay. He is just calculating this. I suspect that internally, if there are genuinely competent adults in the room, they're calculating this as an electoral dub that will be won on the boundaries of like 8 people voting, okay? 8 of the oldest, whitest Americans you've ever seen in Pennsylvania. they are going to vote because they saw the alley cat thing and they were like, that's extremely my shit. Okay? So now I'm voting for him. Anyway, as I spoke to voters at a Las Vegas rally for Vice President Harris, Nevada Biden campaign staffer followed me and twice asked that voters end their interviews when their comments turned critical of President Biden. That is good stuff, guys. Yeah. No, definitely. Good stuff. Yeah, that's what they should be doing. One undecided voter, Stephen Stubbs, said he wished Biden would step aside and let Harris be the presidential nominee. The staffer interrupted saying, I'm going to stop it here. Sorry, if I can. It's a Biden event. Is that okay? That's great, man. That's great. That seems to be a good move. Anyway, I don't know what to think anymore. Just out. 538 did a poll before the debate, 44-44. After debate, 46-44 Biden. No third party. With third party, Biden lost 1.5 points before to after. Why is there only two options, Hasan? This is duopoly. It is what it is. Okay, that's how they decided it. I didn't cover the Pierce panel yet. Okay. Do you have an opinion on voters looking for a third party after last night? I mean, good luck. That's not a real thing, in my opinion. But if the Democratic Party wants to win, they have to swap this man out. And it seems like they are not interested in doing so. The one person that could, shut this shit down, this is what she had to say this morning at the rally that Brandon had.
I saw in him then the same character that I see in him today. And even though he has faced unimaginable tragedies, his optimism is undaunted. His strength is unshakable. His hope is undeterred. I saw in him then the same character.
Yeah. If only they loved governing as much as they love losing, the Democratic Party, yeah, that'd be great. Hold on. All right, so let's get back to the fucking Trump debate, border and immigration policy before we move on from some of the highlights or lowlights of last night.
Including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades. And if so, how will you do it?
Mike O.
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying. And also...
Like, that is... Dude. Donald Trump right there said immigrants have killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Okay? Like, that statement in and of itself is like, that's it. It's over. What are we doing here? Donald Trump said Joe Biden opened up the border to like rapist, criminal, murderer, serial killer immigrants, and the American murder rate skyrocketed due to this migrant crime. Hundreds of thousands of Americans dead. What are we doing? What are we doing? What is going on? I hate to be that guy, but he was talking about bad wars, not immigrants right there. Oh.
People with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people.
Bad wars?
Dying. And also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a...
Oh, he was saying he killed hundreds of thousands of people with bad wars. My bad. I misunderstood. I thought he was I thought he was talking about fucking migrant deaths.
Rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state.
My mistake. We are talking about immigration. We are talking about, and he quickly turns back and says, like, immigrants are responsible for so much death and destruction in the country. So I thought maybe he was saying Biden is responsible for 100,000 immigrants being killed because of the bad border. Did he say bad wars or bad border? Or did he say bad? What are we doing? Why are these the two options? What is happening? What is going on? I'm losing my mind a little bit. Aren't you? I feel like this is mind numbing. This is unimaginable. What the fuck is happening? Oh my God. I speak fluent MAGA. He meant border, brother. I speak fluent MAGA. Slow down the video. He says border. Which dystopia do you like? Not this one. I am not liking this one. This dystopia, not great.
In the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous...
CNN transcript, he's the one that killed people with the bad water including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. Yeah, that makes no sense. Anyway, let's continue.
Insane and very stupid policies. People are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in.
Dude, oh my God. Meacham, Blue Wave, didn't like the way he stuttered during the debate. Saying he's a stutterer is just full-on reality denial. There's like 5 things you need to be able to do as president, and at the top of that list is public speaking. I don't know what to tell you. He's not working a forklift in a warehouse. His public speaking capacity matters. Yeah, it's not a stutter. A stutter doesn't make you literally flub on an abortion alley-oop and turn it into migrant crime.
And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Like right here, in this conversation, you're supposed to say the obvious thing. How? The fucking moderators asked that question. How? How do you intend? Do you think it is not cruel or unusual and outright un-American to put 20 million people in concentration camps and deport them? These people have been living here for decades. They're married to American citizens. They have children that are American citizens. They're working as active members in the American economy. They're a pivotal part of American society. Don't you think it's cruel and unusual not to offer them some form of pathway to citizenship like Ronald Reagan did? Like here, I'll hit it on a fucking like Democratic Party centrist ass attitude too. That's what Ronald Reagan did, and he was right to do so. And we should do that as well. There is a lot of appetite in this country to do the right thing. And I know that the American soul, the American heart is in the right place on this issue. And your way of thinking is leading us down a very scary path. We fought a war and won against the Nazis. And as president, I will ensure that we will never become that. That's why I'm running again to restore the soul of the nation like I did last time. Charlottesville was my pivotal moment. You know, that kind of thing. It's not me. I'm not running for president. I'm saying this is what Biden should be saying.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed his group of...
Like they moved away. They moved away from one of the most damaging propositions that Donald Trump is voluntarily bringing to the table at a time when there is seemingly some appetite for it from the American population. The percentages are terrifying. There's like 60+% of Americans that say mass deportations for all undocumented immigrants is actually a good idea. The only reason why they're saying that in polls right now is because they're not thinking about what this looks like. Because when Republicans actually do put policy into action, we know what that looks like. We know that looks like children in fucking cages. When Democrats put policy into action in the same way, by the way, in the same white nativist way, you see Border Patrol whipping fucking, Haitian black asylum seekers on the border. That's not seen as a positive by the broadest subsects of American society. When Republicans actually fucking put the pedal to the metal, people change their attitude very quickly about it. This means that if there is actually a strong, resilient counter to these positions, then we'd be looking at very different poll results in general. And I know that as a fact. You want to know why? Because under the Trump administration, he did do that. He did push the fucking boundaries on what was permissible. And that was seen as very unpopular, okay? When he actually did put the fucking kids in concentration camps and did family separation as a deterrence measure, Americans hated that shit. When he dangled the DACA recipients and their legal prospects, when he put them in legal limbo, Americans responded in such a negative way that he had to actually just kind of drop that position. Because at that point, 90% of Americans, the highest percentage of Americans, said, no, these guys have to get a pathway to citizenship. Because there was a lot of people at that point that were actually covering it. They were actually covering the story. There was a lot of defense from the Democratic Party. There was a lot of retort from the Democratic Party, humanizing the DACA recipients. And without that defense, without any kind of counter proposal, okay, you are not going to see, if the Republicans are running the narrative on immigration, then yes, Americans are, primed to be more reactionary. Economic volatility and economic instability historically creates a more reactionary populace.
Oppose that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living next to one of those burn pits, came back with.
Now they're not even talking about the most damaging aspect of his policies. So bad. Talking about his son and the burn pits and shit is dumb.
Let's turn to the issue.
Now, then they talk about January 6th, which I don't personally give a shit about, but Americans that do vote care, okay? Americans that do vote do care to a certain degree about the prospects of democracy with a second Trump term. Like they do fear that. That's a pretty big deal for the boomer liberals and shit like that. Trump reacted at this point at this stage in the debate. He's just becoming more and more unhinged. He reacts predictably. He starts talking about, the election is fucking rigged, blah, 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 sore loser talking
Believe
points.
that. And let me tell you about January 6th.
You don't care about voting? Is that what I said? Did I ever come near that statement? No, I said I don't give a shit about January 6th. I don't care. I don't care about it, and I don't think many Americans care about it, but the Americans that do care about it are reliable voters, okay?
On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent.
Lately, data shows, no, I know. Democracy on January 6th is the second most important issue next to the economy. It's why the 156 scholars said Trump was the worst president. Focus group showed wine moms care about this stuff highly. I know. Well, not the 156 scholars. That part is irrelevant. But yes, Americans do care about the democracy aspect. And they are genuinely fearful that Donald Trump will be so chaotic and will undermine democracy, will destroy it. Okay? And January 6th is one failure of an attempt to do so. So that's how those two things pair up. That would be much stronger as a talking point. That would be a resilient talking point. That would be a talking point that people care about if the fucking court cases were not pushed back into fucking oblivion. Oh, this is another aspect of this. Michael from Pennsylvania, aka Central Committee, is correct. Many of the people who say they care about democracy are far-right MAGA as well, who think the election was stolen and that they need to elect Trump to fix the election. So it's not. So there is more nuance to those polls as well. That's why it's number 2 right now. It's absolutely correct.
January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world.
No, Central Committee is not making that up. That's absolutely correct. I remember seeing a poll. Fuck, I can't remember where it was. No, I remember seeing a poll where they actually looked at crosstabs where it literally showed a shit ton of Republicans saying they care about democracy, but in their own way. Do you understand? That doesn't mean democracy, small d democracy, in the way that you and I understand it. Their understanding of the democracy being undermined is entirely different. Okay? New general election poll, Trump 50, up 8 points, Biden 42. Who won the debate? 49% say Trump, 17% say Biden. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know what this poll is. Yeah, we covered this last night. Pre-debate, Biden 43, Trump 41. Post-debate, Biden 50%, Biden 42%, Trump 50%. 49% said Trump won the debate, 17% said Biden won the debate. 17% watched the debate with their eyes closed? No, dude. No, you don't understand. These are loyalists. Like, what are you talking about? Why do you think people who fucking despise Donald Trump are going to turn around and ever hand it to him? Like, they're not looking at it from the outside like we are. What? Yeah, no, of course there's going to be a decent percentage of people that still say that they like, that their candidate did fine and won the debate. I wouldn't be shocked if like, I wouldn't be shocked if Joe Biden's not Joe Biden, sorry, but Donald Trump's performance at the debate actually really grossed out a bunch of Hispanic voters, specifically young voters, into, you know, holding their nose and voting for Biden. Because it's like, dude, it is so unimaginably cruel. Like, it is like, I talk about America being a white supremacist country all the fucking time, right? But like, Donald Trump has absolutely fucking moved the needle in a really, really, really fucking scary direction. I mean, dude, he's openly talking about deporting every single undocumented migrant on U.S. soil. Like, that's, I don't think people have the capacity to comprehend what that looks like. They don't understand it. Where are you going to put them? How are you going to do this? That means people with guns, door knocking, door to door, going into fucking brown neighborhoods, brown communities, okay? And just like, you know, going in with guns and arresting, you know, doing dragnets, arresting as many people as possible, and then fucking putting them into the like Salvadorian style prison facilities. I'm telling you, that shit is like, that is nutty. That's super nutty.
We're respected. And then he comes in and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. That what happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because...
Yeah, this stuff is also bullshit. He's like, yeah, I love the idea, personally, that Nancy Pelosi did January 6th. I think it's a great way to it's a great way to talk about the situation. Okay? Yeah, no, Nancy Pelosi did January 6th. She wanted the fucking grossest HVAC business owners to take shits in her fucking office. Like, I hate Nancy Pelosi, but it's pretty funny. Great spin, dude. Definitely. She was like, I can't wait to have the fucking sweatiest, grossest losers in my office taking fat loads, dumping shits, smearing them on the fucking walls and stuff.
I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it.
Looking dapper. Thank you. I'm currently wearing the latest merch from ideology.shop. The new merch came out, ideology.shop, where you can also go and get your merch before it runs out, before it sells out. There's some of the old classics that we tweaked up a little bit.
And I said, they ought to have some
and new ones.
National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look,
Yeah.
He encouraged.
Nancy Pelosi takes full responsibility for January 6th. Not only did she do it, but she also admitted that she did it. She did January 6th. Also, the people that did January 6th, they're political hostage, they're political prisoners, and they're hostages. And we should release them. Even though it was Nancy Pelosi who did it, who allowed it to happen and egged it on and admitted that she did it. But also all of the people that were jailed, they're good. They're good people.
Those folks who go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they...
Yeah, dude, they ripped it down. Also, famously, under your watchful eye, like tens of thousands of people were arrested during the Black Lives Matter protests, whereas 1,000 people were arrested after January 6th, not even during January 6th, but after a year-long investigation was conducted. And, you know, the notion that there was no punishments, no criminal action taken against BLM protesters is ridiculous. Why didn't they bring up the current protests, I wonder? Yeah, exactly.
Done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is...
He hated that. Look at his fucking face.
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce?
All right, the rest of this shit is boring. Biden and Trump addressed concerns about their ages. Anyway, let's move on to, I guess, like a couple things I want to mention. One, after the debate, there was an immediate reaction from the Pod Save America boys, the Pod Johns, which was pretty bad. There's the Daily Show reaction, which was also pretty fucking bad. 48 million people watched it, by the way, last night. 130,000 in here at the peak. So, you know, just want to point that out. We're back to all my fucking haters who keep calling me, who keep saying, Hasan, you fell off, suck my dick. Okay. We'll do Jon Stewart. But before we do Jon Stewart, we are going to talk about the unlikely ally, Claire motherfucking Potato McCaskill.
Well, first, the easy part. Donald Trump is a liar, a flawed character,
mean, a jerk, very unlikable, and that was obvious tonight. Now, the hard and heartbreaking part. I have been a surrogate for some presidential candidates in my time. I know what the job is after a debate of a surrogate. I've never wanted to be a surrogate more than I do right now. Because when you're a surrogate, you have to focus on the positives. But I have said very clearly and very plainly on this network, and my job now is to be really honest. Joe Biden had one thing he had to do tonight, and he didn't do it. He had one thing he had to accomplish, and that was reassure America that he was up to the job at his age. And he failed at that tonight. Now,
speak on it, sister. That's crazy. That's Claire McCaskill. That's crazy. We're talking about one of the most conservative Democrats, okay? Wild stuff here.
does that mean that my phone blowing up with senators and campaign operatives and donors, big donors from all over the country, does that mean that Joe Biden is not going to be the candidate? I don't know that. I think we'll know a lot more in a few weeks, how this plays out, how the polling plays out. But I think a couple of things are going on right now. I think I'm not the only one whose heart is breaking right now. There's a lot of people who watched this tonight and felt terribly for Joe Biden. And, you know, you have to ask.
I just keep finding myself asking, is this good? Is this good for Joe Biden's reelection chances? Seems good, right? It's always good to have, you know, some of the most like relentless dick riders of your administration come out and be like, we feel bad for you.
How did we get here? How did we get to the point that we're spending a whole lot of time?
How did we get here? Look in the fucking mirror, Claire. What do you mean, how do we get here? You're on MSNBC. You got us here. We've been here. You're just catching on. The fuck do you mean? It's you. You did this. And you've been doing this. And you've done it time and time again. And you're still doing it, by the way. Claire is popping off immediately after this debate because of how unimaginably bad the performance was. But how much you want to bet? A couple weeks from now, every single one of these Democratic Party mouthpieces that gave their immediate reaction is going to retract it and be like, no, actually, Biden is fine. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm responding to Andrew Schultz. I just saw a tweet on my timeline. Does anyone really believe that aborting a baby at 9 months is okay? What is even the argument outside of saving the mother's life? I said, that's literally the only reason why this ever happens, Lamau. It's also unimaginably rare. Like, people genuinely think that, like, there's people carrying pregnancies to term, pretty much? Like, it's a ridiculous question. Normies are so fucking insane with this shit. Anyway, there are some very dumb Americans, as you know. I know. It makes me sad.
Talking about the vice president tonight instead of talking about the president. And I don't know how the rest of this story is written. I don't know if things can be done to fix this. They might. And, you know, Trump is so terrible that this might heal itself. But based on what I'm hearing from a lot of people, and some of them are people that are in high elective offices in this country, and you might guess where they serve, there is a lot of more than hand-wringing tonight. I do think people feel like that we are confronting a crisis.
Claire, I want to talk to you about this in very nuts and bolts terms. Given what you are describing, the kind of reaction that you're describing among people in the kinds of positions that you're describing, or at least alluding to, what can be done? What do you personally think should be done?
Well, I think, listen, this could be a situation where everyone talks it out over the next few days. I do think that this is a time that Ted Kaufman and Ricchetti and Donlin and Ron Klain are going to have a heart-to-heart with the president about his ability to exude strength. And listen, nobody is a bigger fan of Kamala Harris than I am. And you know, and Gavin Newsom did a remarkable job tonight as a surrogate. And what he said, you know, it's not that I disagree with anything they're saying, but those two people are signaling to a whole lot of Americans that are paying attention. How come they're not running?
Come on.
How come the Democratic Party?
They really do talk about Biden like he's old like he's old Yeller. He is old Yeller.
Doesn't have them at the top of the ticket instead of using them to shore up what have become after tonight some pretty glaring weaknesses in our president.
So how might the election look like if they replace Biden with someone who can actually articulate a thought? Well, considering that the Democratic Party's chances look pretty fucking good down ballot, probably good. Like, anyway, dude, any Democrat, this was like a couple months back, any Democrat, literally any generic Democrat was beating Biden by 18 points. Okay? Like, the Democratic Party is not being perceived as bad. It's being perceived as good. The Democratic Party platform is not being perceived as bad. It is being perceived as good. The major issue is the person leading the Democratic Party is seen as very bad. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. You cannot have a situation where the down ballot races are carrying the top of the ticket. Like, that's not going to happen. Ridiculous stuff. Here's MSNBC's Nicole Wallace in the immediate aftermath.
It is the job of a campaign to take the hit, right? I mean, it is the job of the campaign to take the blame. Yeah. And that is a better scenario than it being the candidate. Because, you know, I mean, you can't change the candidate, but you can. I mean,
As a Michigander, please stop fucking simping for Gretchen Whitmer. She's not an ally. She's bought by the same corporations as every other centrist Democrat. Yeah, I know, dude. Like, I'm just saying, if you want the Democratic Party to win, she is definitely a significantly better fucking person than Biden. I'm trying to work with what we have here, okay? Like, yeah, when people ask me that question, I'm not going to say Ilhan Omar, even though I love Ilhan Omar. I'm not going to say Rashida Tlaib, even though I love Rashida Tlaib. I'm not going to say AOC, even though I'm pretty critical of AOC, but I still like her a shitload more than most other Democrats. Cori Bush. I'm saying that I prefer Whitmer to Newsom.
there were people talking tonight about how that process works, and that conversation is live and active at the highest levels of the Democratic Party. And it is the job of a campaign to take the hit, right? I mean, it is the job of the campaign to take the blame. Yeah. And that is a better scenario than it being the candidate. Because, you know, I mean, you can't change the candidate, but you can. I mean, there were people talking tonight about how that process works, and that conversation is live and active at the
Yeah, they're literally talking about coups, okay? They're talking about doing a fucking coup d'etat. Joe Biden should save his legacy by ending his candidacy. I want to show you something, okay? Here's the New York Times, and I posted a tweet about it last night because I wanted to see what the homepage looked like. This shit was abysmal, dog, okay? This is his demographic. The New York Times op-ed writers are who Biden is running for, okay? You got Lincoln Project members being like, we got to replace Biden. Look at this. Thomas L. Friedman. President Biden is my friend. He must bow out of the race. I was crying. Thomas L. Friedman said he was crying watching the debate. That weepy bitch. Biden struggles as Trump blusters in contentious debate. Democrats talk about replacing Biden on the ticket. It's frightening. Voters express worry about the President Biden struggles. Former President Trump's attacks were frequently false, lack context, or were vague enough to be misleading. Look at the fucking op-eds. Biden cannot go on like this by Frank Bruni. Patrick Healy, top Democrats on Biden's debate. Bad to worse. Emperor has no clothes. Don't ask. Nicholas Kristof. President Biden, it's time to drop out. David Firestone. Biden's truth was overshadowed by his stumbles. That's crazy. Paul Krugman. The best president of my adult life needs to withdraw. Based on his policy record, he should be overwhelming favor for re-election, but he isn't. And on Thursday night, he failed to rise to the occasion when it really mattered. I could and would complain about the lack of real-time fact-checking as Donald Trump spewed a fire hose of lies about the general prevalence of theater criticism taking the place of policy analysis. But complaining about those things right now isn't going to save American democracy in this moment of crisis. These are the guys who are legitimately invested, or at least they're presenting themselves as people who are legitimately invested in the narrative that American democracy is going to fall apart. And there is some truth to that sentiment. There is some truth to those fears. Okay? And if you legitimately believe that the American democracy is going to fall apart with the second Trump re-election, with the second Trump presidency, second Trump term, You have to do everything in your power to defeat him. And rolling out this fucking corpse with the hopes that he survives up until the finish line is not cutting it. Okay? Things are dark. This is a time cover. Democrats are panicking about Joe Biden's debate performance and what will happen next. This is really, really scary stuff. If he doesn't drop out, he will be roundly and completely pilloried as one of the worst presidents in history, going back to the last Pennsylvania president, James Buchanan, who did nothing in the lead up to the Civil War. I don't know about that. I do think that we have a capacity to fucking whitewash the legacy of all of our leaders. So they'll do that to Biden too. You know, every single motherfucking op-ed writer is begging that Biden drop out. Let's hear from the Pod Save America boys.
It's a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Like, if we get through the convention and Joe Biden says, I'm not stepping down, and there's no other Democrats step up, you know, I've seen a lot of the elected Democrats tonight on TV, which understandable. It's like right after the debate say like, no, we're sticking with Joe Biden. That's great. If everyone decides, everyone who could run for president decides that they're not going to run, they don't want to run.
Wasn't there a president in a wheelchair? Yeah, one of the best American presidents who also did a bunch of fuck shit too. Yeah, FDR.
Joe Biden's the guy. Joe Biden decides then, like, after that convention, of course, we will do everything in our power to elect Joe Biden, 100%. But, like, the best thing Joe Biden did is to propose this debate before the convention and give us a chance now to, like, rethink this.
It is because the threat Donald Trump poses that we have to have this debate right now about whether or not it should be Joe Biden. Do not tell us that because Donald Trump is a threat, we cannot have this conversation. That is ridiculous.
I did not come away from this debate.
They're sounding a lot like fucking Bernie bros up in this bitch, dude.
Wondering whether Joe Biden can do the job of president. He can. He has been doing it. He's done a great job of doing it.
Yeah, also, who gives a fuck about a wheelchair, dude? I don't give a shit. I mean, wheelchair politicians are fucking, you know, 1 for 3 if we're comparing FDR to the two prominent wheelchair politicians right now, Greg Abbott and fucking, I guess Madison Cawthorn is no longer even a politician, but like... Americans react to the presidential debate. Oh my God, it's so funny. We all did the same shit, bro. Yeah, I don't care about... I'm not ableist in that regard. I'm ableist when it comes to brain processing power with respect to a president, okay?
I came away deeply concerned about his ability to wage the campaign he needs to wage to defeat Donald Trump. It's an important distinction.
Yes, I
know
agree
what I
with
mean?
that.
This is about what it takes to run a campaign, which is really, really hard.
President is a much harder job. It's a much more important job, but candidate is a different job.
I'm John Favreau.
I'm John Lovett.
I'm TV Tour.
You guys, I don't think we need to... you don't listen to us for us to sugarcoat anything. I think it was a fucking disaster. I think it was like maybe the worst debate I've ever seen in my entire life.
Dude, yo, he said it might have been the worst debate I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my God. I mean, he's right. It is.
Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Donald Trump is just a despicable human being. He should not be president. We have to do literally everything we possibly can to make sure he is not president again. And that is why it was so fucking awful, because Joe Biden just, in every single way, failed at that debate. And
he failed in the debate in the most important way, by the way. It's not like it's not like Joe Biden's age and mental acuity wasn't the reason why they wanted to have this debate, to show everybody that like he still has it. That was the one thing he was supposed to not fail at, and he fucking failed spectacularly on that front. He showed everybody, like, he had one goal, man. I'm alive. I'm a real human being. I'm not a cadaver, okay? I'm not being propped up like a marionette. And he fucked it up. And every American was like, we already knew this, but holy fuck, it's just so much worse. It's just, you know.
And like, I don't know what else to say there except that, and then, you know, I won't make any other predictions now, but it was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, look, debates are a performance, and what you say and how you say it both matter. And so the optics, to start there, were very bad tonight. Biden had to answer concerns about his age. I think he exacerbated them. His voice sounded frail. There was an answer where he kind of stalled out halfway through. The cut shots when Trump was speaking were not kind to Biden in the first.
Yeah, he had old man face. You can't be having old man face, bro. You're fucking running for president. You can't do it. Fix your face. Fix your face, big dog. And if you can't do it, then step aside. You know what I'm saying? He had old man face the whole time for an hour, an uninterrupted hour and 30 fucking minutes, you know? Especially for those who were subscribed, because they didn't even see the 3-minute ad breaks that I was serving at the top of the fucking hour. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break for those of you who don't know on this broadcast, right? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Twitch Primes are free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
First debate in 2020, he did a very good job of kind of smiling or like taking notes.
I counted, I think he smiled twice or 3 times in 90 minutes.
I mean, this time he looked confused at times. He was looking away. And those clips are already flying around TikTok. Like, that's the online spin war that's happening as we speak.
No deceptive editing necessary.
Yeah.
Not much of a war.
I mean, and in the substance, I don't think Biden landed the hits he needed to land. He needed to prosecute the case against Trump on abortion. There, we heard a clip where he sort of took an abortion answer and wound up at a point about immigration. I don't think he made a strong economic argument. The attacks on Trump's felony convictions weren't strong. That's not to say that Trump was great. I don't think he was. He ducked questions. The mean, angry Trump came out at times. But like, I came into this debate anxious about Biden's performance and focused on Biden's performance. And I felt like the first 15 to 20 minutes were the worst part of the debate for Biden. And that's probably all that some people watched. And so, like, I think we're all angry and frustrated to be in this position. Joe Biden has done a great job as president. He has better policies. He has a better team. But his job is to communicate those ideas and then make a contrast with Trump and what he would do. And he failed at that. And his other job was to put to rest concerns about his age. And I think they were made worse. So this debate was a really important moment in this campaign. And it didn't go well. And I'm also worried that there might not be another debate, because if you're Trump, you might be thinking, why not just leave it at that?
I mean, Biden was not forced to do this debate. He wanted this debate on this timeline. This is something his campaign swerved out of their lane, broke with all precedent in modern political history to seek out a debate outside of the debate commission process in June. Because, and I agreed with that strategy at the time, because it was an acknowledgement that this race was profiling in a way that would likely lead to Joe Biden losing. He was behind in the polls. It was functioning really as a referendum on Joe Biden. Voters were not focused enough on Donald Trump. They were concerned about his age. And they believed the best way to address that was to get on a stage in front of a nationally televised audience and assuage those concerns. And he did not do that. He as Tommy said, he exacerbated.
In fact, he did the opposite.
He did the exact opposite of that. And like, as you said, it is painful to say this, because we adore Joe Biden as a person.
He's a fundamentally decent, wonderful human being, and he has accomplished a fuck of a lot as president that he should be proud of and we should be proud of.
And he has done a good job as president. And I believe that tonight's performance is not a reflection of the kind of president that he is, but it is a very concerning piece of evidence about the kind of candidate he will be in this race. Right? Because you need to ultimately be able to defend your record and make the case against Donald Trump. And there has never in the history of politics been an easier candidate to make a case against than Donald Trump. Donald Trump gave him ample opportunities to do so. If Joe Biden had given a B- performance tonight, we'd be talking about Donald Trump. He lied. He made very little sense. He didn't answer any question.
He became much more incoherent as the debate went on. Donald Trump did, for sure.
And this was, maybe we'll have another debate, maybe we won't, but this was Joe Biden's best and biggest opportunity to address the single biggest concern about his candidacy, and he did not deliver on that tonight, and that is deeply disappointing.
Yeah, at first it was shocking, then it was scary, then it was sad, and by the end it was absurd. I'm also, by the way, I'm not really buying this spin that the first 20 minutes were terrible and then he got somehow much better. That was not my experience in watching this debate. Like, I think part of what makes this so sad is A, we understand the stakes. B, we view Donald Trump as an eminently beatable figure. And C, we believe Joe Biden to be an excellent president. I believe that. I believe Joe Biden ran because he loves this country and he believed his case against Trump was the best. He was right about that. I believe he was an extraordinary president and played the hands better than anybody else could have played it. But the most important job, Joe Biden.
Dude, no. I'm sorry, but no. Okay? Joe Biden was not the absolute best, nor is he a decent or kind man. I don't agree with that either, but Joe Biden is not the best possible candidate to defeat Donald Trump. I literally said exactly what is going to happen today, what is happening right now, what is unfolding in front of our eyes in 2019, in 2020. I said, Joe Biden is old. You are cooking up you can find the videos. Joe Biden is old and you are cooking your chances. What's good? You can take her out with you so she can run around a little bit. I got some friends who are using the pool. Okay? It's good. Bro, it's a child lock. Push it forward. Push the two things forward. There you go. No, it's not the Aussies. There is footage that you can find of me saying in 2020 that Joe Brandon is too old, which means he will be a one-term president, which means he is going to cast aside his re-election chances, his incumbent advantage by the time the second term comes around. This is the reason why he is not the best possible alternative to Donald Trump. Okay? 4 years ago, I said this. 4 fucking years ago. And it's not that crazy of a take to have. Like, I'm not saying I'm some phenomenal fucking political analyst. I'm not. I'm a dumbass. Okay? I'm just simply looking at what is in front of me. This was already locked in 4 years in the making. It's not a unique or novel or interesting take, really. What the fuck are you going on about, Hasan? What am I going on about? How is that hard to comprehend? I'm saying that this was available. This information was readily available for those with eyes to see. Biden in 2020 had already been missing steps in comparison to his performance in 2016, and significantly worse in his performance all the way back in 2012. Okay, and his mental faculties have deteriorated dramatically over the course of the past 4 years. And every step of the way, this was readily available for those who wanted to see it. I mean, it's one of the most observable things, which is why it's a major problem for Joe Biden, because seeing how old someone is and seeing how bad they're doing mentally is one of the easiest things to comprehend. Everyone understands it. It's not like a complicated, policy prescription that you can just kind of hand wave away or message your way out of. It's just something that is right in front of everyone's eyes, and they see it and they go, "Oh, dude, I know what's going on here." And at the time, everybody tried to fucking be like, "Oh, it's because he has a stutter. You're ableist. He's a neurodivergent minor." Ridiculous. An example of you making a joke about it in 2020. What's happening right now? Kamala cringe moment. Uh-oh.
We did it, Joe. You're gonna be the next.
Bro, that's gonna be the next president in like 2 years. What do you mean? You watch your mouth, okay? Yeah, she's reminding him because he forgot. He's like, "What? Let me call Obama. We won." She's like, No, you're president. What? Got the malarkey. QAnon was a Democrat. Anyway, I'm telling you, AM debate, when they still don't know what time zone they're in, equals content. If your dad/grandpa sounds like this, you ascribe it to a stutter, you're an abuser, take him to the hospital ASAP. Yeah. Damn, 2020 chat was a mode. Yeah, there was also 100,000 people in there at that time in the first 2 hours. This is like right after the election. So shit was popping in 2020. Anyway, getting back to the Pod Johns, hey, who do you think won the debate? I don't know how to answer that question.
Biden has, as president of the United States, is to beat Donald Trump. And unfortunately, he went into this debate he was behind. His job was to overcome that dynamic and changed it. He emphasized it. And for the same sense of decency and empathy and patriotism that led Joe Biden to run, I believe this is
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I think I found Joseph Robinette on The View doing presidential shit. Let's watch.
How are you doing? And what are you doing to get through your lockdown?
I have a full day I'm working on. For example, I start the morning off with an hour-and-a-half briefing with my medical experts and on the health circumstances. They send me all these graphs and lay out exactly what to start.
Damn, he looks fucking a lot better there. And even then, you could tell that his mental faculties were not exactly great. But like, look at the fucking difference, dude.
All for an hour and a half briefing with my medical experts and on the health circumstances. They send me all these graphs and lay out exactly what the status of things are.
Where's the And then I transcript? sit around and I forget all that information I just got because my brain is not that good lately. But hey, folks, listen, what do I do with that information? Absolutely nothing. But who cares? Doesn't matter. We won the primaries, folks. That's the entire purpose of the Democratic Party. That's what we're supposed to be doing as the establishment Democrats. We're supposed to win the primaries and then get owned in the general.
And then I'm doing a fair number of, not show, there's no show like yours, but doing some shows.
No, he's not. My man has not been in front of a camera in a week, okay? Until the thing that he did yesterday. Was it yesterday? I don't even know. Time is like changed now because I'm just streaming 24/7, like almost 20 hours a day. But he hasn't even been in front of a camera outside of that for a week. By the way, a consequence of that, thank you to Macias for the link. A consequence of that is literally this. Trump's approval is back up to 49%, up from 44 earlier this month, and matching the highest rating of his presidency. 60% approve of his handling of the coronavirus and 38% disapprove. Do you know why that this is the case? Yeah, I know. Liberals and their echo chambers are always so shocked to find this out. Okay? Wait. You're a low IQ airhead? Be wise, open eyes? Google Biden sniffing montage. Lol, it's apparent that Trump lives in Hassan's head rent-free. He looks for any reason to mention Mr. Trumpy. It must be exhausting. Obsessing over someone who doesn't even know you exist. Bro, that's the president. Like, that's not some fucking e-girl that you're stalking, okay? You're talking about it like that was the president, and he's running for president right now. That's awesome, though. The trumpets are back. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy, dude. Let's go. Trumpets are back, baby. Trumpets are fucking back, baby. That makes me happy as hell, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Please don't ban this guy. We need more of this. Usually when I hear you're a low IQ airhead, it's like fucking Biden dick riders who are coming in here from like some communities. Oh my God. He said you're being parasocial for fucking Donald Trump. Okay? It's not shocking if he's the only person talking about this in a sane fashion, in a sane capacity. Joe, it sucks, but at this point, I'm totally black-pilled.
Vice President
Sanders. No press whatsoever on it. Disgusting shit. It sucks, but at this point, I'm totally black-pilled. Oh my God, you called it? One truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. Yeah, I'm going to self-glaze a little bit. Thank you, Lil Bear, for finding it. Put your Twitch link on that? No, I don't want to do that. It's going to... if I do that, it's going to limit the engagement. Surprise, your back lets you reach that far? What? My back lets me... What are you saying? You're literally watching like every... like to pat myself on the back? Is that what I can't even understand. I thought you were saying I'm reaching with this take. Anyway. Dude, what is this fucking groiper nonsense, bro? Why are these motherfuckers like... They got their goddamn notifications on, dude. Are they in here? Like, what's happening with these little Nazis? Anyway, Andrew replied also. What did he say? The real hot take is that in spite of all this, Trump might still lose, okay? Because he is objectively a fucking bad... He is objectively a bad candidate. What? So barring that specific rate situation, would you agree to reining it in a few months? Bro, reining what in? It's not in the law. Like, it's not a real thing. Like, what are we talking about? You fucked up trying to address a normie in public? CNN keeps pressing the mass deportation campaign. There's a chance. I think so. Morning Joe gave him the Hawk Tua. Wait, really? What? No fucking way. All right, let's look at what Morning Joe had to say.
What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% 25%, either one of those numbers. They've raised $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if...
I can't believe they started it off with this. That's a fucking bad...
We finally beat Medicare.
After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker.
That's a good take. How everyone called off work at the border to go to the Capitol. Yeah. January 6th, the most border penetration happened on January 6th. All the fucking hogs were in Washington, D.C. Oh,
say. But she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech.
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people.
My speakers?
All right,
Where?
2 moments that in many ways defined last night's debate. Donald Trump's performance included his usual stream of grievances, along with many false and misleading claims. However, as you saw in that first clip, the debate was particularly rough for President Biden. Concerns about...
So, Morning Joe is obviously going to do a glaze sesh, right? For those of you who don't know, Morning Joe, Joe Scarborough, and his wife, Mika Brzezinski, daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay? This is like the one show that Joe Biden watches because it's like, you know, he's old as fuck. So he wakes up early in the morning and then he watches this fucking show, and then they always ride him, and they're constantly appearing to be very sycophantic. So I suspect that this is going to be a glaze sesh, but who knows?
At his age, perhaps his biggest weakness, according to polls, were on full display as he struggled through many of his responses, speaking with a soft, hoarse voice, which his campaign blamed on a cold. Good morning and welcome to Morning Joe. It is Friday, June 28th. Along with Joe, Willie, and me, we have the host of Way Too Early, White House Bureau Chief at Politico, Jonathan Lemire, NBC News National Affairs Analyst John Heilman. He's also a partner and chief political columnist at Puck. They are both at the debate site in Atlanta. MSNBC contributor Mike Barnicle joins us, and Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist and associate editor of The Washington Post and MSNBC political analyst Eugene Robinson. It's good to have you all on board. I think we should begin with Joe, Willie, and me and get your reflections on the debate last night.
Well, I think I should start by saying...
Oh, boy. Wait, I got to run it back.
Your reflections on the debate last night.
Well, I think I should start by saying...
Yeah, Trump is bad. Right here, let's talk about that. Come on, please.
Without any apologies, that I love Joe Biden and Jill, and I will gladly debate.
When you find out your goat is washed.
Anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere, over the issue of whether Joe Biden has been the most effective president in passing bipartisan legislation, in expanding NATO, in responding to the rising threat coming from China, by flexing America's strength around China, by having the strongest economy in the world, bar none, the strongest economy actually relative to the rest of the world in 50, 60, 70 years, the strongest dollar in half a century, the strongest military relative to the rest of the world, I would argue, and many others would argue, since 1945, I think. His presidency.
This is how Nick Murray felt after Ron DeSantis dropped out of the race. Yo, that's my goal right there.
An unqualified success. If, however, you believe, as do I, and as do so many people who watch this program and who fear just how dark of a place a second Donald Trump term will take America, then I think it's critical that we ask the same questions about this man I love, respect.
Bro, take it out of your mouth before you talk into the microphone. Jesus Christ, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying over the guac 3000 that you're applying to Joe Biden's shriveled old penis. Oh my Lord, dude. He's got tears. He's got tears because it's jammed up his fucking throat. He's gripping, dude. Holy moly.
And whose public service in saving this country from Donald Trump over the last 3.5 years I honor and always will. I think we have to ask the same questions of him that we have asked of Donald Trump since 2016, and that is, if he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO? If this were Donald Trump, time and time again, we talked about the Goldwater. Where's the Barry Goldwater? To walk over and tell Richard Nixon it was over, to tell Donald Trump it was over. And now the question is, do Democrats need to do the same thing of Joe Biden? I mean, these are hard questions, but the fact is, friends, failure is just not an option. In 2024, failure is not an option. So who I love, who I respect, who I revere for their work and their duty to service over their lifetime really is not relevant. It's not relevant for any of us. It's not relevant for Democratic leaders. It's not relevant for anyone. The question is, we know Joe Biden can govern. Mm-hmm. And again, I'll debate that issue with anyone and I will win. I will destroy anybody that wants to debate Joe Biden's record over the past 3.5 years. He can run the White House. He can run the country effectively, despite the barrage of lies that constantly come at him, like Donald Trump's lies last night. But can he run for president in 2024? Donald Trump lied over and over and over and over again. And Joe Biden couldn't respond to any of those lies. In fact, as the New York Times said, he spent much of the night with his mouth agape and his eyes darting back and forth. He couldn't fact check anything Donald Trump said. And not only that, he missed one layup after another after another. He couldn't respond effectively to Donald Trump trying to overthrow American democracy on January 6th. He couldn't respond effectively to Donald Trump's continued stream of lies about his own record. And he couldn't even respond effectively on the issue of abortion, where for some reason he darted wildly to the issue of immigration. And on immigration, as I said yesterday morning, any Democrat that can't turn to their Republican opponent and blast them for killing the strongest, toughest border bill in the history of America, drafted by a right-wing senator from Oklahoma, may not be up to the job. And so
Like, the guy who's glazing his fucking worst political instincts is also simultaneously talking like Joe's dead. Like, he died. He died yesterday. He died on stage, and we're eulogizing him. Like, I feel like it's holding back tears. What is going on? When you lost Morning Joe, I mean, this is Jover. What the fuck? And of course, now the reason why I spent the last 3 hours and 35 minutes giving you all of the Democratic Party members, you know, officials, there's articles written on Politico about donors panicking, saying they're going to kill themselves, saying, do not ask me. Do not fucking ask me about the debate, please. You know, all these people are losing their fucking minds over Joe's awful performance. There's a reason for why I showed you this, though, because the Democratic Party, or at least the Joe Brandon team leading the Democratic Party, is going to do exactly what it does, baby. They ain't listening to shit.
So that's the question. I know people are waiting and say, oh, and David
Morning,
Plouffe, I have
Joe.
such great respect for David Plouffe. He said we need to wait 3 or 4 days because Donald Trump really turned off swing voters in a lot of focus groups once they saw him again. And that makes a lot of sense. But the door was opened so many times. This race should not be close. We've been asking, why is this race close? We have no idea why this race is close.
What do you mean? I know why. I'm not exactly the most astute political observer here, okay? We know why. We know why. We know why. I hate these fucking dipshits, dude. They're so stupid. They literally, I don't know. Maybe they are actually this dumb. Like, I want to take them at their word and go, yeah, okay, you're the stupidest person on the planet. You should never be listened to going forward. Joe doesn't believe in polls, remember? Exactly.
We saw last night why this race has been close and why I fear Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States unless things change. And I will say, Mika, the one thing that I know that you believe it may have been because he was sick, and I'm open to that fact because I'll just say, as I've said on the show, I spent 3 hours with this man, maybe back in March. 3 hours, cogent, on top of the issues, on top of every issue around the world.
Yeah, dude, you're still doing it, man. You're swearing up and down that, like, people should not believe their lying eyes, okay? I promise you, bro, his dick was so hard when I was sucking it. You feel me? Like, listen, dude, I was throwing it back. And at times I felt myself being thrown forward, you know? He was thrusting so goddamn hard, okay? The walls were sweating. There was reverb from the motherfucking ass cheeks clapping as he blew my back out. Do you feel me? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I fucked him. I had sex with Joe Biden for hours. He fucked my ass for hours. He is a dynamo. He's strong. Bro, I'm at work. Can you not? I'm sorry.
And last night, he simply was not on the biggest debate stage ever. And I think what surprised me and what surprised a lot of people very close to Joe Biden is the fact that this man always rises to the occasion. And last night was sadly for him, and I believe for Democrats in this country. And again, if you believe what's at stake at this election is what we believe is at stake, I'll even use the word tragically. Tragically did not rise to the occasion last night.
Okay, so as you can see, you won't see us spinning here on Morning Joe at all. But let me tell you what I believe, and then we'll go to Willie. Biden had a terrible night. He could not land a thought, not even in the closing statement, which is something, that's the easiest part. Write down a few words, go through them, go through the thoughts. And while I validate the chaos and hysteria Democrats might be feeling, anybody who cares about democracy might be feeling, anybody who cares about women's rights and our safety and our lives might be feeling, totally understand that. And at the same time, as the night was over and I was hearing you on the phone and all our phones were exploding, I just had this gut feeling that I'm not ready to give up on Joe Biden, not even close. Joe Biden has lost more in his life than he has won in every way, especially politically. This man has lost and lost, and the only time that he wins is when it matters. And that is, we have proof of that. He has lost in personal ways. He has lost and hit rock bottom in every way possible, and every time he comes back fighting. So,
dude, what kind of dick game does he have? Actually, yo, maybe it was real. Like, maybe it was real. Maybe he was actually going crazy with it. Maybe the Jill Biden take was correct. Yeah, this poll is fucking devastating. Hypersexual behavior in frontotemporal dementia. He must be slinging that fucking hog around, dude. The way they're throating him is wow, you know?
So for me, watching what happened last night, again, it was terrible. It was terrible. There's no way to spin it. I still wonder what he's going to look like in a week. I wonder if he was sick. He came out on the stage and I thought,
like I said earlier, famously, the one thing that a man who's like really old, famously, the one thing that is good for a person who is like on death's doorstep is more time. Like he's in a race against time currently. He's done. The more time passes, the older he gets.
thought something was wrong. I still believe he's the best choice for this country, even with that performance last night, because he was standing next to a man who represents fascism, who doesn't believe in this country, and would not even agree to the results of this election if they were free and fair to him. A man who has incited a riot, a man who tried to overturn the election, a man who's liable of sexual abuse, a man who is a fraudster, a man who is a convicted felon. So many times Joe Biden has hit rock bottom. Last night was one of them. And I'm just not going to jump to conclusions here and jump on the hysteria train. I am rocked a little bit by it, didn't like it, was really worried, but I really truly believe in him as a president and as a human being.
Hey there, MSNBC fans.
That's crazy. I've never seen dick riding while in tears like this. The DNC needs 3,000 more volunteers. Here's how to sign up. Has the DNC considered paying people? Fuck no. It's so funny watching them like in fucking tears. Anyway, I've seen it before, just not in politics. I feel you. I feel you on that. Where is the Jon Stewart reaction? We got to find that one. Where's the... Yeah. So why did I talk about all this? Why did I show all of this? Because since then, since all of these takes came out and popped off, the White House openly stated that no, Joe Biden is not dropping out of the race. Don't be crazy now. Okay? The two people that could potentially motivate Joe Biden to drop out have also come out and lend their support to Joe Biden. Barack Obama and Jill Biden. Barack Obama had this to say: bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. But this election is still a choice between someone who has fought for ordinary folks his entire life and someone who only cares about himself. And pussy too. Between someone who tells the truth, who knows right from wrong, and will give it to the American people straight. This right here is basically him saying, like, no, that's your guy. Shut the fuck up and eat it. Okay? Shut the fuck up and eat it. Someone who lies through his teeth for his own benefit last night didn't change that, and that's why so much is at stake in November. JoeBiden.com. That's it. It's over. Bill Clinton came out and made a statement, and now they're trying to, and Joe Biden came out and delivered a fiery speech.
Now, folks, I don't know what you did last night, but I spent 90 minutes on the stage debating a guy who has the morals of an alley cat.
This is not 2020. This is 2016. I'm warning you guys. We are watching 2016 unfold in front of our eyes again. Okay? This is not 2020. This is 2016. This is a warning. This is 2016. Everyone is going, hey, dude, perhaps we shouldn't be, putting Hillary Clinton up as the candidate. Everybody hates her. She's like genuinely unlikable. Doesn't seem to be a good idea. Except in 2016, yes, Central Committee is correct. Hillary Clinton was also winning in the polls. Okay? Hillary Clinton was winning in the polls. This is 2016 with worse you know, some of the aspects of it are better. Obviously, Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump one time. Donald Trump is no longer the outsider. He was the president. Everybody remembers that. So they've already made up their minds on it. So he doesn't have the advantage of like, you know, having name recognition with like a potential for framing himself as a moderate. Everybody knows what he is. Everybody knows what he brings to the table. Okay. Having said that, he's also, I guess he's also a felon. So there's that. If he wasn't so ripped, no one would be here. Thank you for saying that, especially at the top of the hour when you were using this compliment as possibly a way to debate me into reading your comment and then serving a 3-minute ad break. See, it didn't work. I called it. Does it even matter that he's a felon? Yes, it does. As far as like, can he run for president? It doesn't matter. Of course, he can still run for president. But the fact he's a felon does actually cause at least some independents to turn around and go, I'm not going to vote for a felon. Americans are very stupid on that front. They're very like moralistic on things like that. They're very draconian. Binders full of women sunk Romney, and now being a felon is fine him out. I mean, yeah. Trump has Riz. That's it. He's got Riz. Anyway. At the top of the hour, though, Riz won't save you. Brandon won't save you. A $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime will save you. That's the only thing that can save you other than getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Binders full of women and like Mitt Romney being like out of touch and weird and like super Mormon and all the things that accompany him being super Mormon definitely made him less likable to the broader broader electorate. He also tied a dog to the top of his car. He did a lot of weird shit. Anyway, let's continue though. Let's continue with Brandon.
Did you see Trump last night? My guess he set, I mean it sincerely, a new record for the most lies told in a single debate. He lied about the great economy he created. He lied about the pandemic he botched, killing millions of people. He closed businesses. He closed schools, losing their homes, people all over this country.
He closed businesses and he closed schools. Biden coming out and being like, yeah, the lockdowns were actually bad. Donald Trump's the lockdown guy. Nice, dude.
America's flat on its back. So I told Trump that he was just one of 2 presidents in American history who left office with fewer jobs than he started. Herbert Hoover was the other one. That's why I call him Donald Herbert Hoover Trump.
Wow, banger king. Keep posting through it. What a banger, king. Looks like that shit finally kicked in. Bro, it's early. It's not contested. It's a very different circumstance. 34 MKD 50 with 100, lacing up 100 people at the top of the hour, allowing them to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Holy moly.
And then he lied about how great he was for veterans.
Teleprompter, too. Like, there's so many reasons.
He called a veteran who had given their lives in the country in World War I and refused to go to the grave sites. He called them suckers and losers. But let me ask you, are you going to believe a 4-star Marine general, his own former chief of staff, John Kelly, who said he said that? Or the disgraced, defeated, and lying Donald Trump? My son was one of those people. Not a World War, but in the Vietnam. Folks, look, how about the fact...
See, when someone talked, it like, even then, he just like, it fucks his speech up. I'm telling you, he cannot deal with even like positive hecklers. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I'm telling you, his brain does not have the capacity to fucking even read the teleprompter when there's like other voices that are directly trying to reach him. Okay.
At 44.
He got lucky too, because he was about to say Vietnam, and then the guy saved his ass.
The fact that 40 out of his 44 top advisors, including the vice president, aren't supporting him this time around. The people who know him best, 40 of them said, I will not support the man I work for this time around. It tells you a lot about the person who knows him. Look, he lied about how great he was on crime. I had to remind him that he oversaw a record increase in murder rates in 2020. On my watch, violent crime has hit a 50-year low. There's more to do with a 50-year low. And then I pointed out that the only convicted criminal on the stage last night was Donald Trump. When I thought about his 34 felony convictions, his sexual assault on a woman in a public place, his being fined $400 million for business fraud, I thought to myself, Donald Trump isn't just a convicted felon. Donald Trump is a one-man crime wave. And he's got more trials He's got more trials coming up. Well, time for that. Look, the thing that bothers me maybe most about him, he has no respect for women or the law. He doesn't. And then, his biggest lie, he lied about how he had nothing to do with the insurrection of January 6th. We all saw with our own eyes. We watched it on television. We saw thousands in his direction attack the Capitol. We saw police being attacked, the Capitol being ransacked, the mob hunting for Speaker Pelosi, gallows literally set up for Mike Pence. And then he told them as he sat in the dining room, the private dining room, one door off my Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching the TV. He did not a single thing to stop it. Nothing. Nothing at all. And now he wants to pardon all those convicted and criminals. But folks, for all his lies, we learned some important truths about Donald Trump last night. We learned he's still proud of being the person who killed Roe v. Wade. We learned he's still proud about the pain and cruelties inflicted on America's women. We learned he still believes that politicians.
Bro, even his voice is different right now. This is kind of crazy. Like, yeah, I get it. He's going to do better in a crowd when he's in a room full of his fans. And like no one is trying to like own him. He's not like worried about that kind of thing. But like last night, he couldn't even speak, bro. He couldn't even. He's reading a teleprompter. That's the key difference here. But even then, it's also in the morning. That's another big difference. But I'm telling you, his voice sounds good. Like his voice sounds normal. Last night he was whispering. Like what the fuck? What happened? Like you can't make the difference on that front. Why is his voice so different? The fuck's going on?
Not doctors and women should make decisions about the woman's health. We learned that if he's elected again and the MAGA Republicans pass a national ban on abortion, he will sign it. Donald Trump says he thinks overturning Roe v. Wade was a beautiful thing. I think it was a nightmare. No, I really mean it, a nightmare. And I made it clear again last night that if you elect me and Kamala, you give us a Democratic Congress, we will make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again.
Bro, you're the president right now, though. Like, that makes... Bro, this is the stupidest fucking thing to say as well. Because it's like, yeah, okay, you're trying to get reelected, I get it. But, like, you're currently the president in office. And you've been the president in office for 4 years. And you actually did have Congress, too. Like, up until the midterms, you had Congress.
He continued to lie. He said, I quadrupled taxes. Where the hell has he been? Which is a simple lie. I didn't raise a tax on anyone in America who they made less than $400,000 a year. And I won't in my second term either. We learned that Trump, who had the largest deficit of any president in 4 years because of a $2 trillion tax cut to the super wealthy, we learned that Trump wants to give another giant tax cut for the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. This time, $5 trillion, not a joke, $5 trillion. To pay for it, he's going to cut Medicare and Social Security. He'll cut health care. He'll do it all with millions of working middle-class Americans all pay for another tax cut.
It's kind of wild to think about, but if he delivered half of these talking points with like this level of intensity last night against Donald Trump, the conversation would be so different right now. Like the conversation right now would be victory laps. He'd be picking up like 8 points. Meanwhile, the New York Times editorial board is asking him to drop out, saying enough is enough. We've seen enough. You can't keep this going. Such is the nature of being this age. The New York Times the New York Times op-ed editorial board. I mean, they basically did this last night, by the way. So it's not shocking to me that they came out with this because pretty much every single person that writes op-eds for the New York Times wrote this op-ed in as many words as they possibly could say. But that is massive. And they did this after Barack Obama defended Joe Biden. You have to understand something. Barack Obama is God. Barack Obama is king. Barack Obama is literally a religious deity for these liberals. Okay? So when he says, nah, Joe's going to keep going, the fact that they came out with this still on top of everything else is wild. King of droning innocent lives away. Yeah, these guys don't care about that. They like that shit, okay? He's king because of it, not in spite of it even. This is massively consequential.
For the very wealthy. Then, to add insult to injury, he wants to raise taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. What amounts to a new 10% sales tax on all products imported in America. That's his new plan. For food, coffee, candy bars, and so much more. It's going to raise the taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. And most dangerously, though, we learned that Donald Trump will not respect this year's election outcome. He's still not respecting the last time out. Well, think about it. Every court in Iran ruled that it was a fair election. He's still denying it, still telling lies. 3 times Trump was asked last night by the moderators, would he respect the election results if he lost this time? 3 times he refused to answer. 3 times. Folks, Donald Trump refused to accept the results in 2020. We all saw what happened on January the 6th. It's a direct consequence of that. It was an international embarrassment. By the way, as I go to these international meetings, I know every major world leader, and I literally, because I've been around, as you might have noticed. But they asked me, did he really mean this? Was this real? It caused a constitutional crisis and international embarrassment. Now, Trump is making it clear that if he doesn't win this time, there will be, in his words, bloodshed. No president has ever said anything like that. No president. His words, not mine. We're going to let Donald Trump attack our democracy again? I don't think so. Folks.
This is bad because it's good. This means that the divisions inside of the Democratic Party will worsen. Like last night, they were united. We got to take Biden out. This will give them like some level of, this will give them like a glimmer of hope because people are so desperate for it.
We've come a long way from the mess that Donald Trump left us. We came out of the pandemic. We're a long way from where Donald Trump telling us to inject bleach in our skin, that COVID is not that dangerous. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world without exception. 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, unemployment under 4% for a record 2 years in a row, historic Black and Hispanic unemployment down, historic creation of small businesses in Black and all communities across the nation, particularly in rural areas. Historic economic growth. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3% and is still going down. I know we have more to do to get prices down. We have to take on corporate greed. They're making twice the profit they were before the pandemic. We got to make housing more affordable, provide child care, make the tax code fair. 16 Nobel winners of the economic Nobel Prize have looked at my economic plan this week. They've issued a report. And at Trump's plan, here's what they concluded. They said that my plan would continue to grow the economy and bring down inflation. 16 Nobel laureates. And that Trump's plan would send the nation into recession and inflation soaring through the roof. Well, don't take my word for it. Folks, let me close with this. I know I'm not a young man. State the obvious. Well, I know.
Bro, this level of dick riding, like mass dick riding, should be illegal, okay? Shame on you. Shame on you, Raleigh. You guys literally fucking, oh my God, dude. You guys went nutty mode on this shit. You're dick riding this man harder than he dick rides Israel. I've never seen something like this. By the way, this is so fucking, like, it's so similar to MAGA. in so many ways, including the 4 more years chant. Straight up.
Folks,
they're saying
I
Trump.
don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth.
Do you though?
I know right from wrong.
Like, you might know what the truth is. You might consider yourself to be on the side of truth, sure. Okay, especially in comparison to Trump. You are a more truthful person. But let me tell you something. You definitely don't know how to tell the truth in terms of telling it last night in the way that you told it last night.
And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up. I know what it took to take our economy from the depths of the pandemic to where it is today, the strongest economy in the world. I know what it'll take to bring this economy to everybody. I know what it'll take to rally the world, to stand up against Putin and defend freedom, not yield to him. And I know what it'll take to keep the world safe and free for the years ahead. Folks, I give you my word as a Biden, I would not be running again if I didn't believe with all my heart and soul I can do this job. Because quite frankly, the stakes are too high. The stakes are too high.
Yeah, that's why you need to drop out. Like, you're not wrong. That's what's wild about this entire process is like, yeah, a second Trump term would be fucking unimaginably bad for America. But like, other people are finally recognizing that. It's so crazy how vindicated Cenk is, especially. Because like, he's been fucking screaming from the rooftops. Like, I ultimately at the end of the day, I don't really care about the Democratic Party as much as he does. Like, he still thinks that there is like a genuine way to the genuine way to change the outcome. But it's so weird to be like, yeah, democracy's on the ballot. Like, a second Trump presidency is going to fucking ruin things. And that's why you need to, push my carcass over the finish line. Like, that's insane.
Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat for everything America stands for. Look, he doesn't understand what I think all of you do. America is the finest, the most unique nation in the world. We're the only nation in the world, and I mean this sincerely. It's a fact statement, not a hyperbolic statement. It's fact. We're the only nation in the world built on an idea. All the nations built on ethnicity, geography, and other religion. But we're built on an idea that we're all created equal. We deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to it. I'll be damned in the year 2024, just 2 years before the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, that I'll let Donald Trump walk away from it. I give you my word. I give you my word as a Biden. We're still a nation. I believe we're still a nation that believes in honesty and decency and treating people with respect. I still believe we're a nation that gives everyone a fair shot and leaves nobody behind. We're still a nation that gives hate no safe harbor. And we're still the beacon to the world. We can never give up what makes America, America. Donald Trump is motivated by revenge and retribution. Well, revenge and retribution never built a damn thing. You and I, we Americans, are a nation of hope, optimism, and possibilities. That's what always built America. And that's going to continue to build America today. The choice in this election is simple. Donald Trump will destroy our democracy. I will defend it. So, folks, are you with me? Donald Trump's the first president I've heard of that stood up there running for president, having been one for one term, saying America's a failing nation. Where the hell does he think he is? No, I'm serious. A failing, I don't know, a president wouldn't trade places with America in a heartbeat. He's dead wrong. America's not a losing nation. America's winning. As I stand here today, I can honestly say I'm never more optimistic about America.
Dude, this is copium, by the way. Like, this is maxed out copium. This is when you fucking max out the copium. Like, America is doing great. It's doing fine. It's doing so great. We're the best. I swear we're the best. I promise you we're the best. It's just like vague gesturing patriotically. Yeah. if anything, Biden's performance, including Trump's performance last night, showed that we are not the best. Okay? It actually was conclusive evidence to prove that we are not the best or doing the best. Nations that are the best do not have a cadaver against like an absolute fucking fascist psychopath. Okay? We're also so not doing the best that the fucking New York Times editorial board, like I said, as of like half an hour ago, is demanding Joe Biden drop out and be replaced. That's crazy. I cannot believe I'm in almost complete agreement with the New York Times editorial board on a especially during a fucking presidential election. Yeah, it was pretty funny when Thomas L. Friedman said he weeped. The weepy bitch, you weepy baby.
America's future, my whole career. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity, nothing when we act together. You got it. So may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Let's go get them, North Carolina.
Let's bring in our Chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, here at the desk to join us. John, no debate inside the political world about how this went last night.
No, this was a disaster for Joe Biden because of what Rick just said. He needed a win. Instead, he had a performance that has top Democrats questioning whether Joe Biden has what it takes to beat Donald Trump. One Democratic member of Congress who has been a strong Biden supporter texted me in the middle of the debate a typical response. He said, "I am in a state of shock. He is diminished to an extent that has become undeniable." The big question, the big discussion now that's happening, at least privately among Democratic officials, is whether or not it is possible to replace Joe Biden as the nominee.
In the end, it's really up to him, his wife, maybe his sister.
It's up to him, and whether or not his wife and sister or anybody else close to him can convince him. There is no way to force him out that I can see anyway, although trust me, people are looking at this, unless he voluntarily decides that he is going to step down and say the convention should choose another candidate.
Mayor, of course, you're our chief White House correspondent. What are you hearing from the Biden camp today?
Look, they know this was a very bad night for the president, and they are well aware of this wave of panic that we are now seeing from Democrats. But they insist and argue that, look, this was just one night, that this race was never going to be determined in a single debate, and they are adamant that they are not going to change course. But this goes beyond just a rocky performance. As we've been saying, the president had to convince voters and Democrats that he can do this and he can win. And instead, he may have done the opposite, validating voters' trepidation about his age. And yes, look, they are quick to point out that Trump didn't have a super strong night either. He spewed statements that were just blatantly not true. But the president largely wasn't able to effectively challenge Trump. His message, the substance of his message, lost in the delivery, George.
And Trump wasn't challenged by the debate moderators either on the facts. I assume they think this was the best night they possibly could have had.
Look, Trump was remarkably disciplined for Donald Trump. They believe he did very well.
He was not. He was not. He was only remarkably disciplined for the first, 15 minutes. That's literally it.
He didn't seem unhinged. But yes, there was a rapid fire lie after lie after lie, untruth after untruth. And the real frustration among so many Democrats was that there was nothing to effectively push back. I mean, he said things that were, frankly, ridiculous. He said everybody wanted Roe v. Wade overturned. He said that Nancy Pelosi turned down his effort on January 6th to send 10,000 National Guard troops to the Capitol. This stuff is just completely false.
You alluded to it in your previous answers. I guess the big question right now, is there going to be a moment inside the Democratic Party similar to what Richard Nixon faced during the Watergate crisis, when leaders of the party...
Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. He started yelling about golf and called Brandon a Palestinian. And beyond that, kept fucking saying over and 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 over again that immigrants were doing unimaginable crimes, hundreds of millions of fucking Americans dead because of immigrants. Okay, the Guatemalans have seized control over the White House. Okay, they have killed every American and replaced them with Guatemalans. Everyone you know is actually from Honduras. That's right. They've invaded the bodies of your closest family members.
I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
Libs are looking for maximum copium. They're just looking for any and every fucking person that will say nice things about Biden right now. They had a gun to their mouths last night. Well, they're liberals, not a gun to their mouths, but they had the toaster laying next to the bath, okay? And today, they're back out. They're out to pounce, okay?
You went to him and said the gig is up. You have to go.
Look, I really think it's quite possible. Look, normally I would say no way. He's the sitting president. A weak debate performance, there's no way you can replace him. But Democrats know that the stakes just couldn't be higher. If Biden cannot defeat Donald Trump, you have a return to what Democrats say is an absolute disaster crisis for the country, a return of Donald Trump to the White House.
Okay, thank you all very much.
We're going to begin this hour, though, with more on the potential impact of last night's debate between President Biden and former President Trump, where both presumptive nominees were looking to convince voters they are fit for office.
It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump? I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it.
As you see, Biden stumbled through many of his answers last night, while Trump repeatedly made several false claims about his record in office. CBS News chief election and campaign correspondent, that's Robert Costa, joins us now from Atlanta. He was there last night. Bob, good morning to you. Listen, we all know you have some of the best sources in the business. I'm curious about what the Democrats are saying to you this morning. What are you hearing?
Good morning, Gail. Good to be with all of you. Look, after anyone goes to a concert or to a movie, there's always that chatter in the aftermath, and we're still living in the immediate aftermath of last night's debate. But I've been working the phones, Gail, talking to people close to President Biden who work inside the White House, who work at the highest ranks of the Biden campaign. And let me be clear, based on my reporting, there is no push to get President Biden to leave the stage, to somehow give up the nomination at the
Fucking terrifying.
convention in Chicago this summer. This is someone who has been in.
I really, really, really hope that they're just doing that because they have to like not show that the DNC is chaotic right now, and that internally they're just like actually working through it. There you go. That's my copium. Okay. My copium is that the Democratic Party is not behaving exactly like it does all the time, unimaginably out of touch, and completely oblivious to how like unelectable their candidate actually is. And instead, they're actually just lying to the public and looking for a graceful exit for Biden as they prepare whoever is going to be the actual candidate. The greatest public service President Biden can now perform is to announce that he will not run for re-election. Nah, man, even Tom Brady had bad games. Come on, son. I predicted that last night. Getting Biden to drop out requires some of these careers Democrats to actually stick their necks out. Don't hold your breath. I mean, but okay, Michael from Pennsylvania. Would you have ever thought that the New York Times opinion op-ed editorial board would like write a fucking editorial board article specifically demanding that he actually, drop out? I would not have considered that. Like, he's currently the Democratic president. This is the one place where I usually look to see like the worst centrist take imaginable.
In public office since 1972 when he was elected to the Senate. Before that, in local office in Delaware. For a half century, he has navigated power, hung on, climbed back from different defeats. And they don't see him walking away despite all of the clamor, even inside of his party right now. They are listening, though, to elected officials, especially those who are speaking publicly, not privately. And they know they need to get better in terms of his performance in the coming weeks.
No, the problem is the iron law of institutions. Every person who isn't paid to be a Democrat in the DNC or White House is panicking. But the people inside the party care more about their own position, and that position requires Biden to stay the candidate. They'd rather roll the dice with them and maybe keep their jobs than definitely lose them. Fair. I think that there is less ideological commitment to like some kind of broad-reaching Democratic Party project. I see what you mean. I don't see it being, what is this, 1.3 million likes already? I don't mean to laugh, but my dad just had a stroke watching the presidential debate tonight, and my mom said he started speaking gibberish and staggering, and she thought he was just making fun of Biden. Oh my God. I don't even know if that's I don't know if that's real or not, but that's funny as fuck, dude. What? What's up? Okay. It's fine. Why are you whispering, bro? They can't hear you. Anyway, let's continue.
Expect Biden to work hard to maybe meet more
Not
voters.
Murad, it's Brian.
Do more interviews. They acknowledge it's a poor performance, but there is no move to get him off the ticket.
But how do they explain a poor performance like that when the stakes are so high? He had one job to do last night, Bob. Just one, really.
Of course.
So part of the argument I'm hearing from top Democrats, Gail, is that it's not just President Biden who's going to be making this case. You're going to see more from Vice President Harris, more from top Democrats, and they're going to pour millions and millions into television advertising to try to remind voters that, in their view, this election is about former President Donald Trump, his character, his conduct, not about one debate. Now, this debate has had a searing effect on how a lot of people in the party perceive President Biden. They know that. They're in a pained position today. A lot of them, when I've spoken to them on the phone, all these texts.
Are they? They're in a pained position, but also simultaneously, they're just not going to do anything about it.
Messages at the same time. In politics, a day can sometimes be a lifetime, and there are many days ahead of November.
You know, Bob, we don't have the ratings on last night's simulcast debate. It was on CNN, it was on CBS, it was on ABC, it was on everybody. We don't know what the numbers were, but Joe Biden is a president who gave fewer press conferences and major interviews than any president in decades. You have to go back to Reagan or even before that. He passed up the Super Bowl interview on CBS this year, just didn't want to do it. That's tens of millions of people. How do you expect him to make this pivot that apparently people inside the White House expect him to do when he has not been out there, not in 2020 and not until now?
It's not so much a pivot. It's going to be shining an even brighter spotlight on Trump. They look at the schedule and they look at the calendar and they say Trump has sentencing in New York. He faces a possible jail sentence on July 11th. We'll be covering that closely. Then there's the Republican convention, the running mate. Can he bring the attention to democracy in Trump? Can he bring it back to abortion rights? He tried during the debate. I'm told by his top advisors they wish he did more of it at times. And in terms of interviews, he's not someone who really likes the press at this time. Since day one of his campaign, I have been told by his closest friends he's been frustrated with press coverage. People he thinks in the press think he's too old. He's covered in a way he believes is ageist. And that has really influenced how he does interviews, how he interacts with the press. And that's just the status quo.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think the New York Times legacy angle is solid. It's perhaps the only potentially successful angle
inside of Biden world.
Like, preserve your legacy, preserve your legacy, preserve your legacy.
Well, look, I work for the media. I'm in the press, but I talk to regular people. That's my whole job, and regular people have those concerns, and that's why we're talking about them. Bob, thank you very much. Appreciate that reporting. We'll stick with it.
The president and former president making their way off the CNN debate stage. Looks like Jill Biden, the first lady, has come out. Former President Trump walking off the stage. The first debate of the 2024 campaign and the earliest presidential debate ever now in the books and in front of the voters. Tonight, along with Aaron Burnett, the first word on what those voters might make of it from our political professionals, from our CNN Flash Poll and Swing State Focus Group. We'll be talking to surrogates, including Vice President Harris, getting fact checks from our Daniel Dale and new reporting from inside.
And they're having conversations.
This is the big pop-off for John King.
Debate in the sense that right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists.
That part I skipped, but he literally cannot actually fucking leave the stage without Jill Biden guiding him. Like, very openly, he's having a hard time walking down the steps.
It involves elected officials. It involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates. Let me be clear. None of them, and a lot of Republicans, don't think Donald Trump had a great night. Donald Trump broke the fact-check machine more than I can count tonight. That will be on the record as we go forward. He refused to answer some very specific and direct questions about his conduct, about January 6th and what all. So that will be dealt with out there. And sometimes there's a parallel universe between the political elites and the American people. It'd be nice to see what the voters say. But I can tell you, it started minutes in. It started with the first couple of answers, and it has continued throughout the night from a, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, to what do we do about this? And it involves very senior people in the Democratic Party, including elected officials, saying we have a problem.
And just to co-sign what John is saying, I mean, the panic that I am hearing from Democrats is not like anything that I have heard in this campaign so far. And a lot of it has to do with, first of all, there was a deep frustration about Trump's lies. I mean, he lied a lot tonight. But the problem for Biden was that Trump was able to take sometimes incredible falsehoods and turn them into some kind of argument.
Now, if they do publicly request he step down, they're going against Obama and the establishment. Literal career suicide. A line has been drawn in the sand, and the infighting. This is the infighting we know and love. Yeah, but like outside party elements that are fucking diehard liberals who have the ears, remember, of the donors. Because guess what? Sure, every dumbass DC wonk that looks like Harry Sasan but doesn't have Harry Sasan's swag. Okay, much respect. Peace and love to Harry Sasan, my goat. Okay? Every dumbass fucking DC wonk that is a careerist might want to maintain things as it is. But there's one group of fucking people that are way more powerful than the Democratic Party operatives. That's Jank's angle too, and I kind of agree with him on this. The only way I see this changing is if the polls start getting really wide in favor of Trump, like 5 to 10 points. Let's see how the week rolls out and how donors react. They don't care about what you or I, the voters, think. They will bend the donors. Exactly. I think it's the donors. When the New York Times writes an op-ed like that, when the New York motherfucking Times writes an op-ed like that, those donors are reading those op-eds. Okay? Especially Democratic Party donors are reading those op-eds. When they see that, dude, when they see the actual, like, faucet of Biden has to drop out articles coming out, when they see it on MSNBC, when they see it on CNN, no way. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way, no how, because nobody wants to make an investment that has no returns. Donors see, obviously, dumping shitloads of money into the Biden campaign as an investment, and there needs to be a return on that investment. Now, when they're watching MSNBC and CNN, tell them Biden might not cut it. Biden might not cut it this time. And then they read the New York Times, and every single person that writes a fucking op-ed is like, dude, I love you. Please, you have to drop. You have to drop out. You have to save democracy by dropping out. You're going to cook us. When every single person is writing that, when the editorial board is writing that, that's a very different dynamic, I think. I don't think you can Twitter spin that away. I don't think no matter how many Deborahs and Barbaras with the fucking blue wave on their Twitter account is talking about how, Joe Biden is bae and he actually fucking, he's right that Trump is a alley cat or whatever the fuck, right? No matter how many people in the Democratic Party that are trying to fix the situation on Twitter, the real motherfuckers, the ones with power, the donors, they are reading the New York Times. It's pretty significant. They're going to start making some phone calls and be like, cut the shit out. Cut this fucking shit out. We get it. You didn't get your interview. By the way, where's your op-ed? Oh, Midas Touch. My goats over at Midas Touch. I love them. You guys know this. I'm a firm, committed believer and defender of Midas Touch. The unapologetically pro-democracy, unapologetically pro-Joe Biden group. Okay? I love them. It seems like they're riding. It seems like they're riding with Biden. This is just a joke. Of course they're riding with Biden. Anyway, let's see what the fuck is up.
Whereas Biden's answers were, in a lot of cases, not coherent, deeply problematic, that he was not able to take pretty straightforward answers and answer them to the American public. And then also at some points bringing things up that teed up Trump attacks. So there's a real concern here tonight that there's been some real damage done that cannot be undone. Biden solidified the perception among voters, but especially among his base.
Oh my God. Someone in the chat said Joe's generation refuses to go. It's so real, dude. You're so right. Maybe it's just because he's a fucking baby boomer and those motherfuckers have old man grip strength, dude. They just like latch on the shit and they just don't die. Like boomers literally still own like an unimaginable percentage of the wealth in this country. Did you guys know that? It's like, just die already, bro. What is happening? What the fuck? Are you guys leaving? All right, bye. They own like 75% of all wealth, dude. Why do you have that? You're dead. You're already fucking dead. You got one foot out the door. Just die. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Funniest thing is, I don't even think Joe is a baby boomer, by the way. I think Joe is so old, he's literally like, he might be dude, normally when I say die, you could be like, whoa, wait a minute. In a video game, that's a term of service violation. No, it's like, bro, they're fucking 90. Like, just, you know, it's the expectation at this point. What do you mean? I'm not saying like, you know, someone needs to kill them or whatever. I'm saying like, you know, this is what happens. You live your life, okay? You beat your wife, you buy a house for $10, and then you have a job where you have a pension plan, you know what I mean? And then you lose your mind when you find out that your grandchildren are gay, and then you fucking die. That's what you do. You're 90 years old. That's what you're expected to do, okay? Modern medicine has gone too far. Let it go. What are you hanging on to, bro? Nothing works. Am I wrong? It's like, it's just the normal thing at this point. I'm not saying like someone should do something about it. I'm not like saying that. I'm just saying like, this is just what happens, you know? This is the expectation. There's nothing beyond the finish line, okay? You're at the finish line. Cross it. Someone will say this about you in 40 years. Yeah, exactly, brother. And by that point, I'll be fucking 60, okay? And they'll be right. Whatever the next generation is that says that will be right, okay? And you bet your fucking ass I'm not dying. I'm holding on with the same grip strength demonstrated by Joe Biden. You are not wrong, but inside thoughts. Dude, I don't think you guys understand. I don't think you guys understand. Right now, when I say baby boomers have like 70% of all the wealth captured in their generation, I don't think you understand how dire of a prospect that is. That means that like entire industries, and this is already happening, are going to gear towards selling to them. We're talking retirement. We're talking an entire fucking industry dedicated to serving 70-year-old men. Okay, that's it, and women, because that's where the money is. The last stage of American empire is quite literally going to be just entire economies propped up by 70-year-old men money. Okay, just shit that can't even serve you. You know what I mean? This is not the top of the hour ad break. I'm talking shit that you will never be able to consume. You can, however, consume your subscription at the top of the hour and avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour, because there's a 3-minute ad break, as you guys know. You may or may not know this. But yeah, imagine the villages in every fucking corner. Anyway, this is you coded.
They were hoping that tonight would be a game changer. They are now seeing a president who is in the White House, who they do not necessarily believe can do this for another 4 years.
David Axelrod?
Look, I can't argue with either of them about how Democratic leaders are reacting.
Did we ever figure out why David Axelrod was so wet? Like, was it just raining on only him? It was raining just on him? Everybody else was dry? Just him only? Like, what the fuck's happening? The funniest thing is he's the only guy on this panel who very openly, genuinely was like, this shit sucks. Joe Biden needs to drop out. It might be far too late now, though. That's what he said. He said that like 9-10 months ago. I think almost a year ago. He was like, this shit is ass. Joe Biden's not making it across the finish line. He needs to drop out to preserve democracy, to save the party. Okay? One of the very few people I've heard openly state it like that. Ezra Klein, another person, straight up was like, nope, not happening. What is this? He never responded. Did someone spill a glass of water on you, sir? What? I noticed that something was actively dripping on his head during one answer. A large dollop of water. Axelrod didn't seem to miss a beat, though, as it happened. Later, his glasses seemed to have water on them. On June 22nd, David Axelrod told New York Times that Biden looks his age and isn't as agile in front of the camera as he once was, which would be a major issue in the campaign. White House surrogates chastised Axelrod while Biden reportedly called him a prick. That's why they were dripping water on him. They were like, shut up, David. Shut the fuck up. Talking about how Biden needs to drop. This is what we do to you, you fool. We will make you look like a fool. Wasn't he the former chief of staff of Obama? Former chief of staff and former friend, if you want to keep it $1.50. Barack Obama literally, dude, one of the funniest Barack Obama stories is when Barack Obama cut David Axelrod out of his birthday party invitation because he had to make space for Jay-Z. He's literally been there since day one. Like, David Axelrod literally been there since day fucking one. Barack Obama cut his ass out. cut his ass out for his birthday party during COVID when he had that big birthday bash.
To this poll, we said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal. And for Biden, that goal was to appear energetic, engaged, and look like someone who is capable of serving for another 4 years for president. That was job number one. I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think if you just judge this on sort of policy stuff, he did score a bunch of points on issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic issues. But there is a feeling, I think there was a sense of shock, actually, at how he came out at the beginning of this debate, how his voice sounded about, he seemed a little disoriented. He did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in. And I think you're going to hear discussions that I don't know will lead to anything, but there are going to be discussion about whether he should continue. And I think part of it is Donald Trump did not meet his mission either. He could not resist the
copium. Donald Trump's job literally was to stand there and not basically be like, I'm going to be Adolf Hitler too. Like those exact words though, because Donald Trump's policies are literally like, I'm going to be Adolf Hitler too. But I'm saying like, he just can't simply say those words in succession. He could say things about Hitler. He could say Hitlerian things. He just can't literally say, I am Adolf. Okay. And he didn't say that. So technically, it kind of did it. Kind of did what he was supposed to do. He can quote Hitler. He just can't admit to emulating him. Yes. And he has. Bro, literally came out swinging on his reelection campaign, being like, immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. Like, the America First shit was like already anti-Semitic organization, yada, yada, yada. They were like first cooked up by a group that like were isolationists against the Nazis. Like they didn't want America to go to war because they were Nazis, But Donald Trump straight up has like elevated his fascism. I used to love watching you. Nowadays, I think I've outgrown you. I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but I can't say much apart from how much you constantly belittle the Democratic part, even though we don't have much else to push electoral change off of. See my previous message. Damn, this person tried to bait and then hit me with a double, which is unique, but you already missed it. The Harry Sisson Cope last night was truly painful to watch. That's my goat, bro. Put some respect on his name, okay? Harry Sisson. Where the fuck's his TikTok, dude? Someone link me what he had to say. Bro, Harry inappropriate age gap Sisson, okay? With respect to how hard he was glazing up this 900-year-old man. Actually, fuck it. Let's dive into it. A train wreck combined with a dumpster fire. Trump versus Biden reaction. I'm going to skip the intro and stuff because, like, who gives a shit?
Joe Biden's mental and physical ability to be fit to serve the most powerful and important office in the country. As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. As you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, even though I'm not even a natural-born citizen, because that's how desperate I was, our audience was. We did a poll and we asked our paying members, should I run? And now 9 months ago, 76% of them said, for God's sake, run. Do you know why? Because it was...
Wait, I missed this part. That's kind of an L. It wasn't 100%. Like, those are your paying members, man. What? Why wouldn't they want you to be president? Or at least, like, try to run for president? That means 24% of his paid fans said no.
It was obvious. And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much Democratic leadership lied to you and how much everyone in mainstream media lied to you. They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes. They said that he was perfectly fine and he was a dynamo behind the scenes. How preposterous. We were right all along. So the next time they tell you you got to vote for Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton in a primary because they're the only ones who can win, remember this preposterous lie. Remember how terribly They deceived you into picking the weakest candidate, not the strongest candidate. And Piers, every time I said, let's pick someone stronger so that we can beat Trump, they said, so you like Trump. You want to help Trump. No, you picked the strongest person so you can beat Trump. And apparently they couldn't understand simple concepts like that. But now the whole world has seen what we saw all along.
You know, Cenk, before we go to the other three, there are reports, as we're talking now, that Barack Obama has been having urgent conversations with Joe Biden to try and gently persuade.
Is it from today? Yeah, it's from this morning.
Him. It may be time to give up. But apparently Jill Biden is resisting, wants him to fight on. Kamala Harris is enraged that her name is not in the conversation to potentially replace him. People want to bypass her completely because she's even more unpopular than he is, and move to somebody like Gavin Newsom or someone like that. What is the playbook here? Well, are we into unprecedented territory? Because I don't think any incumbent president in American history who is seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah, there is one mechanism, unfortunately, and it's the donors. Because once the donors stop funding him, then he'll have no oxygen left. Remember, for someone who's a populist like Bernie Sanders, their source of power is the people. But for people like Biden, who are establishment candidates, their source of power is money. And once the money tap is turned off, then he's got no oxygen left. So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks. Are you, who's insane enough to care what she thinks? I don't care what Kamala Harris thinks. I care about picking the...
How can you not love this man, dude? God, I love my uncle. My goat.
Strongest candidate against Trump. Is democracy on the line or isn't it? Is this the most important?
I love when he gets mad. He's like, is democracy on the line or isn't it? Oh, man. My fucking goat, dude.
An election of our lifetime or isn't it?
So I literally only did this. I only did this panel because Cenk was doing it. I was like, I just want to fucking stand there and bob. Just go and nod. Just go, yep. He's right. He's cooking.
So now they're talking about, whose personality should we...
Bronny and LeBron? Bitch, I'm the fucking LeBron to his Bronny. Come on now.
Care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their job...
I was going to go in for a nail biter because the camera was the camera was not on me, and then it swapped back, and I was like, fuck. Yeah, I see that.
Jobs are tied to Joe Biden. If there's a new candidate, they all get fired. So they have been enormously, monstrously selfish, saying, I don't care if the country burns as long as I get to keep my job. They betrayed you greatly, and you should never listen to them again.
Okay, let me bring in some of the others. Hasan Piker, I mean, you'd have to be willfully negligent with regard to what you saw with your own eyes, wouldn't you, to watch that debate last night and not conclude, as so many...
Jim Nona is back and being more annoying than ever, by the way, which is shocking. Jim Nona is back. This is the Hasan guy you were looking for, pal. When mom find the poop sock, I will not be MVPing him.
Biden supporters and friends have publicly concluded, this is from, people like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument that he should continue and be the nominee?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. But there's another glaringly obvious problem here. Cenk and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right. And it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. There was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television. They were saying that he had really hard sex with his wife. I mean, that's the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative. And to anyone with eyes and ears,
I'm not wrong. I mean, they did that. Don't say, huh? That is real. They did that, bro. That is a thing that happened. That is a thing that actually happened. You cannot get mad at me for saying something that they objectively did do. I don't care that they don't know what I'm talking about. It's something that literally happened. I wanted to show the extent of the mania from the Democratic Party in terms of like the operatives coming out and being like, this is how great Biden really is. February 25th, 2024. Good sex is secret to Joe Biden's long marriage. New book on First Lady says. Joe Thick 8. I mean, for sure, the Bidens have cock meat. Like, that's not in contest here. That's not contested. That is 100% proven. Okay. I have seen not one, but 2 Biden cocks at this point, both Hunter Biden and even Joe Biden's brother. And both of them are hanging dong. Okay. It's true. They have nice dick meat. It's facts. So, you know, it's not a wild estimation to make that Joe Biden is also hanging dong meat.
Ears to hear, they could see what Biden looked like, what Biden's performance looked like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN, I believe at this point, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, that, you know, Biden has to go. Someone else has to come in. And you know, potentially win this race. You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races, where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. You have issues, especially post October 7, with the supposed blue wall that's obviously destroyed. You got Michigan, that's a potential problem for Joe Biden. All of these swing states that the Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers right now are in contest. Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented. So when the other guy's talking about immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight, people didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver.
Why don't you project your voice more when on TV? You seem nervous. I am. And not nervous, but I am projecting my voice. It's just a different microphone.
And tried to push him over the finish line and are hoping that you don't notice.
Okay. I'm going to come to your 2 panelists in a moment. We're going to be joined right now by Republican U.S. Senate candidate for Arizona, Carrie Lake.
Yeah, they just cut in and brought Carrie Lake in, which I'm skipping because who gives a shit about Carrie Lake? Then Jenna Ellis comes in and talks about the Republican triumph. No one... Like, we didn't really interrupt one another except for the one blowout moment where Vinny was popping off.
There is panic. Do you think it's unfounded?
Well, I think it's unhelpful, and I think it's unnecessary. We've got to go in and got to keep our heads high. And as I say, we've got to have the back of this president. You don't turn your back because of one performance. Well, what kind of party does that?
Oh, by the way, for the record, they muted our microphones because when Carrie Lake was on, I was trying to chime in. And my microphone was muted. Just letting you know. Because if you think I wasn't trying to say some shit, I was. Which is kind of fucked up. They pulled a debate move on me. They pulled a CNN debate move on my ass.
It's been a masterclass. 15.6 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. The only thing the last 3 Republican presidents have in common is recessions. Democrats deliver. This president has delivered. We need to deliver for him.
Now, Vinny, here's the thing. Trump had a great night. I mean, even the CNN poll, 67% of CNN viewers felt that Trump put in a better performance than 33% for Biden. God knows who the 33% were. But he obviously won the debate very comfortably just by just not doing very much particularly special. But if they do get rid of Biden and they do parachute in somebody like Gavin Newsom, who's young, he's dynamic, he's not afraid to get into the horses, into the lion's den. He went on Fox News with Sean Hannity.
Dude, he's so handsome. That's why he's there, because he's hot. And I'm unafraid to say it. Vinny, for those of you who don't know, which is probably many of you, unfortunately, because you aren't here when we're getting value-tained, it seems, is a pivotal part of the Valuetainment podcast, led by Patrick But David, who also is like Bizarro Jank, another person that I love. Stupid Sexy Vinny is also a person that I love. He's great. He's just a hot man. That's what it is. Okay.
Now and acquitted himself.
You're hotter. Just saying. I love chatters taking what I'm saying seriously and going, no. Like he's attractive, but you're more attractive. Like, guys, I'm fucking, oh my God. I'm not even gonna, no, he's a hot man. That's all I'm gonna say.
Very well. He's eloquent. He's sharp. Yes, he's got a record that can be attacked. But in terms of the visual optics, would that not concern you a bit as a Trump fan, as a Republican, that you might end up out of this victory with a far more difficult opponent to try and defeat in November?
I think don't put anything past the Democrats. The fact that Gavin Newsom can sit there and literally look at somebody in the face and say, Joe Biden's presidency has been a master class. That Gavin Newsom is one of the most disgusting snakes in the grass. Just look at California. Okay, I even had to write this down, Piers. Highest taxes in the nation. Thousands of businesses have left. Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing child custody over.
I love that he's had to write those things down. Like, if you want to understand how fucking stupid he is, like, he's like, what did you write down? Oh, mandatory vaccine bills? Like, that's what you couldn't remember? Like, it's not like you're giving data. You're not putting forward data. You wrote down California bad, and I hate it. They're making the kids gay.
Over if your child doesn't transition. $7 gas. This is, and I'm telling you right now, Piers, it's scary as hell. And I don't care what anybody says. This has all been a plan, okay? They moved the debates up early, all right? They didn't give him any, whatever he was on the State of the Union, Piers, that 60 minutes, he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment. This was the time where they put him out there like a sacrificial lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe any drugs. We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost. He had no idea what he's going to do. I think the shift is going to happen 100%. There is absolutely no way they're going to stay with him. And that is going to be a huge challenge for the Republicans.
Bro, he just gets progressively more red when he's talking. And I personally love that. Like, that's his quirk. That's his secret superpower. He just like gets more and more red.
Republicans, because all this, because we've had a case study, Piers. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing.
Dude, look at his neck veins, dude. He's pushing that shit out, dude. Like, do you get bored sitting there for an hour? Yeah, it was boring.
The country is shit right now. And I know Hasan said, Trump was talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem, okay? They are. Kerry mentioned one story. There's been 4 this week, 4 of young girls getting raped and murders. And people like that say, oh, it's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family or your daughter or your mother, okay? It is a problem. And by the end of this 4 years, the number's probably going to be 18 million.
The whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California. We are the largest border state as the governor also mentioned.
Yeah, it's a whole.
It's a total hellhole, dude.
California is a shit
sinking.
show.
Look at your tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to see how far I could take this. Like, I wanted to see what would happen. I had to. Okay, like, is it productive? No. Okay, but like when you see an opportunity to see just how red a human being can get, this is like a science experiment at this point. Okay, like I wanted to do this because scientists are saying this is the most red a man can get. Watch, because you think he's red right now. Just you fucking wait. Hold on.
Hellhole. Yeah, it's a whole.
It's a total hellhole, dude.
California is a shit show.
Look at your tan.
Oh, yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hasan, has said in the past that America...
I think he wrote that down, too. He's looking at his notes.
...deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm a big
Respectfully.
fan of you. And,
okay,
and
but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hasan, you shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge.
Triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge for Democrats.
Should we invoke Donald Trump?
When I said that, if Piers hadn't interjected, he would have died. Okay? When I said, "Are you triggered, Vinny?" and he heard it, look at his face.
You shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge.
Triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge for Democrats.
Hasan, bu tarz şeylerden bahsettiğinde bence çok saçma oluyor. Niye sürekli yapıyorsun bunu? Sana ne lan? Yarram! Sana ne? Seni mi siktik? I'm starting to think that he doesn't like you. Yeah, it was very sad because I like him a lot. But yeah, Piers had to fucking join in and cut it out because otherwise he was going to die. How he got this red? Oh yeah, his head's about to pop off.
Should we invoke Donald Trump right now and say, let's not be children?
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're going to try and keep things.
Can we get back to the?
Do you know what was interesting? What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of...
Piers loved that shit, by the way. Piers fucking loved that shit. Look.
Huge challenge for...
Invoke Donald Trump right now and say, let's not be
Look at his fucking face.
children.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're going to try and keep things...
Can we get back to
the only one not laughing is Cenk. He was disappointed, I think. He was mad. What did Cenk say? He didn't say anything.
Do you know what was interesting? What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job. But also, I liked the format where there was no audience to manipulate, perhaps, or save a candidate for themselves.
He's so mad he had to drink his water.
Or to overreact to try and drown out a particularly salient point. And the mute button worked very well. You could see both candidates trying to speak at various times when their mute button was on. I don't know what you thought, but I actually thought it was a pretty good format for showing us what the reality was of these two candidates.
So, Piers, a lot of people are criticizing CNN now, and in fact, they themselves this morning admitted that maybe we should have fact-checked Trump once or twice when he said, like, deranged things like, oh, there's post-birth abortions. That doesn't make any sense at all.
But my answer would be, why Joe Biden should have done it. Right, Biden should have called him out on all those things, but he wasn't able to do it.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting to.
Right.
Piers. So, you know, when somebody says something so stupid like that, and like Trump says, oh, they let out all the mental institutions and the prisoners of countries, the opponent has a responsibility to say, which countries?
Yeah.
Tell me which countries released all their prisoners and mental inmates, etc. What are you talking about post-birth abortion? That doesn't even make any sense, you deranged lunatic. So, yeah, I'm not getting on Jake Tapper or Dana Bash. The guy opposed to you is supposed to make those super obvious points.
Yeah.
Look, at this point, this conversation about whether Joe Biden's going to drop out is over. He's definitely going to drop out. The donors no longer think he's a good investment. And think about this, Piers. If he doesn't drop out, imagine what history is going to say about him. That he put his monstrous ego, maybe an ego even larger than Donald Trump's, above the needs of the country, the party, the voters. It's an unbearable thought. He would become one of the great villains of American history. And there's actually a really easy way to replace him. All he has to do is say, I'm out. And then we go back to a traditional convention where the delegates decide. That's almost always how Americans
decide their I think
candidates anyway.
Yeah, we discussed it before, but two incumbent Democrat presidents since the end of World War II have both stood down in election year, Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. So there's a
Do I agree with Cenk that Biden will drop out? No, I think I agree with Cenk that where he says the donors will try and force Biden to drop out. because he's not just saying like Biden's going to drop out on his own volition. He knows that Biden is a fucking deranged lunatic, in his words, that is like incredibly narcissistic and operating on fucking pure resentment and fumes. Do you think there's any chance of the 25th Amendment? I said last night that I think it's the funniest thing that could happen, and then the Republicans stop it because they think Biden is like, you know, a great, a much better candidate to run against than anyone else.
Precedent here for this to happen. It just hasn't happened where the incumbent president doesn't want to go. Jenna, I want to bring you in just on one point, which is the behavior of Jill Biden after the debate.
Vinny, why does he look teary-eyed? Vinny's still mad that he has to sit on a panel with a Twitch streamer, as opposed to what he does, which is, I think, being like the third most relevant guy on the Patrick Bet David Valuetainment podcast. You don't do anything. I, on the other hand, am valuetaining people. I didn't even say anything. I just said he looks red and he's got a shitty tan and he's getting progressively redder. I even said I was a fan of his. Does this mean you're not getting invited to PBD? Are you kidding me? Patrick Bet David is a fucking entertainment demon. He is a valuetainment demon. He knows good content when he sees it. If anything, this would mean I would go on Patrick Bet David extra hard. The only thing standing in my way of going on Patrick Bet David is my lack of interest in ever flying to the state of Florida. I hope you guys understand that.
Hey, watch this.
Oh, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the...
On sports.
Anyway, I don't really care about what she has to say.
I wrote a column for New.
I don't really care about what Mo Vela has to say. He just like glazes Biden nonstop for like 20 fucking minutes. Literally, he just like doesn't really.
The president deserved the opportunity to do that. He clearly was not on his game last night, and so possible.
I can see people trying. A lot of people in the Democrat Party like Biden. I've read Thomas Friedman saying he cried last night. The New York Times columnist when he was watching it. Frank Bruni was sort of tearing up. Everyone's tearing up. I don't really feel emotional, I'm afraid, and I find it very hard to feel sympathy for Joe Biden. I think it was very sad what we watched, but I also think we're now at the stage where this is actually willfully selfish and harming to the Democrat Party, isn't it?
Yeah, so I only have one point that I have sympathy for Joe Biden on. But first of all, these guys, I mean, look at the people in power, whether it's media or Democratic leadership. They're all crying because, their beloved Joe Biden didn't look good. I mean, this guy just sent $20 billion to slaughter more Palestinian children. I cry for them. I don't cry for Joe Biden. Joe Biden has taken corporate donations his entire life. He used to be known as the senator from MBNA. This guy is...
Get him, Unc! You scrolling, lol? No, my phone wasn't even on me. You guys are wrong. I was just like looking down as I was fucking bored and forgetting that the camera's on me.
It's a classic corporate corrupt...
Dude, at this point, it's been 43 minutes, and I waited for 30 minutes listening to fucking Piers get interviewed by some footballer, okay? Because he was like 30 minutes late to his own fucking broadcast, and he made us just sit there and listen. He made us sit there and listen to that interview. So yeah, I'm fucking bored. I'm in a crammed ass space in like a van. I might have actually written some stuff on Hoscored a little bit in between.
Democrat. So I don't...
Does Piers Morgan pay you? Fuck no.
Any of this, like, oh my God, he was such a good person. And think about this. This guy, and even if you disagree with me and you think, oh my God, no, I love establishment Democrats that sell us out to the donors. Oh, you're so radical for saying things that are obviously true. But think about this. Even for those guys, he was willing to risk all of us, the Democratic voters.
You doing this for free? Bro, are you kidding me? I did this for my own personal entertainment and for you guys, okay? There's no other rhyme or reason as to why I would do that. Okay, that's literally the only reason why I go on these fucking shows. No, it's not even the exposure. What are you kidding me? I had a fucking 130,000 live viewers last night. Fuck you mean exposure? No, if anything, this is like taking time from my research time in the morning before I start the stream. That's why I was a little annoyed actually that he fucking spent 30 minutes getting interviewed. It's like, bro, you know, what do you think? You think I need to be on your show? Come on now, like be a little bit respectful. Having said that, yeah, no, I literally go on these shows for this so we can react to it and it's like fun and there's like TikTok clips and shit that comes out. Why don't you hit the do bag with them? Podcasting is a real job because Piers interjected. I would have loved. Piers does not respect you. Yes, he does not. That is true. I don't think he does. I think he likes the drama that I bring and the eyeballs that I bring to his show, but he does not like me. He likes Cenk. You can tell the difference between someone Piers actually likes and someone Piers actually doesn't like. He'll let his guests or sometimes himself rabidly come after people that he doesn't like. He likes Cenk, so he'll like, you know, let Rabbi Shmuley do his thing, but then he'll like usually cut it out or let Cenk pop off too. Whereas with me, he brings me on because I bring eyeballs, I bring drama, and also you know, he can unload into me, both himself and also his panelists. Do I like Piers? I like Piers. You are the Twitch kid? Well, I don't give a shit. To be fair, I did call him a baboon in a suit. Like I said, he's a monkey. So, you know, it's not necessarily like the best introduction to me, but I think he brings me on so we can like rip into me or have the panelists rip into me. And then, you know, I just push back and it's win-win. If I get owned, then it's great. You know, commie owned Lamau, right? And if I don't get owned and I push back, then it's a really viral moment for him, for his show.
The Democratic Party, the entire country, just to satiate his ego. Oh, I want to be a two-term president. That's better for my legacy. So he's an egomaniac that I have no sympathy for, except one thing. Last night was elder abuse. And it was elder abuse by the entire Democratic leadership, the DNC, and yes, sorry, but Jill Biden. If Jill Biden wants to run for president, she should do it. But, I mean, there's no way that a loving spouse lets that happen.
No, I agree.
And thinks, oh, great, push him out there, we got this. You don't have it. This is absurd. But the one piece of good news out of all
It's not cause for Mama Gretch to be put in office.
this, Piers, is it's over. We're going to get a new candidate, and hopefully we're going to kick Donald Trump's ass.
And Cenk, before I go to Hassan, who would your preference be for who that person should be that could actually be the nominee and potentially beat Trump?
So the problem with the Democratic Party is that they never pick a populist in a populist time. They keep picking the most establishment candidates there are when the American people keep telling you they don't want establishment candidates like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So they should pick a populist, but they won't. Of course, the top candidate is Bernie Sanders, and he would easily beat Donald Trump. Everybody actually knows that. They just don't. And let's be honest, the Democratic Party would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. So, but if you say, no, Bernie Sanders is too old or we can't have it, you can go to Ro Khanna. You can go to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is beloved by everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredibly smart, incredibly principled. He would eviscerate Donald Trump in a debate. Let's pick someone who can win and actually represent the people.
Okay, before I come to Hassan, actually, let me just get Vinny's reaction.
There's a delay.
One name.
I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with you.
There's a delay. That head tilt for Ro Khanna, for the record. I was like, the fuck?
Think there.
Yeah, go on then. Okay, Hassan, you respond, yeah.
Okay. First of all, Big Gretch. That's it. That's the method. That's the movement. Okay? Put Mama Gretch in office. Okay? She's popular. She's in a pivotal state. She would absolutely crush it. I don't like Gavin Newsom at all. I think he has a lot of weaknesses. I think he's horrible. He's done an abysmal job refusing to fix the housing crisis in California that's obviously contributing to the homelessness crisis so that, you know, guys like Vinny can complain about how much of a shithole California is or whatever people talk about. Like, that would stick on a national level on Gavin Newsom. Don't turn the rest of the country into California would be the attitude. Another good guy, I think, another great guy, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. We need a big boy in office. We need a dynamo. We need a guy with a kind heart. You know, he could even, I'm not exactly a fan of him being a billionaire, but ultimately, you know, maybe we could have a real billionaire against Donald Trump's phony billionaire status. Who knows? Anyone would be better than Joe Biden at this point. Even Hillary Clinton.
Well, okay. Well, that's interesting. So, okay, that's interesting. So, I mean, for those who don't know, well, hang on.
Cenk does not agree with that. What is this? You really said this on Piers? Yes, I did. Because dude, I'm not taking it very seriously. I don't know if you guys can recognize that from the terms I'm using, but I'm not exactly taking this the most seriously. But I'm just having fun with it. I'm freestyling. Okay. I said Mama Gretch.
Which is why I think hang on, Hassan. For those who don't know who the Gretch is, by the way, it's the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But I want to come to Vinny. Hillary Clinton's name is being talked up here as potentially the unfinished business that she comes sweeping back and she does what she.
I was gonna say Hillary Clinton might do better than Joe Biden, but not by a lot, and might still lose. But they cut me off before I could finish that point. But it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Whatever.
She failed to do in 2016, and she actually beats him. What are your thoughts about Hillary returning?
You know what, Piers? I think she's finished. Hillary Clinton has no chance. I think every single time she gets in front of a camera, it's.
Wait, what? Bro, I can't get over. Jenks said Dems would take Trump over Bernie. That's crazy as fuck. No, it's not. He's 100%. He's 100% right on that. They basically did that in 2016, by the way. They 100% would because they did. Okay. Also, do you guys not remember 2020? What are you talking about? The Democratic Party and the media apparatus would absolutely, without a shred of doubt, pick Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders. There were people that were openly writing think pieces on this, by the way, like when Bernie was a prospect.
Democratic Party. I think she's the worst. From her history with her and her husband. It's just, it's abysmal. Let's not even get into the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and her husband. That's a whole different can of worms. But I think it's funny how everybody on the left is so, this whole failed presidency is because of Biden's age and his dementia, which he definitely has. Whoever's going to come in, it's the Democratic Party's policies. Plain and simple. I don't give a damn who you put in there. Gretch, Bernie Sanders, communism, you want socialism, you want all that crap. It's not going to fix anything. That shit's going to keep going. Say what you want. Last night solidified it even more for the independents in the middle that are kind of on the fence. I would much rather vote for the convicted felon than this poor old.
I love people going, Bernie showed us his true colors on genocide. Fuck him. Brother, it's not going to happen anyway. But like, that's such a funny fucking take to have. Like, yeah, okay, tomorrow Bernie Sanders is going to be president over Joe Biden. And you're like, nah, it's because he still loves genocide. So no. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about like what the realistic options are. Bernie is not even in there, but in the hypothetical that he is, what are you going to be like? No, I'm not even entertaining the hypothetical. He's not sufficiently fucking, up to snuff. We're talking about the leader of the Democratic Party. Like, what do you mean? Like, that is so beyond comprehension for me, because it's so unimaginably unrealistic that like that would ever happen. But I do love entertaining the idea that there's people out there that would be like, nah, I actually don't like Bernie as the leader of the Democratic Party. As opposed to who? Like, what do you want? Embalmed Lenin? Embalmed Mao? Embalmed Ho Chi Minh? Like, who? Who's out there? Who is a better Democratic Party candidate? Like, Bernie's old, and I think that's a major weakness for him. And especially when everyone's like personally talking about how fucking unimaginably old Biden is, that would be a relatively weak substitution and less likely. But like, why are we even having this conversation over like something that's never going to happen, because it's so goddamn beyond the pale? Like, it's so goddamn unimaginable. And there's chatters who are still like, nah, even in that hypothetical, I don't fuck with them.
Old moron that they wheel out there now on purpose like a sacrificial lamb with no drugs and everything to turn. You notice, Piers, every other debate, every CNN anchor, everybody that was moderating would cut Trump off. They would yell. They would stop. Notice how they sat there, Jay Tapper and Dana Bash. They were quiet. They let everything pull out. This was all on purpose. And I think that Hillary Clinton's on the table. I think Gavin Newsom, for sure, he was the only one there. You notice that? He had good gel in his hair.
Why is he always so angry? Maybe this is not a question to ask 48 minutes into the video, but like, it is kind of weird because like, you could ask him a question about like what he ate for lunch, and he would respond with this energy where he's like so mad at you. Like, he's behaving like Piers Morgan has insulted his mother, his dead mother, in front of this crowd, the way he's popping off.
I said for 2 years that I think Newsom is the one that could put up the best fight. And I was persuaded when he went on Fox News into the heart of the enemy lair and sat there with Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very, very well. I mean, Jenna, to bring you in here, I mean, who Jenna, if you were a Democrat right now, who would you think?
I had a little bit of a moment with her because she was like chirping about abortion and like how fucking radical Big Gretch was.
Had the best chance of actually taking Trump on. You know Trump very well. You know his weaknesses, his strengths. Who of all the Democrat names you've seen touted would you fear most potentially as being the one that could win it for the Democrats?
Well, I actually agree with what Sink said, that we really need a populist on both sides that actually speaks to what the American people are concerned about. And if the Democrats can put up someone who isn't so far extreme leftist establishment, then I think that they have a real chance of actually getting disaffected
who is that person?
Republicans as well. And I think that they should put up someone like an Andrew Yang. They should have gone with RFK Jr. I mean, he acquitted himself very well in the debate, and neither side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he is going to rise in momentum after last night's debate. And anyone realistically that the Democrats put up now, if it's not someone as far left as a Gretchen Whitmer, for example, has a real shot at winning. But what I think the American people need to do is take a hard look at the U.S. Constitution. We have a minimum. Because look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Can you give me like
look
one
at how
policy?
she has. So look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Okay.
Look at her position on extreme on abortion. Look at how she has run her state as basically taking legislative power into the executive. So look at her position on queer
position on
theory.
abortion
So
that you
she
find
is
so
for
extreme?
abortion. So her position.
I love that she said extreme leftist establishment, by the way. Like three things that definitely... Your face when she suggested Andrew Yang killed me? Yeah. I mean, she's not exactly the brightest crayon, okay? Like, she said Andrew Yang would be great. She said she supported Ron DeSantis. Ridiculous stuff overall. This is the pink hair on the panel, okay? Like the last time I was on, Piers always has to fucking fill the panel with like one person who just doesn't know what the fuck they're saying. Like at least Vinny, despite being a fucking coked out TRT monster, is like at least one, entertaining, and two, has like a tangible position. She, on the other hand, she has no position. She's the no position candidate. She's the center candidate on the panel. She's just there to just do this, okay? And have a little bit of airtime so that maybe she can cut together like a video and give that to her shitty ass middling agent who will then be able to put her on like actual TV shows like MSNBC or whatever. That's the reason why she's here. She's just trying to have like airtime.
How do you plead to aiding and abetting false statements and writings and under accusation 23 SC 190514?
Guilty.
And is this your signature along with Mr. Hoag's signature on the accusation?
It is.
In the wake of the 2020 presidential election, I believed that challenging the results on behalf of President Trump should be pursued in a just and legal way.
Anyway, let's continue. So she's like, oh yeah, Gretchen Whitmer has radical positions on abortion, okay? Radical positions on abortion.
On abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in.
So there's like a bunch of different things I wanted to say here to be like, one, most of the country is in agreement on our side of the spectrum when it comes to abortion. That's why Donald Trump is like that's why Donald Trump is not defeating Joe Biden handily currently. Two, one, you are a woman. Oh, I did do the you are a woman. I asked her if she's ever been pregnant, but then they cut me off again. Also, it's a lie. Like Governor Whitmer is in favor of Roe v. Wade in general. I did. Here, you'll see in a second.
Third term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
No restrictions
all of
on the
Democrat
third trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with Republicans, unfortunately, revolves around
hang on.
hallucinations of Republicans.
My former home state of Colorado allows abortion until the day of birth.
Yes, all third trimester abortions in every single state still has to have some kind of some kind of medical necessity, okay? They get so mad when you call them out on this lie. I know. They need to have some kind of medical necessity. There needs to be some kind of issue that is presented to the carrier, okay? That's it. There's no like recreational voluntary abortions happening in the third trimester, okay? It's also 1% of abortions, 15,000 abortions total. It's a ridiculous misnomer. It's just like silly thing to have a fucking conversation around. People are not carrying pregnancies over the course of 3 trimesters to have a fun abortion, like a fun abortion on their own, just for the sake of it. Pure Republican mania.
That is the law in 7 states right now, including California, where Gavin Newsom is the governor.
There is
so
no
there
state,
are people
there is no
that can
state
go in, yes,
in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a
Colorado,
doctor
California,
giving
there are
you a
7
medical
states.
exemption. No, you still have to
No,
get
look at
a
the law.
psychiatric
Look at the law, and
evaluation
it doesn't matter whether
and a healthcare evaluation.
No, but it's still
Do you
allowed.
think
That's the
women
point.
Dude, do you guys want to know something so insane? Third trimester abortions oftentimes are not even fucking covered by insurance. Okay? It is a 3-day process for the most part. You're basically inducing a birth in that situation because it's on the 3rd trimester. It is a really complicated procedure. That's number one. And number two, beyond the fact that the procedure itself is complicated and it's like inpatient surgery, you have to fucking be in the hospital for 3 fucking days to be able to get it done. Beyond the fact that you need multiple checks and multiple medical evaluations leading up to the 3rd trimester abortion. Otherwise, you could fucking possibly die during the process. Regardless of all of that reality, it's also usually not covered by insurance. It could cost up to $25,000 in this fucking country. And besides the point, and here's the most significant part of this conversation, okay? Not only is it traumatic, but also you have carried a baby for 9 months at that point, or at least for 2 trimesters. That is insane to think that like people are going to go out and get a 3rd trimester abortion for the fucking funsies. And the elective aspect of it in terms of the psychiatric damage that the patient has, the carrier has, if you want to eliminate that in its entirety, then make 1st trimester and 2nd trimester abortions easy to fucking make healthcare free. Make it so that people can figure out that they're pregnant early on with sex ed so that there's no one that has to think about it or try to do GoFundMe fundraisers so they can actually get the $25,000 to be able to get an abortion. And by the time that fundraiser is over, you're in the 3rd trimester. Oh, I hate this conversation so much. The idea, and by the way, that's the reason why I asked her, like, have you ever been pregnant? Which will come in a second.
Are
The
going
point is
around,
that it is still
okay,
allowed.
you're a woman. You're a woman. You're a woman. Have you ever been pregnant? I have a
Yeah.
question for you. Have you or I don't know. Have you? Okay,
That-
so you know
my
how
medical history
tumultuous
is
of a
not
process
relevant
that
here,
is.
but
It's
I am
actually,
and so I mean, have you ever been
it is,
pregnant?
because the
How
point
are
I'm
you?
making
How
is,
are you?
it is a,
how are you
it is
speaking to
obviously,
abortion?
it
That's
is
completely
obviously
irrelevant. The point
I've never
here
been pregnant,
is that
but it seems like I
abortion
understand
as
it
a
as best as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually don't
no
understand
woman is
it
carrying a
because
pregnancy
of the law
for
in
9
7
months,
states.
so they can have a regular.
Whether Hassan is pregnant.
No woman
I
is
may
carrying
need
a
to just-
pregnancy for
answering
9
the
All right,
months.
let's-
question actually about
So they can have
Gretchen
a
Whitmer.
Guys, you're
abortion.
talking
Let
over
me
each other.
finish.
You should not have violated her privacy, though. Shut the fuck up, bitch. What's the Buttigieg thing where he's like, people have the most likely picked out a name and bossed up by that point? Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid. Also, she didn't have to answer that question. The point is, third trimester abortions are not only unimaginably rare, but they are almost they're never actually like elective in the sense that like you just carried it up until that point so you can fucking get the abortion. In some instances, the elective aspect of it, they call it elective, okay? But like the elective aspect of it is because the pregnancy was caught far too fucking late as a direct consequence of not having access to healthcare. That's it. In terms of that, trying to legislate this away so you make it super complicated for the fucking people that literally have like this procedure only out of medical necessity is insanely cruel. Okay? Bro complaining about violated privacy when her views violate women's bodily autonomy. It's just so dumb. Also, yes, I was pregnant and I gave birth to a bear. So, and preg. It's real. This is my daughter. I gave birth to her. This too much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Let me.
Piers asked.
I just have
Let
some
me
breaking
finish what
news.
Piers asked.
I have some breaking news for everyone. The Biden campaign spokesperson Seth Schuster says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no
and then my goat Harry Sasan comes in.
Basis for that. There's nothing that voters have indicated that they agree with that. Senior White House correspondent at CNN, Kayla Tausch, said on X, not only does POTUS not plan to drop out, Biden remains committed, incredibly, to a second debate in September, an advisor tells me. I cannot see that happening. But we actually have now.
Admit you were creepy for that question? No, you're creepy for trying to fucking do a 3-minute ad break debate literally at 4:53, okay? Okay, you take an hour off for that. Going forward, that's it. I'm dishing out bans for 2-parters. Okay? We're banning bad baits from now on. It's over. It's a new dawn. It's a new day on the broadcast. If you come in here and say some fuck shit, specifically so you can get my attention, specifically so you get me to read out what you have to say, just so you can then turn around and be like, oh, top of the hour debate, boom, you're done. We have to. I hate doing this to the chatters who are trying to do a collaborative effort, okay? I hate doing this to chatters, but I need to elevate the baits a little bit. We got to raise the bar. We got to make it a little costly, okay? We have to make it a little costly, dude. I'm sorry. We got to go back to the 1-parter meta. That shit was way harder. It's way harder to do a 1-parter. I'm saying it. I'm fucking saying it, okay? Straw donation ad break debates are insane. Doing short breakdown style videos on these popular Republican talking points would be great. 9-month abortion and other points would be great. Breakdown of format and detail and sourced out to the years would be great content for normies. Aren't you mansplaining a little? No. What do you mean? That only works if I'm being misogynistic to a woman and not when she is demonstrating her own internalized misogyny in terms of restricting, making an argument to restrict women's bodily autonomy. Like, that's funny. I like that. She talked over you the whole time, but the second you talked, Piers had to jump in. Yeah, classic. Mansplaining, why mansplaining is okay? Yes. I mean, I'm a man and I explain things, so I will be mansplaining like quite a bit. So is misogyny is one I don't like. Okay, I can't tell if these guys are chirping for funsies now because I read like a bait and it gave confidence to like all the dummies, or maybe they don't realize that I'm running the 3-minute ad break right now at the top of the fucking hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Or if this is like legitimately a person who thinks he's launching a good argument. No, man, misogyny is when you're, I don't know, objectifying women, denying them their bodily autonomy, thinking that they're lesser than men. That's what misogyny is. Misogyny is not interrupting any woman, no matter what the fuck they're saying, especially when they're currently making a misogynistic argument. Get your eye booger. Here, you can eat it. We have radlibs defending forced birth advocates. Yeah, radlibs are probably some of the dumbest that the left has to offer. The left has to offer in the sense that like they're so easily manipulated. You could like literally jiggle some keys in front of them and they'd be like, ugh. Like they just hear like woke terminology and they look at things as like woman good, man bad. They are the cartoonish depiction of like what the right says the left is like.
Somebody joining us who is
as low-key infantilizing her. I am infantilizing her. She's a fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Yes, dude, I'm infantilizing a person, not on the basis that they're a woman, but on the basis that they're like making a incredibly dumb argument about how women's bodily autonomy not being restricted, which was Gretchen Whitmer, who's also a woman, by the way. Her perspective on the matter is radical. Claiming that Gretchen Whitmer's position on abortion is radical is unimaginably stupid. Misogyny is when you disagree with a woman. I know.
Is pro-Biden and thinks that he won last night. It's the TikToker Harry Sisson. Harry, you think Biden won last night?
One person.
Yeah, no, I did, definitely. On the substance of...
I got so excited when Harry popped in. My goat. How dare you infantilize the person with a toddler's view of how the world works? Yeah, I know. You're right. As a feminist, okay, I should have fucking turned around and been like, my queen, you are so right. We should kill women that get abortions.
So the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic. It was logical. And Donald Trump just...
This is like one of the only remaining pro-Biden TikTokers. I think he might literally be the only one at this point. He's like a super fucking riding for Biden TikToker. Him and the other kid with the Zoomer haircut. He's the last man standing.
Just lied the entire time. Is incapable of telling the truth. Is incapable of actually laying out policy. He didn't talk about how he's going to make the American people's lives better. He just, said that, January 6th didn't happen. He talked about the election. He said that overturning Roe was a great thing and forcing 10-year-old girls to give birth is a fantastic thing. That was Donald Trump's debate. So on the substance of the conversation, Joe Biden absolutely prevailed.
Right, but the problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them wrong.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit proud of him. I was a little bit proud of him for cooking here. He did a good job.
Thing he talked about. Lying doesn't win debates.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're going to use lying or misleading the public with statements against a candidate, you've got to make sure your own candidate speaks with unforked tongue. I mean, Biden, barely a week goes by without him saying something which is immediately proven to be untrue. I mean, only like 2 weeks ago, he was claiming that his uncle was shot down and eaten by cannibals. None of that ever happened. He wasn't shot down and he wasn't eaten by cannibals. I mean, I just think that this idea that Trump's the only one whose statements can't be trusted is just not true. Last night, again and again, listen, I'm not denying that Trump made a series of untrue statements. He does that. He barrels through and hopes that the big messages about the border and so on kick home, and they probably do, actually, with many Americans. But if Biden's going to play the lying card as a pro-Biden thing against Trump, he's got to tell the truth and get his numbers right. He can't then have a fact check from CNN, which was painful to watch last night. It went on and on and on. Almost every statistic he came out with was completely wrong.
Yeah, but Pierce, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying...
Oh, Vinny's not going to let him slide either. Vinny's coming back. I love how the Dems are ignoring the opposite of the debate when one of the most important debates ever brought up in any political science or history class, the JFK v. Nixon debate where JFK won just because he looked better on TV. Yeah. And it was also like, I guess at that point, it was like not all that common to have televised debates at all. So like, it was one of those moments where like Nixon was sweating and people could see it. JFK wore makeup and people could see that. And he looked infinitely better in comparison. I think it might have been the first one. Was it the first one? It was the first. Okay. I didn't want to get it wrong. To be even more specific, it was the first ever televised debate. And JFK won with TV watchers, but Nixon won with radio listeners. Yeah.
You see the one where he said
one sec, Vinny. You look like relax, buddy. If you're getting a number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very
so 7 years
small
ago.
Do we know anything? Is anything real? Does anything matter? Dude, I don't think you understand. This is completely fucking normal. Okay? Yes, Biden is a carcass. Yes, a lot of Americans recognize that again. But you have to remember, Donald Trump spent 90 minutes talking about immigrant rape. Okay? Hello? Like, this is what I was trying to stress in the beginning of this conversation. This is what I was trying to stress throughout the conversations that I've had on this issue. It's not like Donald Trump was sweet either. The problem is that Biden was so bad that people didn't even have time to consider Donald Trump's flubs. But of course, the people that like watched it were shocked by how unimaginably insane Biden was. I mean, not Biden, sorry, Trump was. Bro, he literally, dude, come on. Like, I'm used to it at this point, and perhaps you are too, like, because you hear Donald Trump so much. But you have to remember, like, if someone hasn't been, like, paying that close attention, and many voters are not, and many non-voters are paying even less attention, when they see Donald Trump, let's say for the first time since, like, the last election cycle, and he's just on there, and he's just like, I want to kill every brown person in the country, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, no, there's going to be people that hear that and go, yeah, the other guy is like really fucking old. Holy shit. But like all they hear, all those audiences are hearing is Donald Trump saying, we have to kill immigrants immediately. Like tomorrow. We have to kill immigrants yesterday. Literally using Palestinian as a pejorative? Yeah, no, I don't think anybody cares about that. That's like not even in consideration for many voters.
7
Hold
years
on now,
when
I'm
Trump
not
was
done
in?
yet. I'm
How
not
old were
done
you,
yet.
10
Especially considering both of the candidates are like, you know, dick riding Israel.
years old?
right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry?
What was that?
How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7
Benny,
years
you
ago, you
look-
were 10
you look
years
like
old,
you're about
bro.
to explode.
You don't know what the
Relax.
hell you're talking
Take
about.
a breather.
That's not
Take a-
relevant.
Hassan was right to
His
call.
age
You
isn't
have
relevant.
makeup.
He's entitled to his
Hassan,
opinion.
listen,
Come on.
listen. I know Hassan's a big fan
Yeah,
of mine. He
you're
was
10
right to
years
call you
old.
out for looking like you're about to explode. It's okay, no problem here.
Yeah, you were 10 years old when
you have
Trump
to, you have to
won.
level.
You were 10 years old.
And what are you like 80? Like relax, buddy. Take a breather. You're okay. I promise. It's okay.
I fucking cooked his ass, dude. So what are you like 80? Relax, buddy. He's so mad. Oh man, that made me so happy.
You're so good.
Dan,
You're so
Dan,
good.
yoga's
Biden-
good. Yoga's
last
good.
night Biden
Yoga's
was
good.
full of
Can I
shit.
just say, it doesn't. I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the real reality, which is I care about the age of the president because he looks like he's 180. So, Harry, I'm just bemused. Because 33% of people watching it apparently think Biden won. I don't know. Harry, hang on. Harry, I don't know how.
He's getting so mad. Oh, I did have fun. This was probably my most fun Piers Morgan panel. Cenk is sitting there like I came here for the real discussion. I mean, that's Piers Morgan. I'm sorry. Like, no disrespect to Unc, but what the fuck are you expecting? Of course it's gonna be valuetainment through and through, especially when you got this guy on the panel. Are you kidding me?
How anybody honestly can watch that debate and honestly conclude that Biden won. You'd have to be so deeply embedded in the Democrat partisan tank that you can't crawl out long enough to see the wood for the trees.
So first thing, I want to respond to your lie comment. I think that, yeah, we want both candidates to be honest, but we have to weigh the lies here. Like if Joe Biden gets a statistic incorrect, that is vastly different than Donald Trump still pushing lies about January 6th and about the election. So that's
he is such a good Democratic Party op, by the way. Like he is so much better than like 90% of these fucking dummies in terms of like keeping his cool and just fucking sticking to the facts. Like he's actually a very good communicator. I mean, obviously, push comes to shove. I mean, this guy, he's the relentless Brandon Dick Rider, right? Obviously. So it's not like we are in line ideologically. But having said that, I think, especially for his age, like he's pretty talented.
first and foremost. But second of all, as I said, the substance of the conversation is what matters. Trump can scream the loudest, he can lie the most. That doesn't mean you win a debate. When Joe Biden's up there saying, like, you know what, my policy is pragmatic. I want to give women their reproductive rights. I want to continue to lower healthcare costs. I want to expand healthcare for veterans more and more. That's pragmatic policy. That's logical.
Harry, the problem
with a little push, you can turn him socialist. Fuck no. This dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have any evidence for this, but this is 100p a former HasanAbi head turned DNC operative. Okay. Like all of those Gen Z for Change guys, including Sean the Black, who's wonderful, is no 0% shot. He was HasanAbi head. No, dude, come on. 2020, this guy was in here 100%. I think he might even still follow me on TikTok. I'm pretty sure he used to.
Okay, but Harry, here's the problem.
Substance.
Harry, here's the problem. He couldn't articulate his views in a way that anyone could really understand.
No, he's not a Hutch viewer. He has his own motivations. You're ridiculous. He's so much better than Hutch at being a propagandist for the Democratic Party. What are you talking about? He's not like recycling Destiny takes like Hutch is. The fuck? No, this guy's getting his he's straight piping from the DNC. Okay, he's getting his. He said Hutch. Yeah, dude. Sure. To be fair, could have gone the dark route and be a grifter, the caliber of Jackson Hinkle. Yes. I think a lot of you forget this community has spawned some of the actual literal spawns of Satan, like Jackson Hinkle, like the other one, the short Albanian one. The fuck was his name? The one who's like, I can be so much more racist than you. Haz. Yeah, that one. Like, I love that clip. Sneeko, technically. I like that that's how you know him. Yes, I don't have the fucking brain rot. Okay? So, yes, I know him as the short Albanian man who once famously said, I could be so much more racist than you.
And secondly, and more crucially, in Trump, he has an opponent who tells a lot of untruths. And what you want the president of the United States to do is to be quick-witted enough and sharp enough and intelligent enough to, every time he does that, leap on it and tell the American people why what he said was untrue. Biden was simply incapable of doing any of that. And that's what a lot of Democrats have said overnight is the most problematic thing. It's not that he's old or anything. It's that he was incapable of either articulating policy in a way that resonated or holding Trump to account. And if you can't do that with a candidate like Trump, there's no hope.
Yeah, except here's that was the method that Biden was.
Hang on a second, I'll come to you in one second. Let Harry respond to that.
Sorry.
All right. What I was going to say is, if that's the method that Biden was going to go with, then all of his answers would just be fact checking Trump. Every 2 minutes he asks, he has to be like, okay.
My delay is so fucking annoying too. That's the other thing. Harry's very good. He's familiar with your work, says Hassan's DNC contact. Solid investment from our team. He doesn't follow you anymore. We won't let you. He doesn't follow you anymore. I think he is a former HasanAbi. I don't know if he would admit it or not. Maybe he isn't, but I'd be shocked. But regardless, I think I respect his game. I respect his talents. You can't Zoom calling like Harry. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. How come Harry gets a Zoom in call, but I had to sit in the goddamn studio? What? Interview him, speak with him, debate the poor child. Revolution, folks. Reach out to him and ask. Work on your connections. Connect with him. Bro, are you okay? Calm down, man. That is a normal chatter. He is. This is the most normal chatter.
Okay, Trump lied about this, and that's not any way to win a voter over. Biden, I would think it's more of the moderator's job to.
Tim Pool's hairline, thank you for the 5. Get this subs. What? Read my chats? What? Read this message. What? Motherfucker, I'm gonna ban his ass. Where the fuck? Megaphonics, it's been a while. It's been a while since you've been banned. Take a day off. Okay? Take a fucking day off, Megaphonics.
Fact check, as opposed to Biden dedicating his entire debate to fact checking. Biden should be laying out the policy, which he did. He seemed pretty coherent when he called out Donald Trump for assaulting and raping E. Jean Carroll. And
what did you think? Okay, that excruciating moment when Joe Biden basically.
The left is real divided, so we could be good to Sepak and debate with him. What? Dude, shut up. Please stop talking. The left is real divided. He's not. He's a liberal. He's a fucking Democratic Party spokesperson at this point. What the fuck are we talking about? The left.
He froze and mumbled his words. It said complete gibberish. And then Donald Trump just said, I don't think even he knows what he just said. Let's just watch this clip, and I'm going to ask you to explain to me what he said.
I think more importantly, he's super shameless. He's super shameless. Like, that's huge. You know what I mean? It's like kind of wild how shameless he is to just like go not be devoid of any shame whatsoever, to just like go on any broadcast and be like, no, I think fucking Biden did an incredible banger job.
And with everything we have to do with, look, if he doesn't care, he doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA.
I mean, Harry, what was Biden saying there?
It's a very nice, selectively edited clip. I like it. Yeah, I don't think that every person ever is going to speak perfectly. So highlighting Biden not speaking perfectly.
No, but I watched the whole thing, Harry. I watched the whole thing.
Broader conversation.
I watched the whole 90 minutes. I don't come at this as on the left or right. I'm not a member of either party. I don't promote either party over the other. I simply come at it as a journalist. I didn't understand 90% of what Biden was saying. I did understand Trump, and understood that he was misleading me a lot of the time, but also understood on the big picture messaging, which he kept ramming down the viewers' throats about the chaos at the border, the state of the economy, particularly on Black Americans and Latino Americans who are gravitating to Trump, and so on and so on. On those big picture messages, he was hitting home hard. I don't know what Biden's messages were. I don't know what he was talking about.
I love when Pierce claims he's 100% neutral. Like, come on, dude.
Pierce, did you not understand President Biden when he talked about how the PACT Act now has 1 million people signing up for it?
No, not really.
Did you not understand
I
him?
didn't know.
Did you not understand him when he talked about the largest investment in fighting climate change in world history?
No, because he spoke in a weird... Look, I'd understood it. If you had basically translated him in real time, I'd have understood it. If Gavin Newsom had done the translation for us and articulated what Biden was trying to say, I'd have understood it. But Biden spoke for 90 minutes in a croaky, monotone, drone-like manner that honestly, for most average viewers watching, was utterly incomprehensible. And the problem he's got is that Trump sounded and looked exactly like he did in 2020 and 2016, like he's always done.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, he did.
He did not. He did not sound exactly like he did in 2020.
I promise you, go back and watch Trump in 2016. Go back and watch Trump in 2016.
Incorrect.
Compared to.
Yeah, no, Trump definitely sounds pretty close to how he did in 2016. That's not correct. Anyway, the rest of it is just like mumbo jumbo. They bring on like some fucking Republican person. I don't even know who the fuck this lady is. And I tried to address her as well. I was muted. And then Cenk fires off. If we keep Biden in the race, a Trump victory is guaranteed. Anyway, Trump sounded more stable than 2020 or 2016. Thanks to the mic being muted. Did he not pivot to you after this? I don't think so. I mean, I guess he did.
This is the example of Twitter, right? The president.
Here, there's this.
And it's not him.
Let's hear Vinny. Vinny's content. Vinny's content. Let's hear Vinny.
It was always obvious how old he was. It was always obvious that he couldn't do this. And I want to thank whichever Democrat made the decision to put this before the convention, because thank God the debate was before the convention so we could pick someone else. If you say at this point that we shouldn't pick a different candidate, you're saying I'm super happy to have Donald Trump as president and have him destroy this democracy. It's a betrayal of the Democratic Party. But right now, the RNC should be panicking, not celebrating, because they're going to get a new candidate, and that new candidate is going to kick Trump's ass. That debate turned out to be a disaster for both of the candidates.
Okay, Vinny, I can see you not entirely agreeing with that assessment.
Because I'm just so curious. Like, what threat to democracy? Why didn't he do and burn the country down when he was the president? Why didn't he? All that Putin stuff, all that BS. It's all these Democrats. You guys all have Stockholm syndrome, okay? You guys have all fallen in love.
Does he sound like XQC? Why are you guys? Oh, because he's stuttering and shit?
With your abuser, and the abuser is the Democratic Party. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care. They don't care. Wheel out whoever you want. It's going to be the same policies. Everything that's happening right now is going to keep happening. What's going to change? You had Harry come on here. The kid, what was he, 10 years old? 8 years old? He's talking about like he's lived a life and he knows what's talking about. And for us, for nobody to talk up, what's so good about what has Joe Biden done? Can anybody give me one thing? And don't say infrastructure. It's absolute shit show, and it's not him running the show, as we saw yesterday.
All right,
hold on. It's the them. It's the them. It's the them when...
Look at how they mute me when other people are talking. It's kind of fucked up, don't you think? They won't let me chime in.
What? I think Hasan wants to give you one thing, Hasan.
It's not even just one thing. Here's the problem, okay? I don't like Joe Biden. He went from Jim Crow Joe to Genocide Joe. And he is a monstrous person for the most part, as are many American presidents. Having said that, however, one of the key factors here is that the administration is competent. I use the example of Twitter, right? Twitter used to be run by liberal Jack Dorsey, right? That's his name, I think. I can't really remember. And it wasn't exactly the greatest website. It wasn't the best website. It still had a litany of issues, right? Still breaking people's brains, but at least it functioned. And then Elon Musk took over, and we saw exactly what happened to Twitter. It is now a right-wing shithole filled to the brim with gore porn and just the worst imaginable positions that you've ever heard, and just open white supremacist Nazis getting hundreds of thousands of likes. And that's basically the difference between at least like a Democratic administration, which does fill the agencies. You have the NLRB doing phenomenal work. You have Lena Khan doing phenomenal work at FTC. You have the EPA, at least relatively competent. These are all issues that are going to become massive complications down the line when you have something like Project 2025 openly talking about abolishing the Department of Education, abolishing the EPA. And that's precisely why people like Cenk and myself, who are not exactly big fans of Joe Biden and haven't shied away from criticism, see the writing on the wall, see exactly how damaging someone like Donald Trump's second term is going to look like, and see how damaging Republican policies have become and how reactionary the Republican Party has become, even more reactionary than before.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would also say that...
And what that says for Americans, that's why we
hang on, don't talk at once. I'll come to you. Hasan, I think you've hit on something there, which is, it was not only Biden's inability to hold Trump to account for the lies he...
You're an idiot. I hope you died the worst way, so I'm a Nazi because I had democracy in my country, huh? Kisses from Argentina, where ex-Twitter saved my country from socialism and communism, asshole. Okay, I don't normally say this, but that guy might literally be like the 1938, like NSDAP style Nazi, like a child of a Nazi. You know what I mean? Like being a Malay supporter is a struggle in and of itself. But I'm not even joking when I say this. Like this dude might literally be like, you know, a classic style Argentinian by the name of like Adolfo Heimlich. You know what I mean? One of them classic Argentinians. What do you mean? Why you call me a Nazi just because my grandfather's name is Adolfo Heimlich? All right, I can get it, man. Although it's a hard word to believe from that point of view. Just the blondest Argentinian, okay? Hey, commies crashes the economy while banging his sister and talking to his dogs. Dead dog, specifically the dead one. Excuse me. My name is Adolfo Heimlich IV. Adolfo Heimlich was my great-grandfather, who suspiciously did not have this accent, but instead sounded very German for some reason. Why you call everyone Nazi? Like my neighbor's grandfather, Julio Goebbels. What does FF mean? Final Fantasy? He's forfeiting? He's a classic libertondo? Tonto? He's forfeiting? He's quitting the game I won? Oh, okay. Also, you can't tell me I'm fucking mean when he started off the conversation with, "You are an idiot. I hope you die the worst way." Okay? Like, it's not like... I would say I'm being light with the energy he brought. Adolfo Heimlich was real? Yes, exactly. And now he lives in Argentina. What do you mean? This is no problem. Just like 1,000% inflation. No problem. We love the IMF. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, let's continue.
He was telling. But also his inability to sell himself and what he's achieved. Because there are achievements there.
Absolutely.
But actually... he's been incapable. Gavin Newsom, in that 1-minute clip I showed earlier, was able to articulate better achievements by Biden than Biden's been able to do. That's why Biden's approval rating is in the tank at like 37%. Jenna, I want to bring you in here for a kind of summary of where we are with this. What do you think happens now?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what's remarkable that we've seen in just the last 12 hours since the debate is that the Democrats are...
I think that's it. That's the end of it. Like, the rest of it is just a her chirping, and then we end it. You missed it. I think he said, "I think you are far left." I am. Why did I not put Gavin up there? Like, I don't understand. He would win straight up. I did this for the valuetainment. I didn't even know the valuetainment guy was going to be there. I just knew that Jank was going to be there, and I was like, uncle nephew time. You know what I mean? It felt like I was back on the Young Turks for a moment. Holy fuck! This already has 1 million views.
Better.
Jesus Christ! When a 10-year-old is the only thinking you want is time to step down. Do we really want to California the whole country? See, they're already saying it. People talking mad shit about you in the comments. Not really. This is my favorite type of chatter. Who's just like, they're not at all. But like, you know, I'm just gonna say it anyway. Dude, I can smell Jake's nephew through the screen, and my nose ran around the other side of my face. Yeah, they are if you sort by newest. Yeah, I wonder who's in the fucking chat. They are if I sort by newest. Who's the toddler at the end? Oh, they're talking about Harry. Dude in the red is so high off coke, Lamau. Piers Morgan losing all credibility, having morons like Hasan on. Hard skip. Huh. Yang gang, baby, bring him back. Translate to English. It's so funny how people outside of California just think it sucks here. I don't mind since they will stay where they are, but it's just funny to me. I know. It is my favorite thing. It is my favorite thing when motherfuckers will be like, dude, you don't understand. California is a crime-ridden shithole. And it's like, bro, I live here. Okay? I don't know if you know this, and it might come as a surprise to you, but I live here. And like, yeah, sure, there's some problems, especially with Gavin Newsom, some things that I address personally, but it's like, it's pretty good. Los Angeles is what they're talking about. They're not talking about Central Valley. Nobody thinks about Sacramento. Even motherfuckers from Sacramento are not thinking about Sacramento. When people say California, they mean Los Angeles. Okay? I'm sorry, chat. Sometimes San Francisco, but that's it. Not even San Diego. Like, yeah, of course there's shitty parts of California. It was so funny when Trump mentioned Seattle like it was a lawless war zone. I was there as a fucking drum circle in the park. I know. How do you explain to people that they are just out of their fucking mind with this shit? How do you do that? A Biden aide's defiant response to the New York Times editorial. That shit is like jet fuel in my veins. I love it. What? Bro, you can't try to act like you're, on top of your game when your game is putting a cadaver. Your big move was putting a cadaver on stage in front of Donald Trump thinking that he could perform. And he performed so poorly that the New York Times editorial board is demanding, begging, tearfully begging he drop out. Oh, yeah, dude. Guy pisses and shits in his own fucking pants in broad daylight for everyone to see and smell. Oh, yeah, dude. Just keep telling me I pissed and shitted and farted in my pants. That only makes me stronger. It's like, yeah, dude, new game plus difficulty. I love that shit. It's like, yo, this is the country. Okay? Also, John Fetterman. To serve his country, President Biden should leave the race. Fuck that. I love this. People leading should clearly drop out. One fucking general election poll showing Biden leading by 1 point. One poll at a phenomenal 45%. Yeah. Fetterman tells Democrats to chill the fuck out, referencing the Dem panic after his debate with Oz. I refuse to join the Democratic vultures on Biden's shoulders after the debate. No one knows more than me what a rough debate is, not the total sum of the person and their record. Yeah, dude, you're really doing a bad job defending Biden if you're saying that, like, he has a bad brain just like me. And, like, sure, the debate showed that he has a bad brain just like me, just like my debate showed. But things are going to get so much worse. He is going to turn into me. If he drops now, wouldn't it make Democrats look like a bunch of stupid and make them lose more votes? No. And the reason, well, it depends on how he drops out. Okay? Because if he dies, it's panic. But if he like gracefully exits and the Democratic Party is like, listen, this is an elderly statesman. Like, we love him. He dedicated his whole life to the cause. I think it's time for a more youthful face of the Democratic Party to carry on the Biden agenda and the Biden legacy, yada, yada, yada. Then no. If he dies, well, then we're fucking cooked. My liberal friend thinks that Biden won. He also says you're both a center-right streamer and a fake socialist for owning a car and designer clothes. How do I even approach talking to him about this? Don't. If your friend thinks I'm center-right, then he is a crackhead, I suspect. Like, calling me center-right is pretty funny. His friend is Thomas Sankara. Yeah. My friend, Fidel Castro. Anyway, yeah, this is bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's really fucking bad for Brandon, but potentially good for your center right in the EU. No, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? None of you guys know anything. None of you guys know anything about what the fuck. At first, I thought that I wouldn't agree with you because your views are left wing, but then I realized that you're actually right wing or center. If you were in my country, in the EU, the US is so Republican. I'm center right in the EU. Okay, I'm not gonna yell too much at all the new people coming in because I really appreciate the broad swath of takes that are coming in. And also, once again, if you guys want, Unraveled Republic collection is out. Okay, Liberty World Tour tee, Turmoil Distribution tee, Capitalism and Decay crew neck, Workers of the World Unite hoodie. Yeah, center right into the EU is like advocating the fucking melt Muslim boats. So it's pretty crazy. Anyway, closer for capitalist pig, real communists are naked. True. All right, let's talk about Nick Merckx. Nick Merckx. Nicholas Merkinson. That's right. My goat. or rather Ron DeSantis' GOAT, or he thinks Ron DeSantis is the GOAT. Anyway, earlier today, Twitch partner Nick Marks was banned. Okay? Like this morning, I guess, or midnight last night at 12:03 a.m., 6/28/24. And a lot of people were like, what the fuck? Why is this happening? Why did he get banned? Well, it turns out he actually very openly revealed why he got banned. Banned for using the word T-word, I'm not going to say it, on Twitch. Apparently, that's a derogatory term. That's on me. Next time, I'll use mental health disorder. Jake Lucky says, this might surprise some of you, but he's had quite a few rants on trans people for a couple of weeks now. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think Nick Merckx understands personally. I don't think he understands personally that he is now absolutely on the turf brain, terminal brain poison. I've talked about this a bit, okay? The normative position, the broad majority's position is that, like, I don't really understand this trans stuff. I don't really think about it. It's kind of weird. I don't get it. This doesn't mean it's the correct position. It's just the position of the population. Everybody understands it. It's like slightly transphobic, right? But for the most part, it's just like, I don't really know. And there's two routes you can go, okay, beyond that. You can either go the route of like, let me investigate what this is about. And then you learn about trans people. You learn that they're just like normal. It's just like, think of it like gay plus, okay? If you're a normie and you've never encountered a trans person and you don't fully understand it, maybe you're a little scared, right? And then you find out about it and you're like, oh, okay, it's whatever. It's just like another type of person. You know what I mean? There's many different types of people out there, right? There's Republicans out there. So you either go on that path and then you don't become a transphobic weirdo, or you lean into the fears that you have, okay? And you look at trans people and you're like, oh my God, this is like undermining everything that I've learned about gender, without any care or consideration to like maybe the things you learned about gender and the social conditioning you have on it is faulty, you know? And you just go, nope, I'm not, society's wrong. I'm not wrong. I cannot be wrong. In my heart of hearts, I know I'm right. And then you start becoming increasingly more and more transphobic until you are more invested in the comings and goings of trans people. You start watching Matt Walsh, right? You start becoming more and more hateful while you don't even realize you're being hateful. You think this is like so unimaginably fucked up that like society doesn't immediately put an end to this nonsense, this trans stuff, right? And ultimately you arrive on what I like to call turf brain, okay? Where you increasingly become more pathologically obsessed with trans people, even though they comprise a minuscule percentage of the population, like a really, really tiny percentage of the population. They occupy increasingly larger parts of your mind. You just can't get them out of your fucking mind. You're like, oh, what? Like, these are just men dressed up like women. Like, I don't understand. You oftentimes don't even realize that there's trans men, for example. You also don't know anything about biology. You don't recognize that there's like intersex people, for example. God forbid you even try to consider that. Your brain is going to explode. And you become increasingly more agitated and you start talking about this, right? You start talking about it all the time. Maybe even you think that you're making a brave position. Like you're taking a stance, you're putting your foot down. Society has to stop with this nonsense. Happens to a lot of people. And it becomes increasingly harder to pull you out of that turf brain once you have like reached terminal velocity of turf brain. Okay. And I think Nick is just slowly but surely going through the steps. Okay. He's slowly but surely going through the steps. And he's at like he's pretty deeply invested in the transphobia stuff at this point. Cause he went from like, oh, live and live, brother. I don't really care. Like the gay stuff, it wears me out, but like, who gives a shit? To like, using the term, the T word, right? I'm not going to say it because technically a slur. And also I don't want to get banned, but he has like increasingly agitated himself to constantly talk about this. This should not occupy your mind at all. Okay. Like not even a little bit. To Nick Marks, I say, Nick, brother, there are a million things that happen in the world that you don't understand. Okay. This is another one of them. if you obsess this much over any number of those things, like math, for example, or the fact that Spartans were pedophiles, despite the fact that you have them as your logo. Like, there's so much stuff in the world that you don't understand. Every day of the week, things are happening, and you can't make sense of it at all. Why occupy your brain to this degree? Why get this mad? Just leave it alone, brother. Leave it alone. If you can't comprehend it, just leave it alone. Leave trans people alone. Stop talking about trans people. I promise it's good for your career. I promise it's good for your mental health. Like, it's just good across the board. It makes no sense, you know? June is a hard month for conservatives. They're talking about it a little more than usual. Yeah. So that's my take for people that are just like not realizing that they're entering this like dangerous area. Dangerous in the sense that it's like not just dangerous for your financial prospects, because you're being like a hateful person. And before you realize it, you become more and more invested in this hatred. And like, for even normal people who also might agree with you on in terms of like, you know, being weirded out by trans people existing or whatever, even they think you're weird because they're like, okay, bro, like chill out. Nobody wants to hear you talk about trans people every fucking day. Okay? That's it. Turf brain is so wild to me because, like, how do you look at someone chilling literally often within the binary of societal gender norms and somehow they're all mentally unwell the whole time? They're done full crackhead mode looking like Charlie Day on a stringboard meme. Yeah. Sancho V's had a really funny take, though. I liked it. I loved it. Banned for using the T word on Twitch. Apparently, that's a derogatory term. Next time, I'll use a mental health disorder. Nick, mate, I think I speak on behalf of everybody when I say the only LGBT we support is lager, Greg's, beans, and toast. The hell with these woke tossers. Chin up, shoulder back, a couple stellars, and you'll be live again before you know it. Love from Plymouth. This is not an actual Oi bro, it's Sancho V's chat. He's memeing. Why do you think he isn't gone, completely gone on the turf side? Oh no, he is. He has like deteriorating transphobia brain. He's already on like a later stage of it where he's constantly talking about trans people and like actually incurring like financial punishments for it at this point. The next stage is basically when you start transvestigating people. Okay? Once you're in the transvestigation stage, that's my favorite stage, by the way, of transphobia. You become like completely insane. You're like hallucinating. You're seeing trans people in every corner. You start suspecting people that are otherwise cis of being trans. And then the final stage of transvestigation is when you start thinking that your parents might be trans. I'm not even joking. There are entire Facebook groups dedicated to this kind of like brain rot where people are legitimately always transvestigating people around them, talking about their experience, about how like they think the cash register, the cashier at like their local Ralph's is actually trans and how that like fucked up their day. So yeah. How you know all that? Because I'm an advocate, and also I don't know. I mean, I do political commentary, and I try to get people to not have certain positions and see a different alternative viewpoint, almost professionally, I would say it. And as a consequence of that, I've seen so many different variants of this kind of attitude throughout my professional career. So I would say I'm a little bit knowledgeable about it, you know? Maybe not the most knowledgeable, but pretty fucking knowledgeable overall. Wait, what is this? Someone said, fuck, I missed it. It's true there are some that think they were trans by their parents without their knowledge. Yeah, because the truth is that gender is a spectrum. It's not a binary, and it's a social construct. And gender norms throughout time have changed. Gender norms right now are different from culture to culture. That's why if you look at like what is like a sexy man, for example, in Korea is entirely different. It's like way more androgynous, way more feminine in comparison to what is considered as like a sexy man in the United States of America or in the Western world. And obviously like the things that we wear or our hairstyle, like things like that have changed as well. If you look at the founding fathers, they were wearing powdered wigs. They would put makeup on, rosy ass cheeks. You know, they were dressed up gay as hell. And so So all of that stuff is malleable and changes dramatically throughout time and even is different even in the same time, right? So when you falsely make the assertion that like gender and sex, I guess, which is also not binary, are exactly the same and these are like impossible to remove from one another, you're operating on a complete falsehood. You're operating on wrong information, either faulty information or incomplete information. And that's the reason why people become transvestigators, because ultimately you don't know if someone is trans or not. Like, you just genuinely don't know. You might be able to tell sometimes, but ultimately that's going to lead you into being really fucking rude if you're constantly obsessing over like, is this a trans woman or is this woman? What's going on here? Like, because that's the reality. That's the reality that's the reality of how gender works. And because gender is not as black and white or as simple as the way people try to understand it or the way that people try to reinforce it, you ultimately end up thinking that a whole bunch of cis women are actually trans women. That's it. And vice versa. Does that make sense? Let's be honest. When did you think of an assumption and it was wrong and then you corrected it? Great question. I had transphobic opinions. So there you go. Many, many years ago. I grew up in Turkey. I think I had like traumatic experiences walking home with like seeing trans sex workers, and it scared me. And I think that is something that kind of stuck with me. And I had some transphobic opinions, which is normal. A lot of people are transphobic. Trans people are transphobic before they realize they're trans. It's an unfortunate byproduct of our social conditioning. So yeah, that's actually one issue that I'm very open about. I can't wait for the same internalized arc, but with ableism. Wait until you realize neurodivergents were probably the ones burned during the Salem witch trials. No, I think it was women in general. The fuck? Do you think some people can't come back once the brain is so broken? No, I think all people can come back. All people can come back, no matter what. And even if someone is like impossible to change the minds on, you shouldn't give up hope on changing their minds in general. The only exception I make is like people that professionally do this. Those people are getting a bag by behaving like this. You know what I mean? So those people most likely are not going to come back from it because their money relies on them behaving this way. Hold on, I lost the fucking... Where the frick is the playlist that I was on? Holy shit, I closed it so many tabs ago.
Something that
all right, I found it. Anyway, yeah, I hope that was a little bit more enlightening. You got roasted on TikTok for your sins? Yeah, I saw that.
I'm sorry, I was not even gonna post anything, but Hasan, I can't look at anything other than that fucking stack of zins right there.
I saw this.
I was the lead bartender on a staff with 20-something-year-old boys. That is what it looked like behind the bar. In the recycle bin.
If you save him up and mail him back, you dead ass get points or something like that. You can also get prizes, so he's probably saving up for the grill or some shit. No, those are not open. This is a shocking revelation. You get good prices. I didn't even know that. Big dog HasanAbi. Yeah. Axios reporting that Schumer pre-debate said he was open to other options if debate was a disaster. Fun, good work. Vid about Zins. Yeah, we'll do that later. Voters react. Nick Shirley asking people who won the debate. I don't really care about that. UK elections. I don't really care about that either. Zin is pulling up the old Marlboro Play saving cards. I think it's literally owned by Philip Morris. Yeah, this was an insane take from Trump.
Look at a guy like Senator Schumer. I've always known him. I've known him a long time. I come from New York. I knew Schumer. He's become a Palestinian. He's a Palestinian now. Congratulations. He was very loyal to Israel and to Jewish people. He's Jewish, but he's become a Palestinian because they have a couple of more votes or something. Nobody's quite figured it out. Take a look at that.
Pushing tobacco like ads at the top of the hour. That's a good one. Okay. I'll take that. Except I'm not pushing tobacco. These are nicotine products. They have no tobacco. I think Trump thinks that word means Muslim. Maybe. Miss Susie B, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Did I hear the new Megan Thee Stallion song features what? No, I did not. Do you think Trump saying that is going to negatively polarize any Dems into supporting Palestine? No. Trump has carefully not come out and swung super hard in a way that, like, in the same way that, like, people recognize Biden. He has been, like, super pro-Israel, both historically, and has been super pro-Israel recently as well, especially since the Miriam Adelson bag that he got. Having said that, however, it's still nowhere near enough for, like, the normie dumbasses that will recognize that he is, you know, unimaginably pro-Israel, potentially in a worse way than fucking, potentially in a worse way than Joe Biden. Anyway, it's time. It's the Elden Lord time. Okay, we're doing it after a long break, and unfortunately too long of a break. We're back. I went and got the Milady sword, by the way, but I didn't kill the one giant before the Milady sword, specifically because I didn't want to fight him off stream. Also, like that chatter said, I ran a 3-minute ad break. Anyway, boo, gaming offline, dude. I have to game offline. We're at gravesite playing, but I haven't actually. I got the Milady sword, which I think is cool, but I haven't actually done anything with it yet. So, like, I haven't upgraded it yet. Hold on, let me turn on my Pulsoid so you can. Where is it? I have to pee real quick too. There it is, lads. There it fucking is, lads. 89 death count, 147, one boss down. I gotta pee. Oh, all right then. 114 while you're peeing, brother. Are you okay? You'll never feel the joys that I feel pissing out of my dick. Oh shit, that hit big. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, holy moly, holy moly, holy moly, holy baloney. How many times? Will he stop? God damn, we did it. Royal magic grease. Do you ever swap Blood of Ash Uchiha Katana for the left hand? It will scale better and do more bleed damage. Oh, I didn't do a Uchiha Katana for the left hand. No. I mean, this does enough blood, I think. This does enough blood damage, I think. A dog. Oh, I hate dogs. Oh, shit. Ah! Another dog. And a man. Oh, God, I got cooked. I got caught. I got caught. I got caught. I hate this. You don't want to be in this position. No Dark Souls player, no From Software player ever wants to be in this position. God, I hate dogs. Oh my God, I hate dogs so much. Kaya, don't listen. Not you. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh my God, I almost died. Oh, I'm so cooked. When are you fighting chatters? I'm not ready to fight chatters. Be wary of right, and then be wary of left. 4 flats ain't gonna cut it? Yeah, I'm not trying to get the flats. I'm trying to get my, I died here to, hopefully I can get my shit. I died to that one up there. Hopefully I can just get my shit and get out of here. Where am I? What am I doing? Let's see if I can. Where is it? Where is the normal map? Oh. Press R3, bro. Run past him. There's a grace. Wait, really? What are you moving like BN last night? What's BN? Is Uchiha Katana with the blood actually better, chat? No. Well, I mean, I feel like if it was better, I would have done it, right? Like, bees nuts. You're moving like Brandon. Is that what you're trying to say? My lady. If you have a lot of arcane, yep, can be better. I do have a lot of arcane. Yeah, 44 arcane and 53 deck, 57 vigor. The problem is upgrading all that shit's gonna be costly. I'll try it. I mean, YOLO, why not? But do I have is it scaled up already? I need smithing stone 5. Have you not heard of the Mog Palace grind spot? Brother, I played the base game and I finished it. What do you mean I don't know about the... Of course, I use that shit a lot. I need to buy smithing stone 5, right? Have you played different specs? In the beginning. You'll need the black wet blade for the Uchi to be better. I need 12. Oh, I need 2 more. I think I had a couple left. No, I had a couple left. I think I had like 2. I think I might have actually gotten the right amount. I might need 1 more, not 2 more. Oh my God, this cave goes hard. Thank you. It's Fashion Souls time. You need 12 stones of each. This is why I love playing with chat. Yeah, see, I have 10. in my inventory, and I have 12 smithing stones, and I need 12 sevens. Is that what I need? Oh, I can only buy 5. Fuck. See, I'm out. I'm tapped. I'm a brokey. If I'm getting introduced to Soulsborne, should I start with Dark Souls or Elden Ring? I would say start with Dark Souls, because a lot of the quality of life stuff that is like prominently featured in Elden Ring might annoy you if you go back. And that way you can like appreciate Elden Ring for all of its glory. Not to say that the Dark Souls games aren't good. They're phenomenal works of art, and they literally stand the test of time. Like, I need smithing stone 7s. And then I keep it as blood, right? Bloody Slash or Blood Blade? Is Blood Blade better? Because Blood Blade blood buildup is 97. No seppuku on the second sword? You don't have seppuku? I think it's better to keep it at Bloody Slash, right? Because the blood loss buildup is much higher, and I'm gonna be using the other one anyway. You forget that this is not my right hand weapon, it's my left hand weapon. And then what? Affinity is standard or bloody? Blood affinity or or keen affinity or quality affinity? No. Blood or occult? Ooh, blood, right? Yeah. Occult could be good too though, because then it's like arcane. There's better bleed weapons in the DLC. They fucking mog the katanas. There's literally a katana in the DLC. So this one, dude, this one does so much fucking damage, and it scales so well with dex though. Like, this literally is like shit. Like, it does, my damage goes from 269 plus 246 with 100 crit, or to physical goes from 196 to 183. We can't see your stats. Yes, you can. Oh, you can't see my stats, but it's fine. You know what my stats are. I need to upgrade it more. I know I need to upgrade it more. Well, blood build is almost 2x. Yeah. Seppuku adds 40 bleed proc to the left hand. You don't have to fight anyone for it. I feel like I'm cooking myself and not farming Milady. Do I have any runes in my inventory? I feel like I should probably be using all of the money I make on upgrading Milady, and Great Katanas would 100% be a better option. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Milady is so fun. Just switch to it. Anyway, I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this right now, doing all this shit. I should just be playing the DLC instead of fucking trying to min-max. You know? I can't switch to Milady right now. It's fucking level 1. I need to ham up on points. Don't be in a rush to get your ass beat. I'm not. Backhand sword bleed is also really good. This is how you do it. That way they don't come up to you. Pillage the corpse and get the thin beast bones. Milady's up here for those of you who are wondering, by the way. It's up there. And I ran away from the giant because I didn't want to kill it off stream and then have complainers complain. And the giant is absolutely capable of hitting you when you're on top of this building. If you were wondering. Mesmer Soldier's Axe. Do you know how to get the Ash of War from Milady? No, I do not. A war crime that he considered not to be there. It was his own resounding failure. Oh shit, there's dudes up there too. And there's this dude up here. Oh, did he see me? Oh, he saw me, all right. He hits so fucking hard, dude. And he doesn't take a lot of damage. Okay, I'm running away. There's a grace up here, right? I think there's gotta be, because there's a cross up there. Let me get this shit first, because if I die, I die. All right, you're in my territory now. I'm in a sort of grace. Dude, I have no idea how to fight these motherfuckers, by the way. Other than, like, find an opening and try to punish. Oh, he killed me. I'm glad I got the grace, though. Do you have a backup weapon when things are strong against Slash? Light rolls are way easier to dodge with if you want to try. You're medium rolling currently. Dude, I can't change my armor. I got a Scatter-Tree fragment, though, so that's good. Wait, can I upgrade again? Or not level up, but... Oh, not yet. Those dudes are weak to blunt, but you can still kill them by chipping away. Yeah, but... Those guys are a little bit like a perfect counter for me, not gonna lie. Oh, shit. Secret location. Or maybe not secret location. I think that's just where I have to go, huh? Try ranged battle? Oh, no. Be wary of death. Oh, no. Be certain do not progress past this dungeon. Once you kill the boss, you will lock yourself about 4 NPC quest lines and miss out on some amazing rewards. What? Dude, these dogs have the best dodges. I swear to God. They're fucking dodge maniacs, dude. They're dodge chargers. These dogs. Stay away from Shadowkeep for now. Don't worry, I will. Still no hope. I almost fell off. How the fuck did someone die up there? I should have touched that bloodstain to see what's up. First off, here. Should I go down there? Despair, despair. Whoa, what the fuck? That was fucked up. I almost died. I'm literally in the same spot right now. Maybe I'll see you. Weak shit. You go back to Batman at some point? At some point. Once I'm done with this. Research? Yeah, dumbass mage. Absolutely cooked his ass. Wait, this is where this is the beginning, isn't it? Did I just go back to the... Why were chatters telling me to do that? That's how circles work? Okay, got him. Easy peasy. Go up the waterfall? Can you? Oh my God. Why is it always dog? Sometimes you gotta kill him, bro. I'm sorry. I need that neck meat, dude. I need that neck meat. I feel like, don't worry, I'm gonna get sufficiently punished for the crimes that I just engaged in by this game in a heartbeat in a second. What is behind here? There's always some cool stuff behind waterfalls. Not resin. Am I close to the boss already or no? So I guess like the dungeon portion of the DLC are like, be wary of left. Oh, there he is. What? Oh shit. What's up here? What's up here then? Shortcut ahead. First off, ahead. Come on, heart rate. Why are you guys saying come on, heart rate? You want my heart rate to go up? Where is this shortcut even? Oh, okay. Now it's time to try and fuck this guy up. No, don't get mad. Wait, what? Why? Oh, the heart rate is like, fuck, what am I doing? That was a good start, chat. I'm gonna try that again. I'm not trying to die. Breathe in, stay calm. Bro, you guys are, this is the sign that you guys are actual real addicts. You're real fucking addicts. Because when you start gambling on my heart rate, that's how you know. What? That AoE is crazy, brother. Pot again. Boom, 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 baby. Easy peasy. I'll take those. We take those. We take those. Those are easy. Those are easy ones. We take them. Paladins are strong. I mean, it's nothing in comparison. Okay, 35,000. It's nothing in comparison to if you hit pot again when you flask. Is that your lips? You'll do it again with minimal lag. Yeah, I know how to double flask. Thank you, though. Thank you. That's a good tip. It would be much appreciated if I didn't know. Wait, what the fuck? What are you gonna do, bro? First off, ahead. Wait, isn't this where I came from? I'm confused. Oh, that's why it's saying first off ahead. Try Fort Night. You do get hella fucking... You do get a lot of rooms in the DLC, actually. Like, the DLC is a crazy amount of... What the fuck? At this point, I should not be able to... I shouldn't be misjudging the range of my weapon. You know what I mean? I've been using it for the entire fucking game. Kind of crazy that I still end up beefing it. First off, dog. Oh, no. I hate the dog. Be wary of ambush right. I hate the dog. The shortcut? Wait, no, I did the shortcut. What are you talking about? Didn't I do the shortcut? I unlocked it. It was for the grace. Don't forget to use your money to upgrade your gun. Yeah, no, I'm cognizant of that. Like, I have a decent amount of runes right now. I still ate it, which is funny. Even though I was wary of the ride. This dude was sitting in the fucking bush waiting like a proper doggy is. Dead in the head? I don't believe you. You're lying to me. You're kind of op right now. I'm not kind of op right now. I don't think I'm actually OP at all. I think I'm like perfectly leveled. Oh shit. I think I'm actually perfectly leveled for the DLC. Maybe a bit under leveled as a matter of fact. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, bro, chill. How many of them are you? There you go, chatter. Do you see that? I double flashed. Come on, bro. Get down here. Get down here, bitch. Oh, shit. A night. Not good. Next area is level check. I recommend you run like a motherfucker. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, no. Oh no, this guy's a demon, huh? Just skip him. Little skippity toilet. Oliver does not lead me astray. No enemy ahead. I feel like this is a mimic. Wolf Crest Shield. Never skip mini bosses. Chill out. I don't skip mini bosses. I'll try to fight him, but like, I got like 50K in the bank. I want to buy a bunch of stones. I don't want to die to him and then not be able to recover, because when I'm trying to come back to recover it, let's see how bad this motherfucker is. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck me. He's not that hard, I don't think. It's just the problem is he's literally, oh well, that's hard. That's not good. But I don't think he's that hard, but the problem is now I have to run all the way up there and try to grab my shit, and I don't think I'll be able to. Fuck. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, this is not a good situation to be in, I don't think. I'm in a bit of a panic. Okay, we'll come back to you later. We'll come back to you later. Is there a grace around here? Please tell me there's a grace around. Oh, nope, nope. Nope, no grace. Oh, that's the way they go. Oh my god, mages everywhere. I fucking hate this. Wait, do I open this door? Can I open this door? Oh, I can. Haha, iframes, baby. Iframes, bitch. Iframes, get fucked. Get fucking iframe. Get fucking iframe. Oh, they're gearing up. Nope. Can't get me. Where am I going? Where's the next grace? Nothing there. Can't get me. Oh god, if there's a guy up there with a spear. Oh, I knew it. Wait, is it in here? Nope, it's not in here. Let's clean this up a little bit. Okay. No. Fucking looking right at me, bro. I passed the grace? Oh, shit. No. Oh, let's go. Don't come with me. Don't come with me. Let's go. Get fucking fucked, bitch. I'll come back for you in a second once I'm up this elevator. Visions of grace. Where? Oh, I see it. The beauty. The wonders, the glorious safety. I am overcome with joy. Feels good being a gaming frog. Dude, this is cozy as fuck. It's the best. Real ones know. Enjoy the boss fight. This will be fun. I mean, I don't think I'm done with this area yet. I'm probably gonna go back down and like check shit out. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's stuff down there. No? About to start Elden Ring because you glaze it up so much. To the right of the balcony, close to the grace, there's a small path that takes you to a tower with the Ash of War for Milady's sword. Oh my god. Oh my god, the range on that motherfucker. Dude, these guys are so susceptible to being fucking stunned. It's not even funny. Like, it's just like, boop. Well, not him, but because he was doing the action, but the jump attacks are so OP. It's awesome. You need the great katana, brother. Just pick it up at the little lake. Yeah. Look at that cheeser. You guys saw that? That's the cheese build. The fucking epic great shield with the poke, the stick and poke. That was a cheeser walking by. Okay. That dude is playing a very different game. Y'all are playing Elden Ring. He's just playing stick and poke. It's a whole nother game he's playing. Says you? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, I think I play a pretty fucking solid. I play a normal ass From Software game. Like that's crazy to call me a cheeser. Oh my god, he hit so fucking hard. What? What? I'm about to die to this fucking guy. No. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not about to die to this fucking. Oh my god, I almost fell. Come on, bitch. I'm in the DLC. Yes. I play these sword and shield games like a nerd. I mean, look, there's a lot of builds out there with a sword and shield that's like a normal game experience, but a great shield means you're taking no damage and you're just poking through it. Usually it's a cheese build. Fuck. These dogs are gonna be a death to me, dude. I'm already using up all my flasks too. There's no stagger, huh? No stagger for me on those bad boys. Some of these characters you can stagger pretty well with the jump attack, but it's not a given, huh? Damn, smithing stone galore up here. If you get a tear from one of the furnace golems, you can turn the game into Sekiro for 5 minutes. What? Yeah. Mesmer soldiers just not looking too good. They don't got the VA up in here. Mesmer really needs to fucking work on his Veterans Affairs because these soldiers are fucking, they're making noises from their mouths like they got extra issues. All right, we did it. Mini boss time? Oh no, I don't want to go back there. Fuck that. That's too long of a road, bro. Come on. Mesmer soldiers. Mesmer doesn't take care of the soldiers. He does not care about the veterans. Mesmer did not do the pact act. I did. Yeah, that right there is called a skip cheese. My favorite boss in the entire game, not gonna lie. How much harder is this fucking boss gonna be in comparison to the one I just beat? This is the woman with the 2 swords, right? She's gonna beat Cheeks, I think. Oh, the boss is right here. Oh, fuck, I got $70. I learned from a TikTok that if you press start, like if you do the map and then you press square and then you press triangle, you automatically go to round table hold. And I finished the entire game not knowing that. And I just wanted to let you guys know that that's an incredible fucking upgrade. So for this lady, should I go Uchiga Katana? Like, should I actually lock in with the Uchiga Katana? Yeah, no one knows. Try parry. I don't have parry. The Uchiga Katana is only 25. No, I'm saying I'm gonna upgrade the katana. And I don't have the Nagi Katana. I got the Uchiga Katana. I don't have the Nagiga Katana. I don't think. Yeah, I don't have that. Nagakiba is easy to get. You can go get. How do you not have Nagakiba? I don't know. I don't think I can get the Nagakiba or whatever, right? I might be locked out at this point. Unless it's a DLC weapon. I don't think there's worth investing that many smithing stones into another katana when you're going to want to try DLC weapons too. Dude, Monkey C, Monkey D Luffy is trying to get me to mauled so my heart rate goes up so he can, I suspect, win the fucking prediction by saying, not talking about Gaza, question mark. You know, I can see that you've bet, right? Like, I can see that you've bet on the fucking, on the gamba. Another katana build? Chat, I love katana. Take a pee break before this boss. Why do I feel like you want me to do that so my heart rate goes above? It almost worked too. No health? I have 2 health, so I need 10, right? I think you guys, I don't know if you guys realize, but because people tried to bait me into getting my heart rate up, I've literally started regulating my breathing and my heart rate has gone down. Is this on still on Divine Beast? No. By the way, you're raising Kaya wrong. Stop. Okay. That's, you know what that is? That's desperation, brother. What you're showcasing in the chat is desperation. Oh, okay. I don't think I should max level it. I'm not gonna max level it because the other stuff I can get, but the ancient dragon is like a limited amount, right? Don't forget you only have so many max stones. No, I know. That's why I didn't do it. And then we do this and it's like 230 to 238 and it scales with arcane, but the blood loss buildup is double, more than double. The dex goes, wait, why does this say dex B? This is a dex scale of B as well. Why is it like a red B? It's slightly worse. It's B minus. I think like, I mean, the damage is like definitely a lot higher, but I think doubling like this. Oh, it might be shorter though. You want to save the hyper weave swords? Yeah, no, don't worry. I know, I am. Castle Lord's Chamber. Traveling to Castle Lord's Chamber. It's time. It's time for me to meet one of these fucking bosses. It's time for me to see what it's all about. Yeah. Fucking hell. Okay. Okay. Easy peasy. Wait, what was the gamba? I think my build of a bleed up is good. Hasan downloaded her already. His blades are thirsty. First opening is bait. She does attack right after. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, whoa. Okay, didn't know it was like that. Didn't realize it was like that. Okay. Rihanna, Twin Moon Knight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. That was crazy. Chile, Rihanna. No one believes in you, by the way. It's fine. I believe in me. Well, he did not. She didn't bait that first attack this time. I'll trade. It's all good. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. I can't trade like that. Oh, chill out with that. Chill out with that. Chill out with that. Chill out with that. Chill out with that shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What in tarnation? What in tarnation is that? The battle has changed dramatically. Oh my lord. What in tarnation? What the hell? She got me singing like I'm god dang. Oh my lord, the damage. What the devil is that? Phase 2. We got the phase 2 by 3 tries. I am so much better with human enemies than demon enemies, by the way. It's not even funny. Like, can we just sit back and openly recognize that much like Moon, demonoid enemies are so fucking difficult. Like beast type enemies are my genuine, like, it is incredibly difficult for me. So I'm really scared about that fucking hippo. Well, this DLC will be kind to you then. Yeah, you are exactly as good as Moon, I'm sure. No, of course not. I'm just saying that Moon also has a hard time with beast-like enemies, and he's like, I think, much better in comparison with human enemies. Also, obviously I'm a bleed build, so that's probably the reason why I'm much better with human enemies too. Keep the energy for Commander, guys. Why so mean? Chat is mean because I'm not bald. That's literally the reason. I hate to do that to you, but what the fuck? He does not do a fake opener at all. Bro, she remembers how badly I beat the shit out of her last time. So she heard me talking shit about how easy it is to beat human enemies, and she came in hot, dude. Oh, fuck me. God damn, chill, son. No. Oh, dude, I sliced. What are these dodges? Oh my god. Okay, I was talking too much shit. I was talking big shit. I talk big shit. I talked so much shit. She was like, what do you mean it's easy to fucking kill me? Excuse me. She humbled me. She humbled me. She humbled my ass, dude. Oh my lord. Fuck you. Get the bleed out. Oh no. Eat it. Eat it. Dude, what? She got 360 no scope up in this bitch. Oh no! Oh, I fucked up. I thought I could dodge it. I did not. Go. You got to Avatar State for the line in like 3 tries, so don't underestimate the second phase, please. No, I am not. I am not underestimating the second phase. But the amount of health that I was able to take away from her by the 3rd try was pretty high in comparison to the amount of health that I was able to take away from the lion by the 3rd try. How do you get up here? Oh, you jump on this? No, I broke it. Talisman. Gotta be a little bit taller for that. Not maybe naked. Do you jump higher naked? What's your character's name? It's Hazan. Oh fuck. Okay, good. Oh, that was a double jump. Oh, I thought I dodged it. I did not. Joe Brandon is better at this game at his age than you. Why are you guys trying to make me mauled? Is there another fucking heart rate monitor maulding? Why are you guys being toxic? Let me see your map. Nandre, I've only done the Divine Beast, and now I'm at Relana. I haven't done anything yet. I also didn't go up the tower of the Lion Beast because I don't know what was up there, but Brandon uses Mimic and Heavy Shield 100p. Brandon has never served a 3-minute average at the top of the fucking hour either. If Brandon tried to serve a 3-minute average at the top of the hour, his brain would explode. Beat Relana before 160 days. Yeppers at 5 million, Nopers at 24 million. A lot of doubters in here in the chat. A lot of doubters in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Lots and lots of doubters. What is going on? I'm Chris Wallace all of a sudden for no reason. Such is the way of Gabba. Hasan, please change the bubble flask, my dude. I don't have anything for the bubble flask. I don't have anything else. I don't have any good physics. Jesus Christ, that was chalked. Okay. I gotta space it out. What is that fucking delay, dude? She's so... Every single character, including the humanoid ones, have just like this insane delay. Oh, god damn it. Oh! Oh, that hurt my butthole. And she's dancing. She's Fortnite dancing on my corpse. I rolled too early. I have not downloaded this boss yet at all. Okay, let's be real. Where's this downloading the boss thing coming from? I don't even know. There's a magic negation talisman. Lock in, man. You're right. I need to. You know, I never go left on these bosses. What is that delay? She just waited for me to roll out of that. What? Oh, I thought I got out of there. Okay, maybe I should be. I'm panic rolling. Maybe I should go. She has the strings and the combos like a fighting game character. How many blessings you got? I don't know. Roll towards her to her side. Has he even made it to the second phase? Yes. This is like my fucking 10th attempt. Not even my 10th attempt yet, but on this boss. But yes, I have. First 15 rounds of practice anyway. You're right. Okay, I haven't even hit her once. Fuck. Oh my god. Stop. Try it again. Try that again. Yeah, exactly. You won't because you're scared. You're scared. Why isn't he hitting her? I'm just looking. You know why I'm not hitting her? Because I'm too focused on trying to figure out her move patterns and like figuring out which way to dodge. I do this thing sometimes where I just keep continuously trying to dodge and failing to dodge until she slowly but surely erodes my health bar. I don't know if anybody else does that. Dodge into the right? Is it better to dodge into the right? I feel like dodging to the left is better, no? Dude, I didn't dodge a single one of her fucking hits. What the fuck? Dodge forward is the best. Roll forward through the magic. You can jump attack a lot of her moves. Wait, really? It's top of the hour, man. Ain't got a debate. I already ran it. No. Why I oughta? Okay, that was a better run though. We're getting better again. We're getting better. The moon sword is coming out again. She's not cooking me on the first phase again. I don't know why. I'm getting more Caucasian by the second. It sounds crazy, but try not logging in. No way. That does sound crazy. Fuck me. How many fucking chains, man? No, bitch! Sorry for the B word. I know she's a lady, but a lady that... What the fuck is this fucking thing, dude? Oh my god, I'm dodging forever! I'm rolling forever and ever. Oh, that wasn't that bad. I don't know if it's copium, but what a start. Oh, what? That's range. She got range on me. No. Yes, bitch. Come on. Throw them shits at me. You got nothing on me. Oh, what am I doing? Why am I jumping into her and not doing anything? That was dumb. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That wasn't too bad. This girl is cooking your dumbass. Stop jumping like a hoe. No, jumping is literally helping. Are you kidding me? I went beyond halfway point now due to the jumping. Yeah, you're doing great. Okay, sometimes I don't know if people are fucking memeing and they just don't play the game. So they think like, why do you keep dying? I jump dodged most of her attacks. Jumping is unironically helping in a major way. Also, perfect dodge. No! Okay. Dude, what? That was too close. That was my first successful triple dodge, by the way. Just pointing that out. If you even care, if you even want to know, if you even noticed. I guess you don't even care about me at all, chat. You don't even care about it. You don't even notice it. If you even care to acknowledge it was a successful triple dodge, which is kind of goated in my opinion, if I do say so myself. Wait, fuck. Hold up. No. Not today, UPS. Oh, sorry. I looked through the cameras, saw that the UPS driver was leaving, and I ran out. Kaya would be the boss first try, probably. Are you burping? Are you gassy? You need to work on your VO2 max. I need to work on my penis in your mom's ass. Fucking got him, I think. I don't even know. Dude, what a range. What range she's got. Okay, try that again. Chopping my asshole, dude. No! She's gonna kill me. What am I doing? I haven't even fucking done shit to her yet. I need to punish her more. That was a crazy move on my behalf. Good first dodge, but the second one I just kind of gave up. Technically unlocked phase 2, so that's cool. I'll take it. It's just like you see a bad pitch rocking her shit and you come in and try to take her down. Shame on you. If you keep tanking hits like that, you'll never win. Stick to L1 per person. You're literally wrong. I think this is one of those bosses where I have to fucking just straight up try and punish and tank as much as I can. Your damage is bad due to your build. My damage is perfectly fine. You're actually wrong. This is one of those From Software has certain bosses where you have to hit. This is one of those bosses. My damage is really good and I have to tank. I have to trade because her damage versus my damage is not that crazy. And I have to trade. I just have to keep trading. And inevitably during that trade, I have to try and dodge better while trading. But this is a boss where you have to put pressure. Because like, notice how a lot of her attacks, like, what the fuck? In and out like that. You see that? Ah, shit. One more? No. No, I died. That was bad. That wasn't good. You got hit 5 times, what you mean in and out? No, I'm saying, never mind. Don't worry about it. I do think that I have to genuinely keep pressuring her. The one consistent punish you can get on her is when she does a double sword dash. Slash 7 out of times, that's the end of her combo. And no, I'm not talking shit because the beast one, the lion, was way harder for me. I mean, I'm not a very good gamer, so this is gonna still take a long ass time for me to beat, but what? That hit me? That's crazy. What? Oh, dude. I caught that on the tail end of that. That's lame. Oh, whoa. I thought I had it. I had one more dodge in me, but I was wrong. Dodge into those arcs instead of perpendicular. Oh, true. Yeah, the double sword slash is probably, you're right, Chatter, who said double sword slash is a consistent punish. Should they give the dual swords a shot just for more stagger? What, back swords or whatever? Nope. What am I doing? I was trying to eat that Estus Blast like a fucking dummy. Oh, I thought I rolled out of that. What was that? Were we on amateur hour? You're a believer. Why are you trying to fucking tilt me, dumbass? Are you supposed to be not tilting me? Let me see if I can do... Should I try this just for funsies? There's no bonus to this, right? I feel like power stancing the Rivers of Blood and Uchiha Katana is probably better, right? Because it's got no range. Milady and Blind Spot clears early game if you want. I have Milady. Where's Blind Spot? Good poise breaker and dodge. Oh, Blind Spot is the fucking... Wait, why can't I eat this? See, you got double blades, I got double blades, you know what I'm saying? Come at me, bitch. I mean, I'm not doing anywhere near as much damage now. Oh, I have parry with this. Okay, never mind. This is fucking doing Blind Spot is going crazy right now. Oh! I thought I had that. No, I did not have that. Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. No, don't die. Don't die. Don't die yet. Don't die yet. I think I can beat this boss right now. No, God. On God. No, 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 no. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. No! No! I can beat this boss. I can beat this boss with Blind Spot. Oh, my God. Never mind. Blind Spot is so OP. Oh, my God. As long as you time Blind Spot, I didn't get greedy. I didn't get greedy. Spend money on Uchi? No, I already upgraded my blood backhand blade. I mean, I might just max this. Should I max this out? Yeah, I know the Blind Spot has iframes. I know. That's why I said if you time the Blind Spot, it's like pretty good. It's the opposite of greed. You run away too long, she'll start slinging her spells. Exactly. Two-handed? Oh, I was two-handing it before. I don't know what happened there. Let's see. It might have been the first timer's luck, but... Oh, fuck. Yeah, maybe it was beginner's luck. Chatters don't play the game, just regurgitating chat from 2 minutes ago. Dashing R2 is sick. No, that's what I'm... Use Blood Flame incantation on your swords. Oh, I can also use incantations on this, right? People are saying these are the new wind blades. Yeah. Do I have the Kron, whatever, the crab pawn incantation or whatever people were talking about? Holy grease, blood grease, magic grease. Isn't it like a grease? I guess I don't have it. What are the incantations? Keen Blackhand Blades. build instead of bleed was my build the whole playthrough. Beat the final boss 2 days ago. Oh, I don't want to memorize the spell, dude. Fuck that. You want me to do a fucking spell and shit? What am I, fucking mage? That's like, dude, I've never done that. I don't even have enough to do it. I've literally never, I put nothing. I don't have it, and I can't do it anyway. Mesmafire. Dragon wound. Should I do drawstring blood? That's faster, right? Blood grease don't work on affinity weapons. This is not an affinity weapon. Is it? Oh, it is because it's blood. It's not keen. Okay, fuck it. This is fine. Wow, let's just go in. Let's YOLO. I want to keep going. I want to keep like trying to do the thing I was doing before. The worst part about that is that it eats your fucking stamina like crazy. When you hit with that, it's good, but like I said, it eats your stamina like fucking crazy. Oh shit! I thought I had range. Guess not. Look at how much more aggressive she is when you're giving her like space to hit you. Not just with the spells and all, but like with ranged attacks. This is definitely a fucking overwhelm type boss. Like, look at that. You can do a stamp physic potion that will last 15 seconds. If you are using backhand blades, just respec ditch arcane to get more stamina. Stop running brute force dodges. I just wish you had I have a decent amount of endurance, but not a lot. You can do a backhand blade and great katana build then if I do what? Well, the blind spot drains your stamina no matter what. And I'm using the stamina regen, I think. Dude, I eat every attack. It's crazy. I ate every attack, every single one. I tanked all of it. VOD friend, skip 16 hours. Yeah, don't be a fucking doubter, Canute. It's crazy that this has a parry. Okay, this one I'm just on trial. I'm gonna try to see if I can parry her. Let's see if I can Rick parry her ass. I've never parried. Let's see if I can get one. Wait, did that work? No, none of that worked. It's called a guard counter. Oh, it's just a block. You can't parry it. He's trolling. Oh, I thought if you timed your block, you could parry. That's how little I use fucking any sort of shielding. You need a special flask tier for that? I literally thought that you could parry like this if you timed it right. I didn't realize. Doesn't it look like he's jerking off a little bit from here? I'm fucking jorking it right now. I'm jorking my peanuts. I'm jorking it so fucking hard. On God, bro. I got shit. I got lotion on my shit. I'm stroking. Just kidding, guys. Come on. Lock in. Let's lock in. Go. We're fucking gripping our shit out here. That's great. Didn't get a single fucking shot off on her. Tanked everything. Did absolutely nothing there. Just ate it. What? Oh, I'm fucking hitting the wrong button. I'm so dumb. I thought I was power stancing for a second. I'm like trying to spam L1. I'm like, why isn't it doing anything? Forgot that I'm using backhanded blades, or whatever the fuck it's called. Power stance, not an ER, whatever it's fucking called. Dual handing it. Sick. How long is this fucking combo? Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy on my soul. Stop. Don't do that. That's fucked up. That's cheating. Look at good pot there, chat. You see that good pot? There we go. A little bit of blood loss. Come on, give it to me. Then I die. Then I'm the one experiencing blood loss when I die. You gotta summon or use ashes in this DLC, bro. It's literally built that way. Dude, listen. Ludwig, Kai, so many people fucking did a ashless run. It's fine. Also, before you guys say I'm tanking it deliberately, I'm not deliberately tanking it. I'm tanking it because I'm bad, okay? How many double-handeds are you gonna do, lady? Where's she going with this? Punish. Oh, no! No. No way, Jose. Oh, what? That hit me? What the fuck? Wait. Chill out. Hey, yo, chill out. Burnt, toasted, roasted. Goddamn. At least we're back to phase 2. That's an upgrade. Can you let the Gamba trickle in? Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait for the Gamba to trickle in. It's funny that you call this bitch easy. She's easier than the previous boss. Try rolling more in, out if you are heading. Everyone is different. Everyone is different. I'm not, dude, I'm telling you, that's just my assessment. By the 3rd try, I had her down to like less than 50%. That's crazy. By like not even studying her moveset, just by spamming attacks. Try dodge towards it rather than side to side. Dude, what? How did that cheese my ass? I'm fucking up. Hold on, I gotta rebalance. She's gonna throw those and then attack. Dude, I didn't fucking dodge a single one, and then I deserve to die on this round. Like, actually, I deserve to eat that as well. Okay, that was better. Here's why that was better. I know I wasn't caring about my health there, but I was trying to, again, dance around her. No, it wasn't greed. This is the difference between people who actually know how to fucking play the game and people who are just saying things, okay? People who know actually how to play the game recognize what I was doing there, where I was like actually dodging her attacks significantly better because I was trying to track her movements. Someone in the chat said, look at her arms look at her hands instead of like trying to panic dodge. So that's what I was trying to do. Oh my God. Okay, that was a disastrous start. Again. Ugh, that was terrible. Look at hands, not at chest. Yeah, I did a much better job last time. Fucking, I'm downing again. I think this boss is deceptively simple. Believers are born to suffer. Yes. The worst part about it is I usually end up... I think the Gamba needs to be more than just 5 tries. It should be like 10 or 15 or something. What? That blind spot. You failed me. Dude, what is these moves, dude? Fuck. Ah, it's so bad. That was bad. That was even worse. Dude, what are these delays, man? She literally just waits for me to roll every time. She just waits, dude. I think you're supposed to not get hit. Yes, no, she just literally goes, try to roll again, motherfucker. Try to roll again. What is the attack pattern? Is there one? I mean, the AI is really good. There are certain things. There's just certain movesets, but she literally spams through them, so it's kind of hard for me to explain. Like, you have the triple beams, which is pretty easy, but then sometimes she also flies in with the triple beams. Like, so she starts 1, 2, 3 with a hezi on the 3rd. She stopped. She's gonna come back. I guess technically that's a part of it. Double blade. So she's done with that, right? But she's gonna do a new one now. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, she caught me on the roll again. Roll towards her, man, and get behind. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. You need to practice for 10 more rounds. There's going to come a point in this fight when I keep doing this over and over and over again. And inevitably, I'm going to be like, oh, I get this now. We're not there yet. Dude, come on. That's so cheeky. That bitch had more in her. What is that? You bitch. Not today, friend. Oh, fuck, yesterday. Never mind. I was wrong about that. No. Oh, fuck. No. Do you still think backhanded blades are better than Rivers of Blood? Yeah, I do. Don't double flask. No, double flasking is fine. It's just that I got unlucky. I think double flasking is fine. I got unlucky there. I double flasked while she was pumping out the moonbeam. Oh my God, that sucks. I hate when I just lose my first damage point to that. I also additionally hate when I lose on the double blade. On the blind. If I like hit a blind and I don't hit her, I hate that. See, I hit her this time, but didn't fucking do shit. One more. Let's do one more, just to be cheeky. Fuck, she caught me on the roll. Fuck. Don't spell Rilana backwards. Anal Laurel. Anal Lair. Analer. If you are reading this, analer. Analer. Haha, you fell for it. I did not. Trade. Oh, I think I did all right there. How many Skedu tree fragments has he skipped? I'm on level 5. Scatter tree level 5. It should be pretty good for this boss. I think I like got almost all of the scatter tree. Like that's like this entire area. I'm pretty sure I got all the Scaramucci's. 8 is recommended for this boss. Nah, there's still a ton behind you. Where? Like what if? There we go. That's what I was looking for. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. The moon wipe. He just did that. She just did that shit so bad. That was pretty good. Big opening after the double down attack, really telegraphed by the 2 single uppercuts. There's no more to the phases, right? I just ate that bad. What? I definitely rolled out of that, by the way. That was 100p a rollout. Can't believe I got hit with that. I deserve to die here. Yeah, I deserve that. I'm playing poorly. Look at this fucking, I did no damage. 6 class remaining. Dude, not a single dodge. Boom, boom, boom. I'm hitting it every time. It didn't do shit. If you do L2 R1, R2 L2 R1, it doesn't move with the backhands. Called top of the hour. It's an essential use to that weapon. I will give you that. That is an excellent debate. You fucked me. You fucked my ass up. I was looking for help. That was insane. He got my ass with the Konami code. Yes. Chad is another boss to overcome. ... I'm gonna need you to lock in. Fucking strength cheeser. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna jump up and boop every time. Doesn't want to play the game like a real man. What is this? Fuck. Hate that. Hate that. Hate that too. Don't hate that as much. Like that. Don't like that. No, no, jump! Jump! Oh my god, how did I make it through that? No! Oh, I made it! What is the fucking second moveset? I don't even know what I don't even know what happened, but that was pretty close. I got close, but I got off tempo on the when she hit me with the fucking double dutch. There's one more move where she drops the moon nuts on your head. What the fuck is that? Wait, it's raining now? That's new. Bitch. Don't play with me like that. Oh! Wait! Oh my god, I was doing so good. I was doing so good. She was gripping. She was gripping my shit. She was like this. Yo, I'm jorking, dude. I'm jorking my peanuts. I'm jorking it. Don't run from phase 2, by the way. Yeah. That's a good start. When you tank every fucking, that's a strat. That's a new strat they're saying. They're calling it the greatest strat of all time. It's when you hit 5 of the fucking hits straight to the dome. Bold tech, I know. Please get rid of the damage tier. It gets rid of it with 1 hit. Dude, my tiers are fucking ass, okay? Look. The other ones are literally briefly stop rune loss on death, enhances charge attacks for a mixed time, temporarily boosts strength, steadily restores HP for a time, restores half a total HP in mixed physic, and then another restores half a total HP. They're ass. I don't know where to get new ones. And they, like, the steadily restores HP for a time sucks because it doesn't matter. Erd tree avatars. That's why I have the one tap. Like, I'll get a free hit. I'd rather get a free hit. And then as far as the other stuff goes, my let's see what my talisman are right now. Greatly raises attack power with successive attacks. Enormously boosts physical damage negation. Boosts dexterity. Raises attack power with successive attacks. Vastly boosts non-physical damage negation. I think my talismans are solid. And I'm wearing Malekith's Greaves, Malekith's Gauntlets, Beast Champion Armor, and the White Mask. All-knowing armor. Wearing Melania's full set would probably get to light rolling. Which one is Melania's full set? But like, I'll probably take too much damage, no? Light rolling could be fun. I've actually never done it. Which one is Melania's armor? I wasn't fat rolling. I'm medium. Of course I'm not fat rolling, chat. Jesus Christ. We can't see your equip load because of camera. Yes, you can. Try hard. My equip load is 71. With this armor, it's 39. Beast Champion armor. My poise is always, with heavies, my poise is always going to be higher. I mean, I'm nowhere near getting cooked on my equip load. Like I'm close enough to get to literally light load. Like, well, the greaves don't work, but neither do the boots because they're Malekiths. Just go a little lighter on the chest and you get a light load. If I go lighter though on the chest, I don't have enough poise. That's a problem. And I don't want to go below 52 poise. I guess blades armor, but that's still medium load, so it doesn't change anything. I don't think you can you do enough? Poise don't matter if you dodge. I've actually never tried doing light load. I'm gonna go in there and just fucking test it out. But I don't know what's a good armor, a good light armor. Might as well be fucking running around naked, right? Chatty's testing that shit out on the believer's dime. Yeah, that's right. I'm not light load yet. I don't know how I get to light load. If I take the chest off, I'm light load. Damn, that shit's fast as fuck, boy. Is there anything I can put on that like give me a little bit of fucking damage boost? I mean, damn, even the fucking godskin shit puts you on medium. You just straight up have to be naked. What talisman? Let's see what this shit does. Wait, where's she? What the fuck? Okay, oh, that was my first thing. That's why. This didn't change much, bro. Okay, never mind. Use the talisman with sword on it to increase your load. No, dude, I don't want to do that. Wait, hold on. I want to do a real run without the armor. I was too busy trying to figure out the fucking camera. Okay, light or not doesn't fucking change much for me, does it, brother? Light or not doesn't change much for me. I'd rather have my poise and I'd rather have my fucking... Yeah, no, it's better, I think. No, I did press dodge, chat. She just hit me. I don't think you guys understand. When you press dodge while she's hitting you, it doesn't matter. At least when you have armor and she hits you while you press dodge, you can like avoid it and tank some of the damage. I think. I'm not exactly sure. Damn, this shit is so much better. Oh my god, Beast Champion armor is so goated. Beast Champion armor is pretty crazy. I guess Armor of Solitude is even better versus Slash and Pierce. Gives you a lot more robustness. Wonder why I was using Beast Champion armor. Was it Fashion Souls? Solitude you got recently from the DLC guy in the beginning. Pretty fucking cool looking too. Equip the whole set? Really? Okay, I'm fucking around too much. That's craziness right there. Nope. Bad. Panic time. What? How do I die to the easiest to dodge attacks? I'm so crazy with it. I'm so nice with it. I just laid into that. I was like, please take me. You have boiled prawns? I don't. I do need the white mask though. Specifically for the white mask has that special power, no? Like the bleed. Oh, wasn't using the right one. Oh shit, I'm heavy now. God damn. I don't think I have have I procced bleed on her? Yes, a lot, a bunch. Shut the fuck up for me, please. Worst streamer ever. Jesus Christ. Why do people get in their fifis so hard? Like, just don't watch, Lel. That was so bad. What am I doing? See? Chatter who asked if I proc bleed on her. That's 5,291 damage. I mean, I died, but still. Greeting for attacks. I know. Blind Spot has iframes. Keeping the chest and changing something else would be better. I mean, I already tried that. When you get heavier, does your shit get heavier too? Like, even if you're still medium load, do your rolls get heavier? I don't think so, right? What's a cussy? My son was asking. If your son was asking, then you shouldn't be in the stream. Raises vitality, raises focus, physical damage, vastly boosts physical damage negation. Is there anything in here? Enhances final hit of chain attacks. Dude, I have no good talismans, like, honestly. Greatly raises attack power. I already used that. Restores HP upon defeating enemies. Raises power attack after defeating an enemy. Raises power attack when summon spirit dies. Eliminates all sound. Boosts FP restoration. You need to equip the Get Good talisman. Yeah, I agree. I do need that. Try to get the Blood Exaltation. Bring an alley cat into battle. Dude, no summons. Summons are cheating. I can't do that. I just need to log in. That's what I need to do. Fuck. At least she doesn't potion up. Oh, fuck. Nope. Wait. Oh, no. She transitioned off the thing. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. She transitioned while I was so far away from her. That's fucking sucks. Medium range is the close range, dude. This is, I'm telling you, from the third epi, from the third try, I'm telling you, I got to almost fucking more. I got to more than half of her health. This is a close punish boss and trade boss if you can't. That's why she wants you to fucking leave by doing this shit, doing this fuck ass bullshit. Aw, dude, what am I doing? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I deserve to die there. Like, I deserve to die there. That was so bad. I fucking gave up on that shit. It's not a trade boss if you dodge perfectly. I agree. You're staying way calmer than I did during this fight. I mean, it's because I believe, I genuinely and I legitimately believe I can beat this boss. I just have to like lock in and not do dumb shit like this. Like that was like so stupid. Like what I did there was so dumb. I shouldn't do that ever. Look at that proc. Oh, come on. I thought I fucking backed away. No. I'm gonna die. He's gonna fucking cook me here. No, he's not. What is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that, bro? I can't even get near her. I can't even get near her. What was that? What do you do with the balls? What do you do with the balls? Hasan lost the balls? Yeah. What does that do? You jump. Oh, I forget that you can jump in this game. Okay, that was pretty good. I was down when she ball sacked me, I feel like. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'll come at you with a bleed, bitch. Don't do that to me. Yeah, okay. Throw your little fucking daggers my way. What are they gonna do, huh? Yeah, I'll suck them off. What? Yeah, throw 3 of them again. Oh, fuck me. Okay, easy. Punish. No! Oh, I was so greedy. I thought I could get one more and then roll out. But that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yo, are we feeling it right now? Are we feeling it in the air tonight? Oh, Lord. Because I can feel it. I can feel it. Can you feel it? I'm feeling it. I'll say it. It's tingling. Do you like this boss? Yes. I prefer human bosses to like beast bosses every single time. Even if they fucking delay like shit. Like, what is this delay? Even if they delay and... this is a great boss. This is a fun boss. Did you pay attention to the arm tip not help at all? I forgot what you said, but I think the trades you do are stunning. Oh shit, did the wrong thing. The trades I do, I don't know if they, I think it's when it blood losses, it stuns, doesn't it? The trades I do stun a little bit. Stunningly bad. Good start. Strong start. Good start. Good fucking start, boys. We're definitely cooking here. Cooking up nothing. Bros on the nothing. Bros on the nothing. You like jumping attacks? I don't really do it. And also I don't know what I would sub it out for, because I can't give up on, like, successive attacks is really important. This is dexterity and successive attacks. Non-physical damage negation, physical damage negation. I guess I could just swap out physical damage negation for it, but that's enormously boosting physical damage negation, and that's vastly boosting non-physical damage negation. So I don't want to take off either of those. And greatly raising power attack with successive attacks is pretty big, I think. I don't think it's my build. I'm not even struggling that much. I need to just be better at dodging. That's it. Like, I've gotten pretty fucking close. Come on, throw that shit my way. Bro's on the nothing. Oh, he's gonna hit me. Dude, that was fast one. Dude, Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I thought I dodged it again. Why didn't Radagon marry her instead? When you play this off stream, please get the Sacred Tears and get plus 12 for your heals. I don't know what those things are. I forgot where to get them. And quite frankly, oh, fuck, what am I doing? I'm hitting the wrong buttons to open the door. I will never forgive you for dropping Batman Season 2. Dude, you need to shut the fuck up. Seriously. Oh, I thought I got away. Seriously, like, shut the fuck up, dude. I didn't even say I dropped it. I'm playing a massively popular game that I've been really excited to play. Like, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Suck my dick. What do you mean? You can't believe you're Batman. Shut up. I never said I did. Dude, oh, fucking idiot. Dodge. Dude, I am dodging nothing. I'm literally having a better time just fucking trying to hit her over and over again while not dodging shit. Starting to get tired. Remember when you closed chat and won 2 runs later? I mean, that's true. Here, let's close chat and try it again. Probably, I think chat is all out of good advice. Yeah, well, maybe chat open, chat closed, doesn't really matter. I still suck dick and ass and balls. We're over 200 deaths now. I think I'm on my like 30th on this boss or 50th. I don't even fucking know at this point. I got so close so many fucking times. Once I get consistently close to the end, it'll be much easier. I don't know why I'm so inconsistent with my dodges. Whoa, how did that hit me? Wait, no! Oh, shit. Oh, right at the unlock. Not that I would have been able to take advantage of that unlock of phase 2 because I was way too low health, but I did do a really good dodge there on the second moon attempt, the second moon swipe. I dodged into her, exploiting that weakness at least. So that was the first for me. That was good. There was a couple good trades in there and a couple good like multiple dodge moments there. So many panic dodges. Oh, she's gonna cook me. Oh, never mind. She did cook me. I guess I have to just keep dodging, and then only doing it when she double swipes. I can't try to fucking hit her in between the dodges, even though I try to keep doing that and keep trying to trade, and it's just like a mess. Fuck you mean, dude. What is this triple tap shit? Wow. Like, I got no openings, bitch. I got no weaknesses, bitch. I'm done. I'm too demoralized. I'm too tired. I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm done for the night. All right, folks. Some important updates from my life. I think I might have mentioned this, but I don't know if I did. But I'm going to try to stream tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll be able to. That's number one. Why, you might be wondering. That is because I am doing the podcast tomorrow. It's going to be an all girls episode plus me. Number two, I am going on a family vacation. I'll be streaming every single day, but I'm traveling with my family. I'll still be streaming every day from a hotel room at the same time, maybe even like an hour earlier. But having said that, what do you call it? But yeah, I don't want to go on vacation, as you guys already know. I despise that sort of thing, and I think it's counter-revolutionary. I think it's bourgeois. I think it's fucking awful, but my family has been chirping at me nonstop about it, so I have to do it. But beyond that, I mean, I'll still be streaming, but that's it. So if I'm not live tomorrow, I'm gonna try to be live tomorrow, but if I don't have time to be live tomorrow, I'll be live on Sunday. So another half day in the books at 9 hours and 44 minutes. Is HasanAbi quitting? All jokes aside, love you all. It's not even a break. I'm still gonna be streaming. I just you know, it's one day off from stream, potentially for travel. And that's it. Anyway, love you all, and I'll see you hopefully tomorrow, if not Sunday, okay? Peace, everybody.
Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming.